you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology, now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades of research can't survive your insight. You say the experts got it wrong somehow, that you've got all the answers figured out. But if your theories really change the game, where's the Nobel Prize beside your name? You shout from mountains made of sand and call it understanding. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere. No prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dropped up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, 'cause you need to feel you're built a special way. A soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, than scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters, bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promise
her back scars, talking like you travel worlds beyond the stars. You don't understand, I've seen both sides, but your dark years were sneaking beers and teenage fights. Now you're preaching from a pedestal online. You think this is some rebellious crime. You say you know exactly how we think, but your whole testimony's hanging by a string. You say doubt was just a phase, but curiosity's a craze. Now you weaponize your past to make every question sound so bad. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. Really, 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 really. You confuse skepticism with hating rules, like every atheist is just a bit of fool. But asking questions is immoral decay. Growing up doesn't mean throwing thought away. Every conversation ends the same. You'll come back to God someday. Like your personal redemption arc automatically wins the argument by default. You treat new ones like a sin. The confidence means you always win, but your story falls apart when emotion masquerades as fact. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. You say you escaped the darkness, but never learned what disbelief was. Shadow boxing paper tigers in your head, then declare the whole debate dead. Every conversation's a battle in the war, turning into the same old score. Trust me bro, I've been there too. No bro, you just hated curfews. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. You talk like your past gives immunity from criticism and scrutiny. I used to be an atheist. That line's getting old and thin. You weren't looking for the truth back then, and now you just can't comprehend. Yeah, you call it testimony, but it sounds like revisionist history. You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if green room backstage? Then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system. Now it's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow, and the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Good evening, everyone. You're listening to Async. I'm Arpy,
I'm Nectu.
and yeah, thanks for tuning in. Hope everyone had a fantastic hump day. I know a lot of our friends are still over Mezzo's stream, tuning in. Until then, we'll be holding down the fort without Gretchen. But
For sure.
yeah, Nectu, how are you doing?
Good. Slept a lot today. It was a good day to sleep, though. I think it was hot and muggy out most of the day. What'd you do today?
Mostly watched RP Junior.
Right on.
Got some chores done around the house. But yeah, just doing the parent life. Well, I think we should take a moment to say hello to all of our friends in chat. Looks like M Carp got the gold today. M Carp, is that your first gold? Congratulations. Then we have Slug coming in second. Good job. Then we have Opal, Chrissy, JR, Terrible Name, Git, and Salamander. Oh, and Professor Hizzle. All joining us already in chat. Hope you all had a great Wednesday. So yeah, let's go ahead and get the YouTube stream open. See what videos we're looking at. Oh yeah, Erica went live with Will Duffy tonight. You know, let's jump into the comments and see if Will Duffy's started already replying. Might be
Is that
soon
something
enough.
he does?
Yes.
I was not aware. I watched a little bit of it earlier.
Well, he gets in and starts arguing with people, and he loves to use this term naturalism of the gaps. Okay, it looks like it's early enough that he's not crashing out in the comments yet.
I love Erica. Such a great science communicator.
She is. She's the goat when it comes to anything about primates.
For sure.
And Ian was fun today. I always enjoy when Catholic Thinker calls because he's so good faith and like you
Yeah,
can tell he's really trying.
yeah, I like Catholic Thinker. His calls tend to go on a long time, and that's
Because
fine with
they're
me.
getting into the deep like
Well, sure,
theological parts.
but like, yeah, it's just a lot of the crowd audience is, you know, their eyes start to glaze over after hour 2.5.
I need to go back and watch the rest of Blitz and Erica together. I only caught a couple of their calls. But two of my favorite people, Gutsa Gibbon, Dr. Blitz. Yeah, who could ask for a better combo?
Oh, did you watch any of the new Infowars with Tim Heidecker?
Yes, yes. I watched the entire like stream last week, and now they're like releasing it like
And
sketch by
Jones,
sketch. Yeah,
the Alex Jones pop like a balloon had me in tears.
I
That
actually
shit
played
was
a
so
YouTube
funny.
short of that the other night.
Really?
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah,
It was 'cause I think I posted it about it. Yeah, it was actually this morning around four
nice.
o'clock.
Oh my god, that was so funny. Oh, I was like, I found my new favorite news channel.
Yeah. Well, are you familiar with Tim Robinson?
Tim Robinson, maybe. I'm not
Yeah.
sure. Maybe.
Have you ever heard of I Think You Should Leave, the sketch show on Netflix?
No.
Okay. Well, he's the creator of that. He was the creator of a Comedy Central show called Detroiters, and he used to be on SNL for just like a couple seasons. But he's a really good comedy writer. Well,
Oh, okay. I know who he is.
yeah,
I recognize his face.
he's the person who was playing the caller from Ohio that was calling Alex Jones a bozo. Do you remember that part of the Infowars episode?
What do you remember? What name did he use?
I think
Oh, yes, I
David,
do. I do remember.
David
It's
from
toward the
Ohio.
end. Yeah,
Yeah,
because he's at it's toward the end, and he's saying like yeah. Uh, there was he talked about the other people who went on to be bozo.
yeah, exactly. Well, that
Yeah,
caller was Tim Robinson.
nice.
Yeah, so I'm stoked that Tim Robinson is involved in this project. That means it's like it with Tim Heidecker. You already know it's going to be comedic gold, but like Tim Robinson is
Trolling
like
Alex Jones and Alex Jones' own voice though is
yeah, and he gets like the stutter and
so
the
awesome.
mannerisms down perfectly. And yeah,
Yeah.
Salamander, the chair company is so good. I can't wait for the next season. And also, like, I think You Should Leave needs a new season. It's been like 2 years since they released the season, but I think it's because Tim Robinson went to work on the chair company, and so hopefully he's had time to work on a new season of I Think You Should Leave. But we'll see. There's just too many good shows to keep up with, with like House of the Dragon starting their new season recently.
Hmm. Let's see. I watched Blitz this morning, and then Ian, and then uh, Joel, and then Mezzo, and now I'm here.
Yep.
You hear
I
my
was
dog?
almost the same. I just skipped Dr. Blitz. Yeah, I hear the honking.
I'm gonna give him when I get up here in a minute. I'm gonna give him. He's got. When we took him to the vet on Monday, and good news is, yeah, I know that sounds bad, the honking, but it's not what we were the most afraid of it being, which was we thought he was gonna have like some sort of cough that would be for a dog, or we thought that he would have heart failure. That was the most concerning thing I thought that they were gonna tell me. But it turns out that he has a collapsed trachea because he's overweight. They just said if we help him lose some weight, that honking will stop, and they gave him some medication that has like a steroid in it that helps keep him from honking like that. So when I hear him do it, that's when it's my cue to give him another pill, and then he'll stop. But I just got to help him lose some weight so he can, so I give him some more room to breathe.
Yep, sounds like a lot of walkies are in that dog's future.
Yeah, right. But yeah, he's for 16 years old. They're like he's in excellent health. He's, he's doing good. He had a good checkup, so
That's good.
his shots are all up to date. Everything's good. So he's looking at me to take him out right now too. So do you want to start something maybe so I can go run him out?
I'll find a video and start. You can go ahead and
Okay. Sorry.
head out. No, yeah, no problem.
Don't mean to leave you hanging, but I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, fur babies are important. And Salamander, yes, I did see Friendship. Like also so good. Like also like, really I don't know if you wouldn't call it a dark comedy, but it's more like a psychological comedy. Yeah, that's the term I'd give is psychological comedy, but it was definitely a good time. Hey, Carp, how you doing tonight?
Hey, how you doing? I won't leave you hanging. Neck to me.
Oh, I appreciate it, and congrats on your gold for being the first commenter tonight. Is that your first time being first in the chat?
Oh.
Oh, what?
Maybe.
Okay.
Oh, I had to ask, how do you tell the difference between the horrors and the vertical before the stream starts?
There will be a little cell phone
somebody
emoji at the very end of the title. No, I didn't watch the full live of Erica. I usually put it on during the day when I'm like doing chores or something because Erica is very chore core oriented.
You mean Erica with her evolution lesson?
Yep.
Okay. I haven't been watching those because I just didn't feel like watching that guy get schooled and denying his schooling and all that. So I don't know. I might go watch some of it later.
I usually skip like the Duffy presentations and just like stick with the middle part where Erica's giving her lesson.
Well, I thought it was cool that Will Duffy financed the trip to the South Pole. Well, Antarctica anyway. And I'm a little disappointed that he's still so heavily into kind of religion.
Creation. Yeah.
I mean, why should I be surprised? He is a pastor, right?
Yep.
But just by the way, I was listening to Matt Dillahunty and Justin today, and I had listened to Matt's video yesterday with Ian, and they were talking about his objective morality argument, and Matt had gone on so many times talking about how morals are subjective. They're dependent upon a mind. You can't talk about morality unless it's from a mind. And I'm like, now he switched because of Ian's argument. What do you think about that? I sent you a chat in the Discord, but let's talk live.
Oh, I haven't checked the Discord today. Let me.
I said basically that same thing anyway. See the way I'm thinking about it, and I'm not a good philosophy arguer. Okay, so I'm not going to even try to do that. I mean, I could sit here and figure out a premise, but it would just be stupid. I'm just seeing it from a practical point of view. I feel like that you have to evaluate your morals in your brain before you can take an action. And to me, that makes any kind of moral system subjective. Now, maybe you can come up with some sort of an objective system that shows you what all your morals have to be. I don't, I can't see that. It doesn't make sense to me. To me, there wouldn't be any morals if there weren't minds. So I'm kind of confused how Matt can
Right.
come
So
to the conclusion
the argument
that
isn't that
he
like
is right.
the framework necessarily like comes from a person's mind is and it's constructed. It's more that like it just necessarily follows due to certain I guess entailments you lend to yourself. So like their morals are required for a mind as far as like it takes a mind acting on another mind in order for there to be like any moral action to even evaluate in the first place. Similar to like if you'd imagine a universe that's completely vacuous, like there's nothing. It's complete vacuum, completely empty. There's nothing to count. But even though there's nothing to count, the framework of numbers and integers still exist and it still has a capacity to do work, but you just don't have the reference in order to apply that framework. Similar to like if there was a universe with no minds, like the framework for the objective moral facts would still have the capacity to exist, but it just doesn't have the substance it would be applied to.
Okay, but does this only apply to good morals and correct morals, or does this apply to bad morals and incorrect morals as well?
What do you mean?
Well,
Like
if you're gonna argue for an objective moral framework, then whose opinion of the objective framework do you have to go on?
it doesn't need to be someone's opinion. So
Okay,
the
but
the
does that
necessary
mean that all
entailment comes
morals are
from
good
no
or
no
incorrect?
no you have to use the framework in order to do the calculus to determine. So like in order for you to take any sort of action, you need to first grant yourself the entailment of agency. And
Yes,
the
I've heard that
definition
part.
of agency would be the ability to set and work towards goals.
Yep, I've heard that part.
Okay. So, in order for you to act as an agent, you need to have the freedom to
And
be able to
well-being.
be able to move
Yes.
about and the well-being in order to
Yes.
carry out the capacity of the task.
Yes.
So by you saying that you need these two things, you're saying that is sufficient, just based on an entity being an agent, that those are necessary for their existence. So if you would take any action to deny another person their freedom or well-being, you would be deriving a contradiction in your worldview, because you're saying these two properties are both necessary and not necessary for agents.
Okay, but doesn't that require any moral you come up with to be correct? What if you're wrong?
I'm not sure what the question is.
What if you come up with a moral system that's good for you but not good for other people?
No, that is the moral system.
Well, I understand, but see, this means that all the agents have to behave in a way that agrees with the morals that they come up with in their mind, regardless of whether or not you should have
No,
freedom
they don't
and
have to
well-being.
come up with any extra morals. They have the framework that necessarily follows from them and granting
Okay, but
the
what if?
entailments for being an agent.
Yeah, I don't. I just.
It's
I
as simple
understand
as saying
I
that these
just
things
don't
are
think I like
necessary
it.
and not necessary for
But
agents.
I don't think that they are necessary.
And that's P. And
They're
not
necessary
P.
for 1 or 2 or 100 agents, but what if we don't like those other 200 agents over there? Do we give the same agency and freedom and well-being to Hitler?
No, because Hitler is acting in an immoral way, and
But that's adding a new rule.
No.
That's
through,
adding.
through,
It is
through
adding
this
a new rule.
framework. We can derive what we ought do when someone is interfering with other people's freedom and well-being. It necessarily follows
I
that
just
you
feel like
ought
these
stop
alts are smuggled
and
in.
interfere. Do you, do you understand what it means to smuggle something in?
You're bringing in something that's not necessary.
No, but how? How am I
It
smuggling
doesn't
in
follow
the aughts?
the thing that you're
Can
saying
you
should
give
be
my
an
argument
alt
back to
does
me
not
and
follow.
tell me where it's being smuggled in?
See, I can't do that because I'm not good at philosophy.
Well, then you
But
you,
I
you
just
can't
I
you
can't
can't
get
determine
there.
that it's being smuggled in. Like I
Right.
understand that that's like a
Okay,
phrase
that's a
you've
good
probably
point.
heard, but
Yeah,
it's
that's a good
simply
point.
not
I
it's
have a
simply not
feeling of
being
what
smuggled in.
smuggling in is, but I don't know the rules of philosophy of smuggling. But
There's some
it smells that way.
Nobody on Fire gave me a really good book, and I just started reading it. And but it goes over like the how to understand the overcoming the Islot gap. And one of the things that I
I'm not
that
sure I
for
believe in
me,
the is all gap.
Right. So then, like, there's no
what's
reason
the
to fret
problem?
over getting an is from an ought.
I don't
If
know
you
what the
don't believe
problem
that
is
the gap
of
is or that the
allowing
gap
oughts to
exists.
So
exist.
before they were human
I just
beings,
don't know that there have to be oughts.
was there an Islot gap?
I don't feel like there could be because there are
Right.
no minds to dig
Right.
out morals.
So now that there are minds, this it's necessitated by the fact that there are minds. You are an agent. Before there were human beings,
Yeah.
there wasn't
I still have
morality.
a problem with the fact that every time you take an action, you have to evaluate the moral framework, and that makes the whole thing subjective to me.
It's just that some people are going to be wrong. They can deny other people's
Okay, and to
freedom and
me, that
well-being, but
means
they're
that some
wrong.
people are wrong and some people are right, which makes the whole thing
Yeah.
subjective.
No,
No.
you're able to objectively determine if someone's action is moral or immoral.
Right.
I I can't get there with that. I see what you're saying, but I feel like a new person who's a theist who just discovered
Are you in the
atheism that
Discord?
I don't like, and
Are you
that's
on the
not
Discord?
right.
Kurt?
Do what now?
Are
Yeah,
you
I'm
on
on
the
the
Discord?
Discord.
I'll send
Yeah.
you what Nobody on Fire sent me.
Okay.
Maybe that'll help.
Let's start with something basic. If I say modus ponens, do you understand like how that syllogistic form plays out?
No.
Okay, so this is one of the first like sort of like logical forms that you learn about. It's called modus ponens, or basically this from that. So what it states is that if P then Q, P therefore Q, and that's how the
See,
argument
I have a problem though.
follows.
I feel like you can mathematically and logically lay out stuff that might not work in reality.
Well, that's simply not how logic works. If
Yeah,
it's valid and
I know.
sound,
That's a
then it
problem I have.
comports.
Yeah, it's like there are infinities in math, but they're not infinities in realistic.
There are infinities in real life. Draw a circle. Well, first you
That's
draw a
but that's
line.
not
Listen,
okay.
listen,
That's
listen.
a different kind of
listen,
infinity.
Listen.
There are different types of
First
infinities,
draw.
but you
Yeah.
said there are none.
First draw a
Okay,
line.
but that's not what I
and
meant.
start at the end point of the line and follow it to the end.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. Now draw a
Yes,
circle.
I agree with that. I agree.
Put your finger on it and now follow it until it ends. It will never end. That's
not
a
what I'm
real
talking
infinity.
about, though. That's not what I'm talking about.
Is there a date
It may
in the
be an
future?
infinite trace, but it's not an infinite
Is there a date in the
surface.
future that we can't get past, or does the future stretch out indefinitely?
That's a good point. As far as I know, for the
Yeah,
B theory of
time
time,
would be
then
a real
all
infinity.
of the all periods of time have to exist.
So what I'm saying is, so that's an infinity
You're calling an
right there.
infinity there. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But I don't know. I have a blockage for this, and I'm not getting there. Maybe I'll look
Right?
at Nobody's Fires thing that you said you're going to send me. And see
Yeah,
what
I'm
that
looking for it right now. It was a while ago, so I have to scroll back a ways.
I
Or I can just
still
ask
feel like
somebody.
I'm back where when Matt gave the example of the chessboard years ago, and he's been using it for years. We can determine objectively whether a move will help us to win or not, but the rules were, created as a subjective set.
Yeah,
And I still feel like I'm there with this morality
that
argument.
doesn't really map onto like the argument from agency though, because like the argument from agency is necessitated. It's not like subjectively determined.
Yeah, I just don't know if I can accept that it's necessitated.
Okay,
I'm really tired of those words necessary and all that crap.
Well, because it
have annoys me.
They have specific meanings in philosophy.
Tell me why that annoys me, though. It's okay. Okay, here's another thing in philosophy that annoys me real big time. People in philosophy say that the definition of atheist is that you believe there is no God. And I think that's wrong.
No, it's that you're not convinced that there's a God.
That's not what other philosophers tell me, though. I believe what you just said is correct, but they'll say
what
that you believe
have defined atheism as that.
Which ones? I can't give you their names. I've heard them online.
Oh, maybe that doesn't work.
Some people are doing it though. They say you can't be an agnostic atheist
are
because
these actually
that's
like
not
published people, or are these just people that get on like live streams and call themselves philosophers? Because those are mostly
people that I've heard in text chats and video chats, all kind of things like that. They say that our definition in philosophy of atheist is a person who believes there is no God, and you can't be an agnostic. You're an atheist or you're not an atheist. I don't believe that because
categories of atheism.
I know a lot of people are different.
Atheists,
yes,
they're hard
exactly.
atheists.
But these guys will tell you that's the only definition of atheist can be used in philosophy.
Well, then they're just not. They're not very well read.
There are so many people who have different rules in philosophy that it's nuts. So I have a hard time figuring out who's right.
Basically, them mischaracterizing, like, what the actual arguments are. That's why you got to have the language in order to like combat it, and that comes from being more well read than them.
Well, I'm posting it, but I gotta still tag you, Carp.
I thought I saw something show up in Discord, then it disappeared.
Yeah, it was. I posted the wrong thing. I got it coming now, but I forgot to tag you in it. So it's coming. It's 40 megabytes, so it's taking a second. There it is. All right, now I'll tag you in. There you go. You see it now?
Yep.
All right. Yeah.
It's downloading. Thank you.
Yep.
I don't know if I should. I feel like I don't know if I can continue arguing this point because you do seem like you've made good enough points to defeat me. So I'm going to have to concede at this point. I don't know how I'm going to get there.
Engage with the literature more, so you can determine your own thoughts.
It helps to read.
Yeah.
Yeah. Reading is I do. It's a good thing. All right.
So what Next 2 provided you will be pretty good to familiarize yourself with a lot of the arguments that Gorth makes.
Yep. Okay, I see that. It's a PDF.
You want to dive into something now?
Yeah, I picked out this Blitz clip.
Nice.
Philadelphia's caught in contradiction after contradiction.
All right. Oh, I remember this call.
Whoops.
Hey, Kurt. Good to see you tonight.
Yeah, hey, Dr. Kurt. And hey, Ray.
Hey, Ray.
Evan Porter also jumped in chat. Hey, Evan. And I think that's everyone. Oh, Calf. Hey, Calf. See you there. Yeah, I think that's everyone else who's joined so far. Good to see y'all. So let's go ahead and jump into this Blitz clip. Oh, and Brittany. Hey, Brittany.
It sounds like what you're saying is that you think the proposition Vishnu exists is false.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and yet you just agreed with me earlier that Vishnu exists. Sounds like you're contradicting yourself. G1, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. G1, do you believe in God?
I do believe in God, but I wanted to speak about what the last guest was speaking about, like the model class which you provided.
Sure.
That was kind of intriguing.
Sure, what about it?
Can you pull up again so I can take a look?
Yeah. Oh, where'd it go?
Okay, so P1, okay, that someone parachute was down. Coincidentally, scientists popped up. So God's will was necessary. If God's will was necessary, then God could not have brought to the universe. If God's will was necessary, then his will
So
would not be.
this is just the defense of P2. So if you accept, if you're happy with P2, then you don't have to read it.
Okay. So it's just like, okay. So if God's will was necessary, then God could not have failed to create the universe. So so what do you mean? So what do you mean in the first antecedent in premise 2? When you're saying God's will was necessary, then he could not have failed to create the universe.
That every feature of God's will could not be different.
So every feature of God's will could
That
not
there's
be
no
different.
possible world in which God's will has, that he wills for different things, or that he has a different number of wills, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, then your premise 2 would be false.
Why is premise 2 false?
Because you said that so when you're saying it's necessary, we're talking about every features concerning God's will, and there's when we look at the will itself, it's relational, right? So the will has a relation to the thing willed, so that relation itself can differ, but the thing in relation to God cannot differ itself, because there is going to be some inclination towards God.
Look, so
which God
if
has
you're
as object.
so it just sounds like you're rejecting P1.
No, I can say God's will is necessary, but that doesn't mean that I'm saying that every aspect
Well,
of features.
if your claim that
Right.
the will, so look, when I say that God's will is necessary, what I mean, like when I'm talking about a thing like a will, right? What I mean is like, what we can talk about is we can talk about like the sum total of properties or features or aspects of that thing, and we would say that that thing is, we would then say that the thing is necessary if all of those features are necessary. We would say that it's contingent if one of those features are, if at least one of those features are contingent, because if one of those features could be contingent, then that means like if it's a feature of the will, then that means that the will could be different.
Yeah, you're not giving me the definition of will here. You're just saying that when we have, like, for example, notes or concepts of something, then it's necessary for that thing in order for it to be some like, I don't know, some like essential aspect or nature which is being considered. But that definition itself can extend to other things as well, like humans, right? Like humans have like essential properties and all of this type of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Which
So
is going to be necessary.
if your parents weren't human, right? And obviously this is going to get messy with evolution, but for the sake of argument, let's say that a necessary feature of being a human is having human parents. Suppose.
Okay.
Which once you get into like kind of the gray area of what a human is, it's a little bit messy. But suppose that that's the case. Well, then it's just true that if you change, if it were say possible that you had non-human parents, then it's possible that you're not human. So that would mean that your humanity is contingent.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. But the will isn't like a property; it's like a faculty, right? So.
Well, the will is a
With
thing
your
with properties,
example,
right?
yeah.
There are like the will is a thing with properties, unless you take the will to not be
A
a thing
will is a
itself.
thing with properties. I wouldn't say a will is a thing with a property because that would imply that the will is like a subject, right? But the will is going to be something which relates to a subject. But how would you define will?
We'll pause it.
Perhaps a set of goals, a set of desires.
I like what Kurt just said. Kurt said, I'm not even convinced it's a fact that someone has an opinion. They might express an opinion, but that might vary significantly over the period of time they're uttering it. Based.
Right. Like I kind of think that there like might not even like be anything such as a subjective like a subjective opinion. Like what the way I see it is it's more an under constrained fact. So like me saying strawberry is the best flavor of ice cream would need to be condensed to I believe that strawberry is my preferred ice cream at this moment in time that I am saying this this statement.
Before I end, and after that, it's subject to change.
Right, but like that second statement, it is like a lot closer to objective than the first one, and it means pretty much the same thing. It's just a lot more constrained and precise.
Right.
It's our goals and desires, right? So
Something like that.
when we say like, okay, cool. So when you're saying this of goals and desires, are you saying that this is something which a subject tends towards, like to gain?
Well, yeah, kind of by definition, that's what desires are.
We don't. That isn't going to be the aspect of will.
Okay, so then how are you defining will?
So will is just going to be an inclination towards good. right? Which
Yeah.
is
Okay.
supposed to be, right?
So a desire is just a desire is a specific kind of inclination. A desire is an inclination towards rather than an inclination against.
Yeah, but
So
with
you
your
could say that
definition,
you could say that it's a desire that well. So you're saying that a will is an inclination towards the good.
yeah. So it's going to be an
That's not a good
inclination
definition of
towards.
will.
No, it is
ahead.
because when you desire things which are good, right? And if someone desires something which is bad, right, then the person which, like when you say like someone's desiring something which is bad, that's going to be relative to the person which is rejecting.
How are you
the person
cashing out good and bad here?
So good. When we're talking about good here, we're talking about like some ontological goodness, right? Something which has being, right? Because good and being is perfectible. So when people desire
so,
good,
so to be
right,
clear,
they
then you can
some kind of
desire.
being.
So good is not a relational aspect, then, right?
No, good in the virtue of itself isn't a relational aspect.
Right.
Good
So then,
is just
so then
going to be-
absolutely, a person could desire something or have an inclination towards something bad. If it's
No,
not relational,
of-
they're
no,
just
no,
like
you-
things
of-
either
well,
are
but-
good or are bad, and the
No,
desire
we-
toward it is, it's agnostic of that. People could be mistaken, for example.
Yeah, when we can understand that it's going to be bad in relation to the circumstance of
You're
what's being
equivocating now.
inclined. It's not
On
an
the one
equivocation
hand,
because when we
good
see
and bad
something,
is
because I
an
already told you,
ontological status. It's not a relational thing.
I already told you that the term good here is going to be ontological. So when we're talking about like good, we're not talking about some moral goodness itself, right? Because when we're saying that the will inclines towards something which is good, right? It doesn't have to
So
be something
goodness
moral.
itself has existence. Is what you're saying? Like the good is like a property
I'm
with
not-
existence.
No, I'm not saying good is existence. I'm saying good is going
I'm
to
not
be.
saying it is existence. I'm saying it has existence. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not
Okay,
what I'm
then
saying.
what do you mean by
I'm
it's
saying-
ontological then?
I'm saying it's an aspect of being, right, in general. All right, so it's going to be a property. It's going to be a property of
Okay,
being.
yeah,
in
sure.
general.
I would agree that
In the
goodness is a
logical
property of
sense,
being.
that's what it
Now, is goodness? So the goodness that you're referring to when you say that a will is directed towards, it's an inclination towards a good thing. How are you cashing out good there? So it's not enough to just say that it's an aspect of being, because there are a lot of aspects of being, and then it's not really explanatory what you're referring to when you say good.
Yeah, so good, right, is going to signify. So we can give a definition of good here, right? So good is going to be signifying like things which is proper to a thing, right?
Things which
Given
are
that the
proper
nature,
to a thing.
yeah, given like the nature like consists of like essential properties or like perfections and whatnot. So good is signifying perfection, which we're saying that thing has, right? So that relates to its being.
So when people have a will towards imperfection, then that seems like a counterexample to your statement that wills are towards the good.
Because when we see, well, you can't, an imperfection, when you see they have a will to an imperfection, right, that's going to be an aspect of the thing itself. Like, for example, when you incline towards, let's say,
what does that mean?
It means imperfection is something which we understand in relation to the thing itself. Imperfection doesn't exist by itself. Like, for example, blindness,
Sure.
right?
No. I'm
When you
saying
see
that they're willing towards some particular imperfection of a particular thing.
Yeah,
Or
but when we
they
say
desire
that,
some sort of imperfection for something.
yeah, but when when we say they incline towards it, right, and it's imperfect, we're considering the circumstances of what the thing is, right? There's a standard. When we see something is imperfect, it means that it's bad, right? Or it's not good. Or it's not
No,
proper.
I mean, like unless you're just not giving me any sort of informative definition, you can't say that it's bad.
I already told you. Good. Look, I already told you. When we say like it's bad, right? Bad here is just signifying like it's improper to the nature of the thing, right? Given the substance of the thing itself. Like for example,
Yeah,
when we
so
incline,
it seems like there's like a lot of like normative stuff happening here.
no, it's not, bro. No, it's not normativity because we're talking
So
about
then
something.
the word proper is a normative is like a normative word.
It can be used as a normative word.
How are you
right?
using it then?
So I'm using it metaphysically, ontologically speaking.
That doesn't clarify anything. What does it mean for something to be proper if it's not used in a
What does it
normative
mean
sense?
for something
Can
to
you
be
give me
proper?
can you
It's
use
gonna be-
the
it's
word
gonna be
normative in a
primitive.
way? Can you use the word, or can you use the word proper in a way where it's not referring to some sort of normative claim?
Some normative claim.
Yeah.
I would say proper is going to be primitive. I don't have a precise definition.
No.
here.
Look,
But what I mean-
I have an understanding of what the word proper means, and it's almost like I can't think of any cases where it's used in a sense that's not normative, or it's used in a sense that's not equivocating anyway. So do you have a sense in which? Can you give me an example of like a thing being proper?
Yeah, so it's going to be, we can take
but
like
not
descriptive
normative?
sense. Yeah, like, for example, descriptions, right? So when we have a description, right, and we say that this thing is the description and it has like these nodes or predicates in relation to it, that's what I mean by proper, right? So given that there's going to be a description of something,
So
right,
by
it's going to be
proper, you just mean, say, a feature of a thing is, or an attribute or a feature or a predicate is proper if it is, say, correctly or describing the thing itself. So you would say that, like, if I say the fire truck, if I point to a fire truck that's red and I say that fire truck is red, you would say that that's proper, and if I say that the fire truck is blue, you would say that that's improper.
Depending on the description which is being involved, right? So when we have a description of something and we say, oh yeah, that's proper, Like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, so given the description itself, right, you're saying that it's proper for it to be like this, given that the feature is something which is contained in the description itself, right? And my
Given that
point
the feature
is
is
that
something that's contained within. How is a feature contained in the description of the feature?
because the feature is going to be the predicate and the subject, by which you're saying that it's going to
Yeah.
be
So how is the
identification.
predicate going to be contained within a predicate? Contained within the same predicate?
No, I said the description contains a subject and a predicate. So when I'm saying there's going to be a feature which is contained in the description, I'm speaking about the predicate which is
Okay, so
going
you're saying that the
to have a
predicate is found
relation
in the
to the
description.
subject.
Sure.
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay, so by proper, you just mean like it corresponds to the actual way a thing is.
Yeah.
Okay, so then.
Right. So that's why we're not using
let's,
normativity. That's why.
so let's wind back. Okay, no, that's fine. If that's what you mean by it, it's not what I would mean by it, but sure, that's fine. We can use that. So if that's what you mean by proper, now define good again, if you can, using that notion of proper.
So yeah. So
Or actually,
define good again.
in order to get to good, we have to go through perfection. So define perfection again, using that definition of proper.
Define perfection. I don't think perfection is going to be. It's going to be primitive. It can't be defined. It's not going to be further defined.
Well, the way that we
so-
got to proper is that you said that like perfection is, or rather, you gave me a definition of
perfection-
imperfection, perhaps.
No.
Right.
I gave you a definition of good. Right. I said that good is going to signify a perfection which a being has. Right.
Yeah.
So
And I
when we say
asked you to
something
explain
good,
what you meant by perfection here.
So perfection is going to correspond to the nature of something. Right.
So,
It's
okay,
substance.
let's write this down.
It's being. That's what it
So-
means.
We're just gonna write this down because I think that's probably what we need. So good is one more time.
So good, right, is going to signify the perfection which a being has.
Okay, and then perfection
All
is
perfections is going to be an aspect or feature of a thing, given its
So,
nature. Given its nature.
implies good equals an aspect or feature of a thing which a being has.
But yeah, it's gonna. Yeah. So when we say it's good,
That tells us
right,
nothing.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Doesn't tell us anything?
Everything about a thing is an aspect or feature of the thing.
Yeah, it's literally just calling it a property.
Right?
So, like, I don't think Collar understands predicate logic. They're sure trying to use it.
Everything about a thing, no, because there's still a distinction there, right? We're saying that there's going to be an effect. I don't know why you're getting confused, right? The same way that we can speak about existence, right? Even though it can't be defined, we still give examples about what existence is. So it's the same thing here. When we're saying that something is good, right, we're analyzing some perfection or aspect, right, of the nature, right, which has being in itself, right? But that aspect can
Wait a
differ
minute, hold on.
according to its nature.
So
You know
is this? Do you take that this is a false statement, or do you take this to be like an accurate description of the way that you understand good?
Is a correct description
Of the way
Right,
that you
I don't
understand it,
think-
surely. I mean, like we
Yeah,
might have
it's a-
different
it's a-
understandings, but sure, this is
it's a definition.
okay. So this is what. So you would say that like a fire truck, the redness of a fire truck, is good.
The redness of a fire truck is good because it has being. Yes.
Okay. And the I don't know the
Yes, it's good
cancer
because it has being.
the cancer growing within an organism is good.
We would say it's not good in the normative sense, but it's going to be good in the
It's good in this
sense.
sense.
Yeah, it's good in this sense, but we
my
can still make a
God.
distinction. When we say
Yeah.
so when we
so
say
that's a
when we
cancer
say
is
It
good
just seems like
way
it
too
just seems
quick.
like by good you just mean that like it is any feature or like I mean like and you just agreed to it that good is just any feature or aspect of a thing which a being has. So like it's just direct, like when a will is just an inclination towards the good. You're just saying an inclination towards an aspect or feature of a thing which a being has.
no, that isn't. No, that's not.
Okay, so then how did you
actually
define will?
what I'm saying. So I already gave the definition of will, and we're
I
going
know, I just want to write it down.
here.
So a will is
I just told you it's going to be an inclination towards good, and I already told you that.
so
when
you
we're speaking
agree
about
on
like
this, right? So then
yeah, I
will
already agree with you. So can I
is
please say
inclination towards an aspect or feature of a thing which a being has. Now, here's a problem. How can you therefore
is.
will the creation of something?
How can you therefore will the creation of something?
Yeah, given this definition of good, and given this definition of will, because
It's not sufficient in itself, right? It doesn't encompass explicitly, right, what it implies power, right, in some respect, but it
I have no
doesn't
idea what you're
give.
saying.
You just asked me the question: how is it the case that we can create something given this definition itself?
Yeah.
Right. I already told you the definition itself doesn't include what's called active power, but it implies active power in itself.
Well, no, I mean, look. So and maybe I can just clarify, because it sounded like the answer that you gave me wasn't addressing what I was asking, and it could be my fault that I wasn't communicating clearly. So this definition seems to indicate that you are willing, that willing has to be about a thing which has being, right?
Yeah, that's one aspect, right? Will
be about something that doesn't have being?
Will can be about something which doesn't have being.
Then your definition just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't, because will, look, you need to understand that will, right, you're talking about the exercising of the act of will itself, right? So prior to the exercising of the act,
I'm not talking about exercising the act, I'm just talking about the will itself.
What you asked me the question about earlier, about how does this, like, what's it called, conclude to, like, the world being created, or any, like,
how can one will anything to be created? How can one have that will when the thing that the will is supposed to be about doesn't have being? Whereas this definition of will requires that the thing that's being willed that the thing that the inclination is about has being.
No, that's not. Wait, that's not what that's what the definition is saying. What do you think? What do you think I mean by inclination?
Perhaps it's a primitive, a drive towards something, a predisposition to that thing. I can give you synonyms, but I kind of understood. I kind of assumed that you and I understood the word to mean the same kind of idea. We had the same sort of
no, the difference.
Fundamental understanding of the word. But do you have a specific, like a,
No. Look, for example.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me look.
Ahead.
Remember earlier when you said, like, will is just going to be like some desires or goals, in which the individual so there's like an orientation towards that, such that they orient towards it because it's some like thing which the person wants, right, for themselves, right?
Well, or it doesn't have to be for themselves, perhaps, but it's just
it could be for someone else. But the point is,
person desires.
Yeah, so it's either for themselves or for others, right?
Or it's for no reason. I mean, like,
Okay.
Like,
so
the definition that I gave you didn't include why the will exists.
Yeah, but no one's talking about. Yeah, he was just describing what will is, but I'm saying that your understanding of the will would fall under this definition. So, because remember, the will has many aspects, right? Because the will is going to be a relation between the thing will. So we're speaking about that orientation here. Because when we're saying there's a will, right? What does it mean for something? What does will mean, right? Like you defined,
it's going to be a
desire.
The definition of will that I offered wouldn't fall on this.
So it wouldn't.
The definition that you offer can only be about things that have being.
And when you have desires about things, do they not exist in some respect?
No.
Can you desire something which doesn't exist at all? In any respect?
Sure you can.
So if it has no
your definition wouldn't be compatible with things that don't have being.
Wait, hold on. Let me. So you can desire things which don't have real being insofar as they exist in reality apart from the mind.
I take it that existing in reality is equivalent to having being.
No, being is twofold. It doesn't just indicate what's it called in the real world, right? Apart from the mind itself, you can speak about being in the mind, right? So you're saying
I take the mind to be in the real world, so I don't have an issue there.
Yeah, that's fine. Just because you take it to be in the real world doesn't mean that there isn't going to be a distinction between abstract objects and concrete objects, right?
I don't think that abstract objects exist.
So even if you don't think
that there are objects that exist in the real world, no.
Okay, so you're saying that being is just going to be something which what you're materialist about being or something?
I just don't think that there are abstract things. I don't think that it necessarily follows that I'm a materialist.
No, I'm asking the question. I never said it necessarily follows you're a materialist.
No, I don't usually use the materialist label because I think it has some connotations that are incorrect about my view.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, cool. So my point is I don't really need to endeavor in your belief. The point is that I'm giving my definition itself. And when we have desires, right, desires is going to imply something which we know, right? Can you desire something which you don't know in no respect?
Probably not.
Okay, so that's my point, right? So the knowing has being, right? The thing which you know has being.
The knowing has being?
Yeah. So
that's tricky. In your view, does it have being? I mean, this is you're using your worldview here, so I'm happy to just use whatever you use.
Even using your worldview as well, because you said
I don't take knowing to be an object or a thing with being. I take it to be like a process.
Yeah, it's a process. And a process does exist. Yeah, but the process does exist.
I don't think it's correct to say that like a process exists.
So
I think a process is a kind of thing that happens. But I don't think that it makes sense to say that it's a thing that exists.
Okay, so if it doesn't exist, then it isn't anything.
No, it's just not an object in reality.
It's either something or it's nothing. So which is it?
It's something, but there are some things that don't exist. That are not objects in reality.
But some things which don't exist. But then how can so you're saying there's some things
doesn't exist. So you're saying something.
Wait. So you're saying there's some things. Wait. So you're saying some things do exist, but then what is something if it's not nothing? Because nothing is going to be non-existent.
Look, there are some things that don't exist. That doesn't mean that it doesn't follow that just because something doesn't exist that it's nothing.
Oh, that's my whole point. What the heck? So if there's some things which don't exist and there's still and we can still say it's something.
Maybe we're just talking past each other on what we mean by exist. What I mean by exist is just
I know what you mean by exist.
It's just an object in reality.
Yeah, I know. That's the whole point.
So like,
right?
so like for example, I would say that a concept is not an object in reality, so it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
because it's still something.
Because you believe your existence is going to be, restricted to concrete things, right?
Yeah, sure. Like
Exactly.
I would say that a process is not an object. So it doesn't exist. It's not an object in reality. So it's just a something that doesn't exist.
Okay. That's the point, right? Because that's the point is right. Your definition is too restrictive, right? Because look, you're saying existence is going to be restricted to concrete things, right? But then if existence is restricted to concrete things, right? It's not really like it's not really like proper to say that there's something, but that something doesn't have existence, right?
Why
Because
not?
because when we just naturally speaking, right? When we're speaking about like things like processes and all of these type of stuff, right? They do have existence, even if you don't say that it doesn't exist in a concrete sense. It has some kind of being, and what I mean by that is that it's going to be the opposite.
All you're doing is you're just saying your definition doesn't. Your definition is wrong. Like no, it's totally coherent.
Because my definition, I never said it's not going to be incoherent. I never said it's not going to be incoherent. My point is that it's not practical. Like it's not pragmatic. That's the critique that I'm offering. One.
Okay,
two,
your definition is not
hold on. Let me
I'm not hitting you on the pragmatism of your definitions.
Wait, hold on. But my point is that the reason why my definition is going to be more preferable is because it explains those things, right, which we say is something, but doesn't exist in your kind of sense, right? So it's more favorable for someone to believe that being is going to be that which is not nothing, meaning that if it is something, then its existence is either concrete or abstract. So even if we take your
view of existence, Spider-Man exists in your view?
So does Spider-Man exist in my view?
Yeah.
Right. It has logical being, yeah. But the logical being.
Okay, so Spider-Man exists.
Does
Vishnu exist?
Does what? Does what exist?
Vishnu.
As an object of form, yeah.
Okay, so Vishnu exists in your world. So you
That's in my. And what do you think my world is?
Whatever your worldview is. You're Muslim, yeah.
I'm not. No, that doesn't follow.
I thought that you said that you were, but it may have been a previous person.
No, I'm Christian.
Okay, you're Christian. So in your worldview, in your Christian worldview, Vishnu exists.
And what do you mean by worldview?
Whatever. What do you mean? What do I mean by worldview? You know what the word worldview
when you say,
means. I know what it's the sum total of all of your.
He just said yes, and so he was obviously quizzing him on his worldview. Like this caller's just being like crazy dishonest right now.
Yeah, he's lost in rhetoric and the back and forth meta.
Positions about various propositions. And
Vishnu does not exist in my worldview, because if we're speaking about the sum total of
so Vishnu does not
exist. Hold on, let me know, because now you're equivocating. Right, because when you said worldview, right?
Okay, so to be clear, when I said worldview, I mean like in your understanding of what the words mean.
Hold up. You already gave your understanding of words, right? Which is
I remember this guy. He keeps doing this. Hold up, and he's like, sounds like he's so annoyed every time he does it, and it's so obnoxious.
Well, probably annoyed from getting spanked so hard so often.
Yeah, right. It's a cope. It's how he's coping with it. He's trying to make it seem like Blitz is being unreasonable, but he's
and he's trying to accuse Blitz of equivocating when in fact like he's equivocating right now, because like he's basically rendering Vishnu exists in two different ways. In order to accept his worldview, and like when you render the same proposition in two different ways and affirm them at the same time, you're just affirming a contradiction.
Right.
Some like attitude which the individual has, which they believe in, right? So when I'm saying that what's called Vishnu or Spider-Man is going to be like an object of thought, right? I'm not saying that the attitude which I have towards it is going to be something which I believe in. No, you're just conflating.
Wait, so you don't believe in things that are real?
I don't believe in things which are real, right? And what do you mean by believe it?
I don't know. You used the word.
Well, you're using me to take.
I'm just using whatever word you used, whatever meaning you used. I'm using that.
So believe. So I don't believe things if believe is taken to think to be true, right? And I don't believe it to be true.
You can say it's an attitude.
And I don't believe. Yeah, I'm telling you. So belief, right, is going to be an attitude which the individual has to something.
Yeah, it's like a proposition.
So it isn't going to be the case that I take Vishnu to be true, because Vishnu is not an individual.
Hold on, sorry. The Vishnu is not a proposition. You might have, if you're willing to grant that, say, exists as a predicate or something like that, then the proposition would be something like you have a negative attitude towards the proposition Vishnu exists. right? Meaning
Of
that
a
you think the
negative
proposition
attitude towards
Vishnu
the proposition.
exists is false.
Well, it depends on what you mean by negative. No, well,
I
it
mean
wouldn't
that
be
you
a
believe
negative.
that what I mean is that your attitude towards the position is that it is more likely to be false than true, perhaps.
Yeah, I can have a negative. Yeah, of course, I want to have a negative
Okay,
attitude.
so it is your position.
Wait, hold on.
I'm just trying to understand your worldview, your view here. Maybe I shouldn't use the word worldview because you don't like that, but it sounds
No,
like
you
what
can
you're
use
saying
it.
is that you think the proposition Vishnu exists is false.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and
think
yet
that, yeah.
you just agreed with me earlier that Vishnu exists. Sounds like you're contradicting yourself.
Yeah, there's not a contradiction because remember when we're talking about like assertions, right? We need to actually make a
Can you
distinction
pause a
between
second?
what's the
I just wanted to comment quick on Blitz's ability to remember and track conversations. Like, is just super impressive to me. My memory does not work that well or that way.
Yeah, his working memory is huge.
Yeah,
It's that big old PhD physicist brain of his.
right. Because when he like remembers something like that was said, like even like 15, 20 seconds ago, like it's kind of already left my brain. Like I can recall parts of it, but like, and he's like locked in on it. Like he's got it. He knows it for sure, and he's confident when he rewinds the tape that it's gonna be there.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a single time when Blitz or Ian have played the replay and been wrong about what the person said.
Once I saw it with Blitz, and he admitted it. But it was it wasn't like Blitz being dishonest or anything like that. He misheard what a caller had said,
Okay.
and of course, what the result, since it was a bad faith jackass, is he grandstanded and gloated all over that. But it didn't help him at all. Like, I mean, the call still, like, Blitz was able to turn the tables right back around
I'm sure,
and dominate.
yeah.
I wish I could remember when that happened, and I remember that happening though. Just if I ever find it though, I'll send it to you.
Cool.
statements and sentences? So a sentence can be like meaningful, right? And it can have some object.
Yep, that's why we were talking about propositions.
Yeah, but proposition and sentence are not the same thing. If I have a sentence, right, and the sentence says the King of France presently exists, right, that can be meaningful and have some correlation within my mind itself, but it doesn't mean that I'm asserting about it actually existing. That's legit complacent. You know the way.
Sorry, one more time.
So
I'm trying to fix my A key because it just popped off.
My point is, right,
Damn.
when you have, for example, Spider-Man, Vishnu, and all of these individuals, they're taken to be as object of thoughts,
Night,
right?
Opal.
So you can have an object of thought within your mind itself without any assertion which is being made by it.
Okay,
right?
yeah. So look, and maybe
You
you
know
can
the
just yeah, sure. So
Okay,
do you?
so
So
what is it?
you've given and I can take this down. It's fine. So you've given a you've provided me with an understanding of what you mean when you say that a thing exists, right? Like it could be an object of thought, it could be a concrete object. It could perhaps it's a number. Is I don't know on your worldview what numbers are, if they're objects of thought or if they're perhaps abstract and not objects of thought. But anyway, there's a lot of different ways that a thing could exist. Am I correct in your understanding?
There's a lot of different ways that things exist.
Like it could be
Yeah,
a concrete
the last-
object, it could be abstract, it could be at least two different ways that a thing could exist. So that
Yeah,
fair?
an existence is being used analogically, yeah, not univocally.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I have
because
no
I don't
idea, I have
take.
no idea how you're going to use existence analogically. What are you using it analogically? What are
Yeah,
you
so-
making an analogy with?
So analogy. So an existence. So the analogy.
A
So,
thing
okay,
can't
so
be
the common
analogically
analogy-
used to refer to itself. Like that's.
I never said existence.
So what is the
being
what
used
is
to refer to existence.
so
I
existence
said
is being used
existence.
analogically to refer to what?
I said okay. I'm legit telling you that, and you just
Please.
interrupted me. Okay, so why you interrupted me? Yeah, so existence, right, is being used analogically, such that there's going to be a commonality between things, right, such that it has being, but the mode of being is going to differ corresponding to the nature in which the thing has.
Yeah, sure.
That's
That's
what I mean
fine.
by that. Okay, so
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so
I don't say like
there-
a contemporary understanding of like existence.
Oh,
No.
okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand what your view is. So, okay, so when you say that a thing exists, there is some sense in which it has being, right?
When I say a thing exists,
Yep.
right, there's no assertion which is being made all the time, right? So it does have existence, right? But the existence is going to be something which exists in the mind itself. That's what it means.
Well, I mean, that's not true about all things that you say exist. Like when you say that, your house or your home exists. You're not saying that it exists only within the mind. You're saying that it has concrete being, right?
I said not all the time when you say.
Yeah. Okay, I misheard you then. That's my bad. Okay, so yeah. So that's fine. That's fine. It doesn't always have to be concrete.
Okay, it doesn't always have to be concrete.
So then I'll ask you again. Would you say does Vishnu have being?
I can say Vishnu has being.
Okay.
Right, but that's
Vishnu
going to
has
be.
being.
Yeah,
I
but that's
understand that it's a different kind of being, perhaps, than the kind that you think, than the kind that you think your house has, for example.
Yeah.
Right.
So when I say Vishnu has being, right, this is going to be a sentence, right, which is being expressed by me.
Okay,
right?
I'm referring. So we can make a predicate out of it. If you're, I don't know what your stance is on whether or not existence or being can be a predicate. Do you have a stance on that?
No, existence. I don't take existence to be a predicate. No, I don't take existence to be a predicate.
Okay,
but
what about
but
has
the point
being?
about making
Do you take has being to be a predicate?
Has being can be treated as a predicate in some cases, but that doesn't
Can
mean
it be treated as a predicate in this case?
It can, but
okay. So when I'm referring to the proposition, has existence X, where X is Vishnu.
Yeah, I'm saying that's not going to be a proposition which is being asserted by me. You know the way I'm making a decision.
I'm asking what your attitude is towards that proposition.
The attitude towards the proposition. Well, the proposition isn't going to be
has being.
The proposition is going to be like ill-informed. It's not going to be.
How is the proposition?
Because the proposition. Because even when we take your view, like for example,
sure, go ahead.
I'm saying even if we take your view, right, when you have a proposition, right, and you're attributing some predicate towards the subject within the proposition, it's implying that the subject does exist. So when you're saying that, oh, Vishnu has been or Vishnu has this, it is implying that the thing exists in order for us to say it doesn't exist. And that isn't what's being stated by me at all. I'm saying that when we have, for example, sentences which are distinct from propositions, sentences can be grammatically okay. So if you understand that, then you can understand that when I'm making that.
Wait, for something to be a subject, it doesn't need to exist. Like I can like make unicorns a subject. That doesn't mean that unicorns exist.
Right.
They just have like ontology of being a concept, and so that's not like the same as like how Blitz is cashing out it existing. Simply being an object in reality. And so like we don't have to say that concepts exist. We can just say that like they have this non-existent ontology.
Statement. I'm not statement but sentence, right? When I answer that sentence, then
I
I'm
know
not
that you
committed
don't want it to be a proposition. I understand.
Wait, hold on. Let me learn. Meaning that if you understand that I make that, I enunciate that sentence, then it isn't going to follow that is going to be my worldview such that Vishnu does exist.
Look, so what I'm trying to get at is there is like, it sounded like earlier, just a minute ago, you said that the proposition Vishnu has being is ill-informed. Can you elaborate on what makes it ill-informed?
It makes it ill-informed because it's presupposing that a subject, right, exists when we're saying the subject doesn't exist.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. So then, in what way could what way has being be made into a predicate then?
So what I'm saying is ill-informed. I'm speaking about it in relation to the person uttering the statement itself. You know what I mean?
So no, I have no idea what you mean because you kind of mumbled the last few words. But go ahead.
Yeah. So when I'm saying it's ill-informed, the ill-formedness is going to be constructed by the agent, right? Which makes that statement itself.
That's what I mean. Is constructed by the agent? I have no idea what that means. As far as I'm concerned, we would say that something is ill-informed if there's if perhaps like there is information missing, something like that.
What I'm saying is ill-informed. I'm saying that the fault is going to be in relation to the person making the statement itself, altering the sentence.
Okay, so regarding the predicate has being, do you take it that there are sentences that, or do you take it that there are propositions that include has being as a predicate that are not ill-informed?
Sure, it really depends on how. Give an example
of a proposition that has as perhaps one of the predicates in the proposition has being.
Has being.
Yeah.
Wait, repeat that again, bro. I don't get what you're asking me. You're saying that you want an example
of a proposition where one of the predicates that you can find within the proposition, maybe it's a compound proposition, whatever. One of the predicates that you can find within it is the predicate has being, and still the proposition is not ill-informed.
That isn't what I'm saying. I'm not saying the proposition. That's not the point.
You absolutely said that the proposition Vishnu has being is ill-informed. Those were your words, not mine.
Because I believe our propositions is going to pertain to the act of judgment itself. It's not going to be something which exists outside of the mind. So when I'm saying that the proposition,
so the proposition itself doesn't have the property of ill-informed.
Hold up. No, the property the point is we're talking about correctness conditions, right? And we're saying that it's not going to be correct, right? That the statement which the individual is enunciating is going to be the case, right? Because that's
I
not
have
the
no
meaning.
idea what that means.
That's what.
Talk slower. I have room
You
temperature
don't know what
IQ,
that means. So
apparently.
you don't know what Chosen speaks about when he's speaking about like sentences, right? It can express a proposition, but when someone expresses a sentence, right, the proposition that the person is trying to express can error given what the person is trying to say by. You don't know what
Look,
Chosen means.
I'm not trying to refer to a sentence. I'm specifically referring to a proposition. Vishnu
And
has
you don't
being.
believe a proper and you don't take proposition to be abstract objects, right? So
Look, this is all within your worldview. I'm not asking
okay,
you.
and
I'm
I
not
believe
asking you
our
within my worldview,
propositions.
because within my worldview, there's like within the way I define these words and within the way I use these words, it's a whole separate conversation. But I'm trying to work within the way that you define things. I'm trying to be like maximally charitable here. So within the way that you define things, I imagine, is it the case that there's a proposition that you could write down that is Vishnu has being?
Is a proposition, and yeah, of course, there's going to be a proposition,
Okay.
which you right now, it says that Vishnu has being.
Okay,
But when
so
I was saying,
what is your attitude towards that proposition?
what is my attitude towards the proposition?
Yeah.
The attitude towards that proposition is going to be that it's going to negate the statement itself.
Okay, so
Hey, nobody, how's it going?
Hey, sorry. Is he doing some type of like semantic harmony? Like what is happening right now?
He's just gone down like a long rabbit hole of like using terms incorrectly, and Blitz is just like holding his feet to the fire over and over and over. Like it essentially, like Blitz explained how he cashes out existence, you know, just being an object in reality, and so that you know, technically, then like concepts don't exist; they just have like, you know, this specific non-existent ontology. So they're not
Right.
like literally objects, but like, you know, you can still interact with them, and like, you know, I accept that because, you know, like, you know, but the concept of, you know, unicorns, you know, doesn't make unicorns exist.
Yeah, what I picked up from him was that, but then also like maybe I started watching like too recently and I'm not sure what's going on, but it sounded like he was saying that like because propositions map onto reality, that is some type of like argument that, you know, like psychophysical harmony or nomological harmony. Oh, now we have semantic harmony. Like that's a thing that people do. I'm not sure if that's the right word, but they talk about how like linguistically things shouldn't or don't necessarily map on to reality the way that they successfully do for us. And so that's like an evidence for God. That's what I thought was happening, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, if you wanna, you know, get some more context, like there's still a good bit left of this clip. We're just barely halfway through.
Also, hi, nobody.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
How much? Good to see you.
I'm just going to call out Blue specifically. I gave you your proof. Go ahead and engage with it. Otherwise, you know, you need to stop crying. I provided exactly what you demanded.
Right?
So your
The
attitude is that
obligation-
the proposition is false?
The proposition, I'm not saying the proposition is false.
Well,
I'm
that's what I
saying
was asking.
that
Do you like, when I
saying-
say your attitude
I'm
towards the
saying,
proposition, what I mean is-
oh, look,
Yeah, go
so
ahead.
let me look, for example. So, so we can say the proposition is false, right? But we wouldn't be committed to the idea that what's it called, like Vishnu does exist. When I'm saying it's false, right? I'm saying when we have a proposition to say Vishnu has being, right? We can just like generalize it in relation to like, you know, quantified statements. For example, we could say that the existing X, right, such that there's only this X, right, and X has this property, right? And when we look at these like statements which is being involved, right, we're saying the first statement is not going to be true because all of these three statements are going to be necessary, right, jointly sufficient, right, for any proposition to be truth apt, right? But the point is, it's not going to be a proper proposition in relation to me.
Okay, so when you say a proper proposition, what do you mean by proper?
It means that it's a proposition which is truth apt.
Okay, so you think that you can have propositions that aren't truth apt?
If it's not, it'll be, yeah, sure. If propositions, yeah, appearances of propositions, yeah, are going to be
What do you
non-truth
mean
apt.
appearances
What?
of propositions?
So a proposition
That doesn't make any sense. If the proposition is successfully constructed, then you can have it can be truth apt. And so, like, I feel like what he's going to do here is say, like, well, what if we jumbled up the sentence or something like that?
For like just like grammatical appearance, then.
Well, right. Like, if you say grass is red, like, you can be wrong. Like, I don't know what it means that, like, what did he say? There's a proposition, or at least one that could be non-truth apt. Is that what he said?
I'm not sure. Let's
Maybe I missed
said within the last.
Okay, so you think that you can have propositions that aren't truth apt? So
Yeah, here.
when you say a proper proposition, what do you mean by proper?
It means that is a proposition which is truth apt.
Okay, so you think that you can have propositions that aren't truth apt?
If it's not, it'll be, yeah, sure. If propositions, appearances of propositions, are going to be
What
non-truth
do you mean
apt.
appearances of propositions?
So a proposition a proposition.
Are you referring to
or
like sentences that somebody might be confusing for a proposition?
A sentence which appears to be like a proposition, but then when you analyze it, it isn't going to be a proposition. Given
Yeah, so that's why I asked you.
underlying conditions we're going to do.
That's why I was very specific. Is it a proposition that you can write down? Vishnu has being, and you agreed. But now it sounds like you're saying that actually this is not the kind of thing that's truth apt. So it's actually not a
I
proposition.
already told you. When you're asking me, can you do this? Right?
Yeah,
I
like,
can
is this
write it
a
down. I
proposition?
can write it down. I can
it's a
write it
proposition.
down. Yeah, because someone might take that to be a proposition because
I'm not
enable
asking
you.
what somebody takes to be a proposition. I'm just asking, is it one or not?
You're saying, can you? You asked me something modal. If it's
Oh my
possible
God.
for me to do. What do you mean? Oh my God! Did you not ask me a modal question?
I was trying to be look, because if I
Wait,
say,
you don't
can
ask me
you
a modal
say,
question? Okay, so can I
if
do
I
it?
say,
Yes,
can you
what's
say, they're
possible?
like, oh, well, that's, like, yeah, you could say it, but that doesn't make it a proposition. So what I'm trying to ask you is it the case that, you know, do you think that propositions are things that exist?
No, wait, did you not ask me a modal question? You said, can you do it? I just gave you a response.
That wasn't what I was intending.
I can do it.
That
Okay,
wasn't
then
what I was
was you trying to
intending.
do?
I wasn't intending. Can you write down? Actually, so
was you trying to do?
it still actually would still work even if you take it to be modal. So is it
Okay, go
is
on.
it true that you can write down a proposition Vishnu exists or Vishnu has being?
Is it true that I can do it? And what do you mean by is it true here? Are you saying that, what do you mean by true here?
It's a primitive, my guy.
No, when you say
That
is
you
it
can-
true, right?
Is this a thing that you can do?
Is this a thing I can do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so
I
you can write down the proposition Vishnu has being.
If someone tells me to write this
By
proposition,
the way, that implies that Vishnu has being, or that implies that Vishnu has being is a proposition.
that doesn't imply there's a proposition.
Sure,
When I'm saying
otherwise-
write down
otherwise
the
it's not something
proposition,
you can do.
If someone takes, if you're taking it to be a proposition and I write it down, right, based upon what you're asking me to do,
I'm just asking, look, I'm not taking a position of whether it's a proposition at all. The point is I asked you, can you write down a proposition Vishnu has being? And you said, yeah. Which implies that Vishnu has being is a proposition. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to write down a proposition Vishnu has being.
I already told you it's logically possible, but I'm telling you that it wouldn't be a proposition. So when you ask me a question earlier,
So it's not logically possible then that you can write down a proposition Vishnu has being if Vishnu has being is not proposition.
yeah, and that's the
not
distinction.
logically possible.
And that's
There's
it's
no
not
derivable
log-
contradiction.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, you're not listening. That's the point I was going to give to you now, right? Because when you ask me the question earlier, can I do this? Yeah, if someone takes it to be a proposition, right, then of course, right, I can write that proposition down. That's what I thought you was asking me. But then when you ask me the question now again, oh yeah, like, can you write this proposition down? Of course, I can't write this proposition down because it's not going to be a proposition. So of course, it can't be written down.
So it is your contention that it's just not, it's a non-propositional statement
It's
to
not
say
a
that Vishnu has
proposition.
being.
It's not
It's
a
just
proposition. It's a sentence.
non-propositional sentence. Fine.
I can write. Wait, hold on. Bear in mind. Right, I can write down the sentence. Right, Vishnu has been.
Obviously,
It wouldn't be a
look,
proposition.
I understand you can write down the sentence. So can you
Okay,
write down
that's
the
what I meant by it.
can you write down the sentence, or can you write down a proposition that reads God has being?
That reads God has been.
Yeah,
and
that is the representation of the proposition in the English language.
the representation of the proposition.
Yeah, if you take a proposition to be an abstract thing, then the proposition is represented in some
the
language,
sentence
in this
can
case in
seem.
English.
Yeah, the sentence can appear to express a proposition, but it wouldn't be a
Yeah,
proposition.
so is
But the
there a
point- but the
proposition?
point
Is there a
Look at this.
and look, I don't know what the issue is here. Like it seems like,
Yeah, because
like
Brian,
the
that-
dodging is really problematic
It's
here.
not dodging. It's not dodging
Okay,
down because propositions.
so
are
in the
not
same
being-
sense
they'll
that
be abstract
Vishnu
in
has
other way.
being is non-propositional, what about the sentence God has being? Is that non-propositional?
Is that going to be non-propositional?
Yeah.
God has being, right, and if it's again notional, it's going to be propositional.
Okay, so we're just special pleading here.
It's not special pleading. I can
It's
give him
absolutely specific. Vishnu has being is non-propositional. So
the reason why
has being propositional makes it truth apt.
the
But
reason
Vishnu
why
has being is not truth apt.
the reason why
Enormous blunder. Like that's like
reason.
What an idiot, dude. How annoying can you be? Holy shit.
Hey, Robin.
Hey,
How's it
How are
going?
you?
I'm good. Nobody
Good to
on
see you.
fire. How annoying can you be? That is, is that a, are you giving them something to try to live up to or what?
Wait, what? I was talking about you.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, okay.
Sorry.
just the right timing.
Yeah, I was kidding.
I know.
Sorry.
I know.
Blue Phoenix wouldn't know,
Insane.
though. Blue Phoenix won't come talk to anybody.
Oh, Blue Phoenix is just,
I know. He's just
They're
an angry
blowhard.
troll.
The reason why I can give you the reason why I don't know why you interrupt
Yeah,
me.
please.
The reason
You just
why I
blow
can
in
say
from stupid
that
town.
what's it called? The proposition God exists has been, right? That's going to be propositional because I can reason from the effects to the cause for me to conclude that God exists. Whereas, right, it cannot be the case, right? No, in fact, if I reason from the effects to the cause for God exists, and there's going to be other information which shows that Vishnu doesn't exist, right? Then it cannot be the case that if I state the sentence Vishnu has being is going to be propositional. Because given what I just demonstrated, it's not going to be the case. Where he
It would
exists.
just be false. It would just be false that Vishnu has being.
It wouldn't be false. Wait, so you say, well, are you treating being
So
as
wait
a
a minute.
predicate?
Are you telling me it's not false
Are you
that
treating-
Vishnu
are
has
you treating-
being?
Hold on. Are you treating being as a predicate here? Are you treating it
Yeah,
as a
you just did it when you said that God has being.
I said being can be treated as a predicate.
Yeah,
right?
so
And when
in
I'm
the,
saying
in the sentence,
and-
God, in the
and-
sentence
wait,
has,
hold on,
God has being. You're treating has being as a predicate here.
Let me land. Grammatically, it's being treated as a predicate. Yes, right, but
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that we're saying existence is going to be something which is part of
I didn't
God.
say existence. I said has being.
It has being or has existence is going to be synonymous here, right? So I can interchange between both. So has being, right, doesn't mean that being is going to be something which is part of it. You know that, right? It's not going to be like some feature which is super added to.
Yeah,
You know
sure.
that.
That's why I'm. So then, in what way
Okay,
can?
so it wouldn't be-
I'm sorry.
so-
Hold on. I'm sorry. In what sense then can has being be a predicate?
So it has because predicates.
If it's not a feature, if existence is not a predicate, and existence is synonymous with having being, then it seems like that having being can be a predicate.
Because predicates and features are really distinct, and the feature here is going to be properties. Oh my goodness, can I please speak?
You can. I'm allowed to laugh though.
You can laugh, right? But you laughing is just going to show about what you just said made no sense. So,
Sure.
Are you saying that predicates and features are not going to be like distinguished?
They can be.
Okay, so if they can be, right, that means when we say, like, for example, we have a sentence, right? Let's say, let's say we have a sentence, right? Spider-Man is, Peter Parker, right? Or Spider-Man is fun, right? We can see that within the sentence itself, right, there's going to be a subject predicate form, right?
Yeah.
And do you believe that that's going to be a proposition?
Sorry. What was the actual sentence that you said?
The sentence subject.
Spider-Man has something, or Spider-Man is
Spider.
something.
So when we have Spider-Man is going to be the subject, and we say no, he has a car, right?
Spider-Man has
Is
a
that
car,
going to
sure.
be a proposition? Okay, is
Yeah,
that going to be
I
a
would take that to be a
proposition?
proposition. Sure.
And do you take and you said existence earlier is going to be a predicate, right?
I was just trying to use whatever you were
No,
using.
no.
So...
You said existence is going to be a predicate, right?
No,
So
I'm agnostic on the issue. But I'm trying to work within your understanding.
Well, I never wait. Well, when I asked you earlier if existence goes, you take existence to be a predicate. You said yes. You could be agnostic about it and still lean to like one side.
So the
No.
reason I was a little bit perplexed
hold
here-
on.
Just sometimes when you're talking about whether or not something exists, sure, existence can be a predicate. Like, this is so stupid. He's just like, why is he doing this? He's saying like, I'm going to talk about the existence of Vishnu being false. I'm going to talk about the existence of God being like a true proposition. But then now that you've even acknowledged that that's allowed in our conversation, now Blitz is treating existence as a predicate, like in like some type of general sense. Like, that's batshit insane.
Yep, just special plating.
let me
No,
let
you
me land.
hold on.
No,
I
no, no, no.
let
Because
you
you wanted to
bit.
give.
So,
I want
look,
to
the reason why I'm
expose you. No,
confused
no,
is because
no,
you
no,
said
don't,
has being
no, no,
can
no,
be a
no, no, no,
predicate,
no, no,
but you also said that has being
don't.
is synonymous
No, no, no,
with
no, no,
has
no,
existence.
Why are you
And so,
interrupting?
how can it be that
Why are you
has being
interrupting?
can be a
Why
predicate?
are you
but
interrupting me?
Has existence
Why
can't
are
be a
you
predicate?
interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
Because it's my turn to talk.
No, it isn't my turn. What is that? It's not your turn to go. What are you doing?
It
It's my
is.
turn.
Yeah, that's why I was interrupting you. Otherwise, I wouldn't
No,
have
it
been
isn't.
interrupting you if it wasn't my turn to talk.
How is it your turn to talk if I haven't finished making my
Because I
point?
interrupted you.
Okay, so it's my turn to talk, and you just interrupted me so you can have a turn to talk.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so then it's my turn to talk. So I don't know why you interrupted me. So, anyways,
Because it's my turn to talk. That's why I interrupted you.
Yeah, but okay, so you interrupted me without me finishing the point. So what point was I going to give?
I think that you were just confused about my point, which is actually why I interrupted
so
you.
how can you? So you think I'm confused about something which I haven't finished making my point? So what was I
because you were
confused about?
addressing my view of whether or not existence is a predicate, but the point I was making had nothing to do with my view.
Well, the point was okay. Of course, the point which you was making had nothing to do with your view. But my view is that predicate can be treated as a predicate, such that it's going to be something contained in a grammatical sentence, right? Grammatical sentences doesn't necessarily mean that just because the individual writes it down as a sentence, it's going to be propositional. That's what I mean by that, right? And
Obviously.
you earlier,
Obviously.
obviously, that's the whole point. But when you
just because you can write something down doesn't make it a proposition.
Okay, but when we have a sentence,
nobody's confused about this.
And well, you are confused about it because when I
I'm
said
literally not. If you think I'm
existence can
confused
be
about this, then
treated
you
as a
haven't been
predicate.
understanding or paying attention.
So if I say existence can be treated as a predicate, right, within a grammatical sentence, does it mean that I'm saying that existence is going to be a feature super added to God?
Well, I generally are you asking me for my view, or are you asking you under your
I'm talking about in
worldview?
relation to me. I'm talking about my worldview.
Existence is like a property. Exists is the predicate. Like it's the action and what the subject is doing. Like a subject doesn't existence. Like that's just nonsense. But a subject exists.
So I assume that in your worldview, you take existence to not be a feature of a thing.
Okay, so if existence is not going to be a feature of a thing, and then when we say non-existence, right, is non-existence going to be, something which is going to be like, okay,
on your worldview, I suspect not. Like on the way that you use these terms. But look, so
if existence,
and maybe I can just clarify, and because I don't know why you keep bringing this up. My point is that earlier it sounded like you said that you can use has being as a predicate. Do you still agree with that?
It can be treated as a predicate within a
Does that mean that has being can appear as a predicate in a proposition?
It can appear as a predicate in a proposition.
Okay. Now you also said that has being. You also said that has being is synonymous. Please let me finish. You also said that has being is synonymous with has existence or does exist.
Yeah, my point is that has being, right, or has existence.
Wait a minute, hold on. I'm sorry, I wasn't done. Did you say that or did you not say that? That they can be synonymous.
You just said earlier. What?
That has being and has existence can be synonymous.
Yeah, and that's not what I'm negating. What do you think I'm negating?
So then it therefore
what do you think I'm
follows
negating?
that has existence can be a predicate, right?
Has existence can be a predicate within a grammatical sense. That's what I stated.
Yeah. So to be clear, you agreed that has being can be a predicate within a proposition. No. You said has being can be a predicate within a proposition. You also said that has being is synonymous with has existence, and now you're rejecting. At least that's what it sounds like. You're rejecting that has existence can be a predicate within a proposition, unless you think has existence can be a predicate within a proposition.
No, I said has being or has existence can be treated as a predicate which is contained in a sentence, right? But that doesn't mean that if it's a predicate, that's what I was trying to negate you, idiot. When you asked me, is this the case?
Just to be clear,
and you
don't think that has being can be a predicate within a proposition?
I'm saying has being it's not going to be a predicate in a proposition because existence.
Oh, so now you're just contradicting yourself, because earlier, and people can rewatch the replay because this is going on YouTube. Earlier, earlier you definitely said has being can be a predicate within a proposition. In fact, I think you said it not like 45 seconds ago. And I'm clarifying. Okay, so you don't think that has being can be found as a predicate in a proposition.
I'm making a distinction. Oh my goodness.
So then it's just not the case that it's just not the case that the sentence God has being is truth out.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, again, you're equivocating.
No, I'm just using the words as you define them.
You're equivocating. When I'm saying that, so when I'm speaking about predicate in a proposition, it's going to be distinct from a predicate within a grammatical sentence.
I'm aware. I'm very aware. That's why I'm very specific about the proposition being founded or the predicate being found in a proposition. I'm very, very clear about this.
Calm down. And when you asked me earlier, is that has being be treated as a predicate, and then you said
within a proposition. To be clear, I
said,
not 2 minutes ago I asked you whether or not being is a predicate that can be found within a proposition.
I said no, and then when I was trying to explain to you, you interrupted me.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm going to mute you just for a second so then we can replay the live.
Okay, replay it out, bro.
Yep. Predicate within a proposition. Unless you think can be a predicate within a proposition. You hold on. I just want to get to the part where I asked you the question.
Consensus, that's what I stated.
Yeah. So to be clear, you agree that has being can be a predicate within a proposition. Oh, we have to go back further. Maybe it's like 3 minutes. Well, I generally are you asking me to assume that it
wants to be a feature thing
that you use these terms? Why you keep bringing this up being as a predicate? Okay, here we go. Earlier that.
It can be treated as a predicate within a.
Does that mean that has being can? You also said, let me finish. You also said that has.
Yeah, my point is that has being, right, or has
can be synonymous. Wait a minute, hold on. I'm sorry, I wasn't done. Did you say that or did you not say that? That they can be synonymous. Can be synonymous. Has
yeah, and that's the one negating grammatical senses. That's what I stated.
Yeah, so to be clear, you agree that has being can be a predicate within a proposition. No. You said has being can be a predicate within a proposition. You also said that has being is synonymous with has existence, and now you're rejecting. At least that's what it sounds like. You're rejecting that has existence can be a predicate within a proposition, unless you think has existence can be a predicate within a proposition.
No, I said has being or has existence can be treated as a predicate which is contained in a sentence, right? But that doesn't mean that it's a predicate. That's what I was trying to negate you with you.
Also, just to be clear,
no, we don't.
So you don't think that has being can be a predicate within a proposition?
I'm saying has being it's not going to be a predicate in a proposition because existence.
Oh, so now you're contradicting yourself.
Where did I see you? Where did I see you? See, dumbass. You see? Stop interrupting me.
Where did I see? Did you not hear it?
I said has being is not going to be a predicate because it's in the proposition.
You agreed to it in the replay.
No, I didn't. Replay again. Go on. Replay again.
Okay. Does that mean that has being can appear as a predicate in a proposition?
It can appear as a predicate in a proposition.
Okay. Now here.
I was legit reiterating what you're saying.
Does that mean that has being can appear as a predicate in a proposition?
It can appear as a predicate in a proposition.
Okay. You just said it.
Bro, oh my goodness, bro. When I'm saying it can appear in a predicate as a proposition, I already explained to you that it's logically possible for someone to treat as a predicate in a proposition. That's what I said to you earlier. I don't know why you actually... That doesn't mean I treat it as a predicate within a proposition. There's a distinction.
Okay, to be clear, if we were miscommunicating with each other, that's fine. I just want to know your position. Do you think
I already told you my position? I said.
Okay, now is your position that has being cannot appear as a predicate in a proposition?
I was repeating what you said. That's what I typically do, so I can understand what's been said. I said to you.
Clearly understand.
I said to you
when you just said the thing that you said that you disagreed with.
Oh my goodness, bro! I said. The predicate being can be treated as a proposition. When you first initially ask me, it's logically possible, right, for someone to say that a predicate has, like, predicate being is going to be
someone to say.
I'm saying,
so slimy.
What do you mean? Did you qualify earlier?
It's logically possible for someone to say that. No, I'm just asking, can being actually be a predicate in a proposition?
I already told you it isn't. Like, existence is going to be treated as a predicate in a proposition because existence isn't going to be a predicate.
Okay,
that's what I said to you.
So,
and I told you earlier,
existence can also not be used as a predicate in a proposition.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because I'm trying to get to the heart of the matter, and you seem to be.
No, you're not, because you keep interrupting me, and you don't understand.
I'm really trying to get to the heart of the matter. So
you really don't? Is that why you were scared?
So has being.
I actually said it's going to be a grammatical sentence.
So has being cannot appear as a predicate in a proposition.
Is in my view, no.
Right. Okay. So it is. So the statement "God has being" is not truth apt.
Is not truth apt. No, it's not going to be true. It's not going to be truth apt.
Okay.
Because what we mean by
we'll take it there.
Yeah, W concession.
What the fuck, dude? Like, I've never seen anyone talk about the form of a sentence for so long. What the fuck?
Yeah, that literally was for like fucking 30 minutes straight.
That's like fucking batshit insane, dude. What the fuck?
Blitz was like, a fucking oral surgeon, just like surgically pulling teeth.
Can you have a predicate before the subject? I don't fucking know, dude. Sure, I don't care. Just fucking.
Let me call my
English
sentence?
What's the goddamn sentence? We don't need to talk about sentences for 30 minutes.
Exactly. Oh, Ian. Hell yeah. I'm going to go have a smoke quick. I'll be right back.
All right. This one's about the same length. but hopefully not as frustrating. But judging by the title, it will be just as frustrating. The title
How long is the
Christian
same
Logic.
length?
40 minutes.
Fuck me.
Welcome in, Gretchen.
You guys couldn't have started with Ian since I wasn't here.
I mean, it was a Philbro call from Blitz.
The last call was I didn't think you'd want to be a part of the last one.
Yeah, you would have hated that.
Oh well, I didn't. Well,
I hated that.
odds are this
severely
is
hated
going to be a thing. Got a new song for you guys.
Oh, you're allowed to build sentences.
Well,
You're gonna hate it.
Are you gonna play it now, or can I go smoke first?
I'll go smoke first.
All right, be right back.
I'm gonna put the banner up.
Of course.
Let's fucking go, Ian.
Okay, well that's the green light.
From God.
Go ahead. I can just go back to mezzo for a little bit.
Yep,
I'm cool.
How old are you?
I am 23.
Yep. And what religion?
I am a Christian.
Yeah. What makes you think that God exists?
I actually was I'm interested in learning a little bit more about kind of your perspective of why God is not real.
Sure, go for it.
And that's
Oh,
more
yeah.
of an open question.
Yeah. That's fine. Okay, so I think that there are problems with various models of God. I think probably like the biggest problem that I have with your model of God is that it just seems like there should be like way less horrific suffering in the world. You know, we have this being who's perfectly loving, infinitely empathetic, maximally good. He always does the most good thing. He has the power to do anything. And we live in like a world where people get raped to death. Like it just seems like it couldn't possibly be the case that the world is governed by like an all good being.
Why would you this is not me stating my position, it's asking a question. But why do you think that those things that you just said, for example, I'll go all the way.
Yeah.
We'll go all the way. So why do you think that rape is bad?
Yeah, the reason why it's bad is because necessarily we all have a right to freedom and well-being, and rape deprives people of that. So it would just be in violation of like objective moral standards.
Why do we all have a
Yeah.
right to our freedom of well-being?
Yep. Okay. So I'm an agent. What that means is that I take actions to achieve goals. But in order to achieve any of my goals, I need my freedom and well-being, which means that I need for you to not interfere with that, which means that I'm saying that I have a right to it. But if I have a right to my freedom and well-being just because I'm an agent, then I must, to be logically consistent, conclude that all agents have a similar right, which is why it would be like objectively bad to do that.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions on that.
Yeah.
I think the biggest question that I think I could kind of keep going down the rabbit trail of like, why do you say that you have that right? And I could kind of keep, I'm sure we could keep going back and forth on that. Well,
Please.
yeah, I mean, you say you're an agent, but why does being an agent give you any sort of right at all?
Yeah, for the reason that I just told you, because in order to take any action at all, you would need your freedom and well-being.
Why do you need to take action though? That's
what an agent is. An agent is somebody who takes actions to achieve goals. If you don't take actions to achieve goals, then you're not an agent.
Is that a little bit of a circular argument?
No,
Can you see what I'm
in no way, shape, or form is any of that circular.
Well, so you're saying that since you're an agent, you have the right to take action, but what makes somebody an agent is the right to take action.
No, the fact that they take actions to achieve goals is the thing that makes an agent an agent.
So the fact that they take actions to achieve goals is what makes them an agent.
Yes, yeah.
But them being an agent gives them the right to take actions.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So the descriptive fact that they take actions to achieve goals is what makes them an agent. And the fact that they are an agent necessarily commits them to the normative view, the non-descriptive normative view that they have the right to freedom and well-being.
Okay. I think, I hope that at least other people can see that's a little bit of a circular argument, even if it's not entirely. I think
that's circular.
I think I understand where you're coming from, that you're speaking more about the description of what that agent is, but you're not speaking to the properties that make that person an agent or that make something an agent in the first place.
No, I am. The properties are that you take actions to achieve goals.
Okay. So why is it that an agent needs to have free will?
Oh, I don't think I made the claim that they need to have free will. So my claim is that they have a right to freedom and well-being.
Why is that?
Yeah, because in order to take any action at all, which all agents do, you would need your freedom and well-being, which means that you need for others to not interfere with it, which means that, you're claiming a right to it.
So you're consistent on that argument across the board?
Yep. I think that this argument, like the place that it arrives at, that all agents have a right to freedom and well-being, I think that that's largely a good encapsulation of our obligations to others. I think that we have certain obligations to self still, but I think that these are like necessary obligations to others.
Yeah. When you are, I would assume, maybe I shouldn't assume, I'll ask, what would that conclusion then bring to, let's say, somebody who committed a crime?
Mm-hmm. Like what?
Like, do they lose their right to well-being and to freedom?
Yeah. Because in order to universalize it, all you can do is universalize it prima facie. You can't universalize specific things like violations of people's freedom and well-being when they did not first violate other people's freedom and well-being. That's not universalizable. So you can only universalize depriving people of freedom and well-being once they've deprived others of that. So when somebody has deprived somebody else of the right to freedom and well-being, at that point, you can take corrective steps to, minimize people's freedom and well-being in order to, stop them from committing violations.
But what about their ability to make decisions as an agent?
They can't universalize their actions. So
you're not consistent with that.
No, wait, sorry, what was the contradiction there?
My question originally was, are you consistent?
You said I was inconsistent. So what's the contradiction?
So
was there none?
Clarifying.
Okay.
I'm clarifying for you.
Yep.
My question originally was, are you consistent across the board with the idea that agents should have the freedom to make those decisions, and that the primary focus should be agents? I believe it was well-being and one other thing. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, freedom and well-being. People have the prima facie right to it. So prima facie means that there's like a reason to respect everybody else's freedom and well-being, and sometimes that reason gets overridden by the fact that
who determines what that reason is?
What the reason is? Logic. Yeah. Logic necessitates the reason.
Logic does.
Yeah.
Like the rules of logic notate.
Yeah, like the laws of logic, like the law of non-contradiction. Yeah.
Where did we get the laws of logic?
The laws of logic can be derived on the basis of things that literally can't be denied.
That says who?
Sure. I mean, if you try to deny something like the law of identity, you think that there's an object that, isn't identical to itself, then what you're going to be committed to saying is that there's like this thing and its identity is that it's not identical to itself. So you've still ascribed it an identity. So you've bought back into the law of identity in the attempt to deny the law of identity. The laws of logic are inescapable. That's what makes them laws of logic.
I think this brings us back to the point that the gentleman, I believe 3 people ago, spoke about briefly, where he was talking about, I believe he was a Catholic or something along those lines, and he was speaking about not trusting your brain if it's from the process of an unguided process, et cetera. I think that point overall does address what you're saying. I think I understand your perspective,
but how does my response to it not address the addressing of my point?
Well, because at the beginning, at the end of the day, right? Okay. Time, space, matter, all of those things came into existence at the same time. They have to.
Not granted. Why would I think they came into existence at all?
So you think that, okay, that's great. I appreciate that. That actually helps. That clarifies for me, because I was just kind of assuming, like I said earlier, that's a problem, but I was assuming that you are a believer in kind of the Big Bang and everything starting at the Big Bang and nothing existing prior. Is that not the case?
I do believe in the Big Bang, but I don't think that the Big Bang is the start of things. I think that there are things prior to the Big Bang.
So do you think that the universe in some way has existed for eternity?
Yeah.
Okay. So this helps me, because they're really the only 2 options. And I feel like I appreciate the fact that you're at least consistent on that question, because the only 2 options are either that something existed for eternity, right? Like, I mean, that's the only option, right? Something has to existed for all of eternity. To say that nothing existed and then there was a Big Bang, it's just kind of a goofy. That's pretty silly. So it helps me to understand that that's where you're coming from. Obviously, my belief would be that the thing that has existed for all eternity is something that is outside of time, space, and matter, which would be a God. Whether that God is loving and personal and all those types of things that you hold against, whether that's the case or not is a separate question. But
this is going to come down to how Collar defines eternity, because if you go with like a classic definition, like for all of time, you can't be eternal if you're outside of time. You're simply timeless or atemporal, and so that's different from being eternal.
I think what you just said leads to a contradiction.
What's that?
I think what you just said leads to a contradiction. Sorry to interrupt, but okay. Do you think that God's act of creating was eternal, or do you think that it begins to exist?
God is outside of time, so technically eternal. But
Yeah, sure.
I
Then
think
creation itself is eternal because God's act of creation necessitates it.
I think that in a sense, God is, since as he, like I said, is outside of time, then that creation would, in a sense, be eternal, but not in the standard sense that we think about when something happens. You know, obviously the world was created in a time frame when we think about time as humans, but to God, that time is nothing. He can be in the moment of creation. He can be a million years after the moment of creation. All of that type of stuff is.
There isn't like a moment of creation though, because creation always existed, right? God's act of creation is eternal.
In a sense, not in its entirety.
In the sense that it doesn't begin to exist is what I mean by eternal. By eternal, I mean like something that exists but doesn't begin to exist.
God would be the thing that does not begin to exist. He is eternal himself.
Yeah.
But his actions, what you're saying, to your point, his actions create things that have not always existed. For example, human beings, we have not always existed, but we believe that we are a part of God's creation. That doesn't mean that we are eternal in that sense, but in another sense, once we are to pass, you know, from our viewpoint, once we are to pass from this world, then we will go into eternity. It doesn't mean that we're eternal in the sense that we have no beginning, but we will live for the remainder of eternity after a point of beginning.
Yeah. So let's just get clear to make sure that we're not equivocating on the word eternal. When I say eternal, when I'm asking you questions about is this thing eternal, I'm asking you, do you think that this thing exists but did not begin to exist? So the question, do you think that God's, well, when I ask the question, what I mean is that. So don't answer like a different sense of eternal, answer that sense of eternal to make sure that we're not talking past each other. I know that words can have multiple definitions, but I'm clarifying to you in the question that I'm asking, you know, did God's act of creation come into existence from a state of non-existence, or is it eternal? That is to say, like it existed, but it didn't like begin to exist. It just always existed.
I think you are creating a conundrum that doesn't exist in reality.
Either it's eternal or it's not.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The conundrum you're creating is saying either it's eternal or it's not eternal. But the answer that a Christian would give is yes, it's eternal, but in a specific sense. You can't put that across the board and say yes, it's eternal in every sense of the word. Just like I would say that God is a fire.
Can you pause it a second?
Well,
Where'd everybody go?
Nobody dropped chat. Robin dropped. I don't see her in chat. And Gretchen's at Mezzo's.
Oh, right on. Well, I wasn't expecting that, but I wasn't expecting what I just saw when I went outside either, and that's why I asked you to pause, because I was going to tell you what just happened. It was pretty cool. So I've told you probably in the past, but and next to the building I live in, there's a ravine, and there's a colony of stray cats that live in the ravine. There's like 3 of them, and we feed them along with one of the other neighbors. And the neighbor downstairs like provides like medical care and has them registered with animal control, so they get like taken care of. But anyways, we got them neutered and spayed. There's 2 girls and a boy, and when they sent them back to us, they told us that one of the girls had already been pregnant and didn't have and already had her litter. And we hadn't seen any, so we didn't know. We didn't expect anything. But when I just went outside, I saw like 4 or 5 little heads pop up over a curb. And there's like the tiniest little kittens, like maybe 3 or 4 inches long, the cutest things you've ever seen. All like mama's teaching them where they can go get food in the middle of the night. Too skittish to approach me yet, but I'll get some pictures and post them in the Discord once I can. But definitely
That's adorable.
Right? Wasn't expecting to be overloaded with cuteness. If they would have approached me and let me pet them and stuff, I probably would have stayed out there for half the night.
Yeah. Good night, Hizzle.
But anyways, that's all. I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the pictures in the Discord.
Yeah, it'll be cool. I immediately ran back in and grabbed my wife. I was like, "You got to come see." I was like, "I'm pretty sure we have more kittens. We have more mouths down there." And she's like, "No shit!" And she jumped up and she ran outside. But they went into hiding by the time she got out there. But that was my first time seeing them. So, yeah, definitely. But all right, can you help me set me up here? Like, what's the context? What's going on?
Right now, yeah, Ian's giving the argument for what were they going over? Whether God's act of creation is eternal or not. You're familiar with this common argument from Ian. Yeah. And
was
so
he eternally creating?
Right. Or did he begin to create? And Caller is making all sorts of claims like oh, God's outside of time and space and all that. And so Ian's currently dealing with that nonsense.
I don't understand how that right there just isn't a concession that it doesn't exist. How could that mean outside of the only thing we know a way things can exist? If it's outside of that, I don't see how you're just not saying that's out of existence.
Yeah.
And that makes zero sense to me. Like, you're how is that not just saying you're just saying God does not exist? I don't think that's what they intend to say, but if you're placing it outside of existence itself, then that's the only thing it can mean in my mind. I just don't know what you're talking about then.
So I would say something like things within reality are real. Reality includes everything in space-time. If God is outside of space-time, then God is outside of reality, and therefore God's not real.
Right. Yeah. Done. Over. Like, I don't understand how there's any coming back from that. I understand that they will argue both batshit insane points till they're blue in the face.
Yeah.
But I don't understand why they don't recognize what anyone else can recognize, or what I don't get it.
Yeah, let's dive right back in.
I'll get there. I will answer. I promise I'm not just trying to jump around, but I will say, just like I would say God is a father, God is my father, in the sense, obviously God is not my biological father. You know, he had sex with my mom, etc. But in the sense that God is my father, that he provides for me, etc. All that type of stuff. So to answer your question, you're saying, did God's creation, has it existed for all of
his active
eternity?
creation?
Oh, another thing I wanted to say.
Active creation. Okay.
I just remembered, I was just reading the Phildo Nerd Playtime banner. When I was watching Professor Dave's video, his tier list video, and no shade on Professor Dave, I love Professor Dave, but he keeps calling it a philo bro, and it sounds so weird to call it philo bro. Every time he says philo bro, I'm like, what is he talking about? He means Phil bro. I don't know. He calls it a philo bro.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you seen that video yet?
Not yet.
If you want to throw it in the playlist, I'm down to watch it. You don't have to watch it tonight or anything, but I mean, at some point, if you want, whenever you wanted to, I'd be down.
Yeah, I'll add that to the queue.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
because I would say his creation has existed for all of eternity and never came into beginning. But I would say his active creation, for certain things, is not eternal. Because if you're talking about his active creation of the earth itself, that earth itself was not eternal. But his active creation itself is eternal, because he is always able to and always has been able to create things for all of eternity. So
I'm not asking.
In a sense, yes.
Active creation isn't like the capability, it's acting on the capability. So when I ask you, was God's active creation eternal? What I'm asking you is, was God eternally acting on his capability to create, thus like eternally bringing creation into existence, or did God go from not creating and then he began to
interesting
create?
Question.
And
I think
then,
I'd definitely look into that a little bit more. I think in a sense, I'd say yes. I would still say yes, because the Father begets, the Son is begotten. And so in that sense alone, the Holy Trinity is the idea that all three parties are essentially, like, I don't know what the right word would be, but like emanating from and to each other at all times. They are all necessary for each other. So they're all creating each other's presence. They're all accepting each other's presence. So in that sense, yes, God has always been eternal and eternally active in his creation. Yeah.
Sure. So then you would say that creation itself is eternal.
No, I would not.
Okay, but does God's act of creation necessitate the existence of creation?
But I just gave an example of that. I just gave an example of that. So those three
Your
parties are
example did
actively
the opposite, right? Your example was an example of how when God eternally creates something, that it's eternally created, like it eternally exists.
No, that would
You
be
didn't give the
specifically-
example that like the Father eternally begets the Son,
That's what I'm
which means
saying.
that the Son is eternally begotten.
So
So
Was
God
that
doesn't
lag
eternally
actively-
exists in this-
in
hold
the
on, man.
video?
Well, I didn't see any lag.
Oh, then it must be me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop and come back.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
So God actively doing that for the Holy Trinity would not mean that he has to actively do that for everything else eternally. So just because that's the case with the Holy Trinity does not mean that all of the rest of creation is now eternal in its entirety, as its being. So the earth is not eternal, but the Holy Trinity is eternal. So I'm giving you the sense that yes, God is actively eternal in his creation. In that specific sense, he is, which gives him that property, which means he's not changing. But when he's creating the earth, he's choosing to make the earth as have a beginning and then eventually have an end as well.
So does he go from not creating the earth to creating the earth?
It would depend on what sense you're talking about.
Yeah, like at some state of affairs, he's not creating. Then there's a state of affairs where he is creating.
I'll say yes, just for you.
Then
I'll
God
let you get to your point. I'll let you get to your point. You can say that, but he doesn't change. I just gave you an example.
But
of
he
how
does
doesn't
change, right? Like if you go from having a
You're good,
potential
Ian.
to
I
do
appreciate
something
you, man.
and then
You're good.
actualizing that potential,
No,
then
because
that's a
like I
change,
just
right?
said,
If you
he's
actualize
always-
the potential, that's a change. If I go from sitting down to standing up, I changed from sitting down to standing up. If God goes from not creating to creating, then he changes
I
from
don't
not
understand what
creating to
laughing is
creating.
supposed to do
And if he
to-
changes from not creating
That's
to
not
creating,
what
then he
refute that.
changes.
Or can you address the verse that you're speaking of in the Bible when it says that God does not change? Because what you're talking about is not it's saying
I
that
don't think
God
I
never
said
does something.
that God doesn't change. I think that I'm
Okay.
telling you that follows that God would change.
Okay, when you're talking about change, though, the word change is an important word. So
Yeah, I agree.
obviously, God does at one point, when we look at time, because like I said earlier, God is outside of time. So
Yeah.
for him, it's not at one point. But for us, at one point, yes, God is doing something. He splits the Red Sea, right? That's at one point in time,
Yeah.
and then he's not splitting the Red Sea the next second. So
And
yes,
I'm
to
telling
answer
you
your
that's a
question,
change.
it's not a change to his character. It's not a change to his being. It's not a change to his capability.
Well, I don't think
But
I said any
yes,
of that. I think I
Right,
just said
so
that that's him actualizing a potential at one point that he's not actualizing at a separate point.
Do you see the reason as to why I am addressing the fact that he's not changing his divine nature, his being, his character,
I
any
think,
of those
Frank,
things?
if I'm gonna be frank with you, I think that you're doing it because you're trying to obfuscate
No, I'm doing it
away from the
because
point, right? The
No,
point's very
the
simple.
reason I'm doing
it's
it
just
is because-
God goes from not actualizing a specific potential, and then he begins to actualize that specific potential.
Okay. So what is the? Can you get to the point of like where that leads?
God changes.
Okay. In
The
what sense?
changes the actualization of the potential.
In what sense does God change?
He changes from not creating, and then he actualizes his potential to create, and then he creates.
Sure, we agree. At
Sure.
certain- in
Then
certain
God's in
things, sure.
time. A thing that changes is in time, because in order to change, you need to exist at one
Because
moment.
you-
and
Why
then
is
at a
that
different
funny?
moment.
There's nothing
Whenever
funny
something
about
changes,
that.
it goes from a past state, and then it changes into a present state.
No, because when we're looking
You
at
don't think
things from
a
our
change has a
perspective,
before and an after?
when we're looking at things from our perspective, we are inside of time. So we can only see the things that God is doing at the time that he does them. When God is doing those things, again, since he is outside of time, he is eternally doing those things in the sense that you just stated. Yes, at every point in time, technically, because God is outside of time, he can always go to the moment. He is always present in the moment in the fact that he split the Red Sea. But for us, when we're looking at time as a narrative and we're looking at history, then yes, God did not actually, he's not eternally
Time
splitting
as
the
a
Red
narrative.
Does anyone else hear that turning signal? Is caller driving?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to that.
I
You
swear.
want to back
I
it
heard
up a second?
Well, I think it's still going.
Okay.
here on earth for us at all times. So God is outside of time in the sense that he can always be present in the moment of time when he did something,
I'm not
and that
hearing
moment
it.
of time to him is always present and is always active, and
Yeah.
he is always doing that for us.
Yeah, but that just can't be right. Do you agree that a change
You
has a
still
before and
hear
an
it?
after?
From our perspective, I would say, yeah,
From
but
God's
not
perspective, does a change have a before and an after?
It
There it
depends
is.
again which sense you're talking. This is what you're playing all these semantic games of
Just
talking.
you don't know
Like,
what
I
the
think
word
you
change
understand
means?
exactly. I think you understand exactly what I'm saying. It's just like me saying earlier that yes, God is a father.
I have
I
no
just want
idea
to
what
be
this
clear.
word.
I don't think that you should be throwing out this accusation because right now, currently, you're literally pretending like you don't know what the word change means.
No,
Right.
because there are different definitions in words, are there not?
There are different definitions of words. I'm using the standard definition of the word change.
Can you explain that standard definition?
Something like the actualization of a potential, something like becoming different, something like having a property at one moment that you don't have at another moment. One of those things.
Okay. So no, he does not change.
Okay, but does a change have a before and an after was my question.
Again, yo, we're just going back and forth in the same circle
You
right
can't
now.
answer
This
it
is
like a yes or
immediately.
no
This
question.
guy always giggles first.
Yeah. And the answer is obviously yes. Like changes must have a before and after state.
Yeah.
Like before the change happened, after the change happened. And like, a change is like when the property set, is different from the previous property set.
If it's not the same, it's changed. Giggling doesn't make it any. It's like there's no like pretending that you are that you have some realization that makes it obvious to you that would warrant a giggle. But you can't explain it to anybody. Like it's just a performance, and I think it's obvious to all of us. But I mean, there's a lot of people that think that are impressed by that type of performance. It drives me crazy.
I think we could go on to a more specific response of what you were talking about
I'm
earlier.
not going to let you pivot.
Because I think that
I'm not going to let you
I'm not
pivot.
pivoting at
Stop
all.
pivoting.
I think I've answered your question very
Okay, I don't think
soundly
you've answered my
across this
question.
entire
It's a yes or no
conversation.
question. Do you think changes have befores and afters?
From a human perspective, sure.
From God's perspective?
Again, it would depend in which sense you're talking.
Can you give me a
But I
sense
would
of
say
change that doesn't have a before and an after?
From God's perspective?
Yeah, sure. But when you say change, what does that mean?
That it has a difference before and after, just like you said.
Then a change does have a before and an after by definition.
But from God's perspective, being
So
outside
from God's
of time,
perspective, what is
so
a change?
I'm trying to give you an answer right now. Actually.
Yeah, no. But I'm asking you, like, from God's perspective, what is a change?
I'm going to answer your previous question first, and then if you want me to answer that one, that's fine. But from
Okay.
God's perspective, being outside of time, let's say that you were outside of time right now, right? This conversation we've had the whole time, you would be able to be present in every single moment of that conversation, and you'd be able to be present in the moment when I earlier answered your question and later on when you kept asking the same question. So the change for you being outside of time, there would be no change because you are active in every single moment of that. There's no before and after for somebody who is in every single moment. There's no before and after. It's all present. Everything is current. So it's not that there is.
So color is basically like arguing for the potential for something to like hold contradictory properties, like if it exists at a time. Like God is both like doing and not doing the thing at the same time.
That's what it sounds like.
A change before and after. It's that everything is always present and active for God, who is in every single moment of human history. There's no difference of now and later to him if everything is now.
If God believes something, is it objectively true?
Yes.
So, and does God believe that there are any changes at all?
It would depend in which sense you're talking about the word, but yes, he does
from God's
believe there are
perspective.
changes.
Yeah, which
from a human
changes does God
perspective.
believe exists?
From a human perspective, there are lots of changes.
So God
that
believes that there are changes from the human perspective. From God's perspective, God believes from the human perspective that there are changes.
Because God is talking and communicating
How about let's
to
just
us
get
as
clear
human-
about
Wait,
one
I'm
single
answering your question.
perspective.
I'm answering your question. I
I
think you're
just
doing a
want to know
lot
from
of
God's
I think you're doing a lot of jumping around
I don't want
right
to.
now because you don't
I'm
want
literally in the
answer.
exact same place. I mean, if I'm jumping on anything, I mean, I'm jumping on like the answers.
I feel like you. I
right?
feel like you
'Cause they're,
know
like, stomped
what's
into the
coming,
ground.
and you're really trying to stop me.
Okay,
You
I think that you're trying to
understand what's happening, my
grandstand
brother.
because you're actually projecting the fact that you know what's coming and there's no way to stop me, which is why all you can
I
do
do
is
know what's
try to
coming.
meta and try to like stall. So what I'm going to ask you to do is just answer the question. From God's
trying to. You
perspective,
cut me off.
do things change? Like, does God's knowledge about reality ever change?
Does God's knowledge of reality ever change? No.
Yeah. No?
No.
Okay. And is God's knowledge of reality the sum total facts of existence?
Can you explain that for me a little bit more?
Yeah, just every true proposition, every true thing is God's knowledge, correct? God just knows all the true
Every
things.
true thing is God's knowledge. I guess I'd say yes to that. That's a very weirdly worded question, but I guess I'd say yes.
Okay, let's just write this all down as well. Okay, so God's knowledge doesn't change. God's knowledge is the set of all true facts Therefore, the set of all true
God's
facts
knowledge is it, but what does that question, what does that statement mean? God's knowledge is
doesn't
is
change.
the set of all true facts.
You know,
Is
which
God's
word
kno-
are you getting tripped up on? I think all these words are quite easy.
Yeah, but that is a very weird. Is it not
Could
a
you
very
could you tell me
weirdly
like the
worded
word
statement?
that's confusing you?
It's not confusion. It's more of just, I guess it's confusion with why you're choosing to word it that way.
I'm wording it this way because it's the premise that I'm going for. It's the thing that makes the conclusion follow. If it was worded some other way, then the conclusion wouldn't follow.
If it was worded some other way, the conclusion wouldn't follow. Okay. All
So
right, keep going,
do you
brother.
agree with premise 1 and premise 2?
God's knowledge does not change. God's knowledge is the set of all true facts. I think, yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah,
that
so
God's
then-
knowledge is more than just the set of all true facts, but yeah, sure. Yes.
Yeah. So oh wait, so God knows some false things?
Yes, he would have to know false things.
Oh,
You think you
no.
can know
Oh,
false
no.
things? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not even going to take the bait on that one. It's okay. That's like silly,
would
but
know
sure.
that something is
I'll take the debate on that. We traditionally define knowledge as, you know, justified true belief, and so like by definition you cannot know a false thing because it is not true. False things are not true, so you cannot know
Right.
it.
false. Yes.
Okay, but that it would be true that God knows that it's false.
Right.
So God
Yeah,
wouldn't
that's
know
what
how
I'm
to
saying. I
deceive
agree with your
God would
premise.
know
I'm
it.
just
That would
saying
just
that
be
You don't
fact
know.
that
it
the
sounds
thing
like
is
you're
true.
You don't know false things. Right? Wouldn't that follow?
From
If you don't, if God doesn't know God only knows true things.
yeah,
How could God tell a lie?
you could know how to tell a lie. Like you don't need to know a false thing to know how to tell a lie.
I guess that's true.
Like you could just like literally know the process without like knowing like what would input and compute out correctly.
But it definitely takes away from his all powerfulness.
Right, and like this you know also kind of like brings into question omniscience, because like it's not knowing all things, it's knowing all true things,
Yeah.
because you can't know something that isn't true.
Right.
It sounds like you're trying to limit. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that what you're saying is false. I'm just saying it sounds weirdly worded because it sounds like you're trying to limit.
Yep.
That's,
Okay.
that's all I'm doing.
So do you agree then that the set of all true facts doesn't change?
The set of all true facts doesn't change. Sure.
Yeah, sure. Then you just reject that change exists at all.
From God's perspective, being outside of time, then change would not exist. And
Yep,
the fact
okay.
that
From God's perspective, change doesn't exist.
but when he's communicating with human beings
God's
and talking to people who
perspective
he knows
is
that change
the
does exist for
objectively
in our current state,
true.
then he is communicating the existence of change.
If something is true from God's perspective, then it is objectively true. Absolutely. Therefore, it is objectively true, absolutely, that change doesn't exist.
It's a lot of
Is that correct?
brother. Sorry, I'm driving right now. From God's perspective, change doesn't
He just said he
exist.
was
If
driving.
something- Sorry, hold on.
Yep.
If something
Yeah, I thought I heard a turning signal earlier.
Yeah. Oh, I remember this call, and then I sent
You messaged Molly about
yep.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, it's my autistic ears. I
Yeah,
pick up on that
You're
shit.
definitely on that. You were dialed in.
is true from God's perspective, then it is objectively true. Absolutely. It's objectively true. So the change doesn't. No, I would not agree with C.
That's the conclusion. It follows from the premises.
It would not follow from the premises.
It does follow from the premises. I'm happy to
That does
demonstrate
not
that for
follow.
you. This follows by modus
I mean, we
ponens.
just
The inference rule is
explained
P.
that.
P implies Q. Therefore, Q. That's the.
I mean, you can say what you want, but it's just it
You
literally is
don't, you don't think
objectively
that
true
modus
that's not
ponens
true.
is, you don't,
Like,
think this,
what?
you don't think modus ponens is a valid
What?
inference rule? You don't think modus ponens is valid?
I don't know anything
You don't-
about what
so,
that,
okay.
so I won't speak to
It's-
that.
yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
gonna-
it's
I'm
like
not
an
gonna speak
inference
to it.
rule.
But what I
So
will say is
I can explain it
the
to you.
rule could be true, but the actual statements you just made can be false. And so
if the premises are true and they follow the rule, then the conclusion
those
follows
two premises
too.
do not create that conclusion. So the
They-
fact that change
But
exists
they
from
do
a
follow
human
the
perspective,
structure.
no, because you said objectively true, absolutely that change does
It
not
doesn't
exist.
follow
Whereas
syllogism.
we were
That
talking
follows
from
from
God's
premise 1 and
perspective.
premise 2. So
No, it
premise
does
1 is
not.
from God's perspective, change doesn't exist. Premise 2 is if something is true from God's perspective,
Do you
then it is
remember
objectively
when I
true
already gave
absolutely.
you?
Therefore, it
You're-
would just be objectively true absolutely that change doesn't exist.
You're funny, my
It's
guy.
like pretty
Do you
straightforward.
remember? Do you remember when I
I
already gave
kind of
you
feel
an
the same way
instance?
about you as well. I
No,
think you're
you
pretty
just
funny
don't
yourself.
want me to talk, man. Goodness,
You're
gosh.
kind of talking in the
I'm trying
middle
to
of my
answer your question.
sentence, but sure, go for it.
Okay.
I
Do
also
you
don't even think I
remember- I'm
asked you a
sorry,
question.
I'm
Wait,
getting- I'm getting
sorry,
animated. I'm sorry.
wait, sorry. What question did I ask you?
Okay, I'm trying to answer your statement. How about that?
Okay, sure.
Do you remember? This is a question, so I'll phrase it as a question. Do you remember when I already gave you an instance in which change does exist?
Yeah, that's a contradiction. Yeah.
Okay, how is it a contradiction?
Because you're committed to the view that it is objectively true, absolutely, that change doesn't exist.
No, I'm not.
You are. It just follows. Let me. Okay, I can
already
give
told you
you.
I'm not.
I can give you like a visual demonstration of why this follows.
Okay, can you steelman my position on why on the instance that change exists before you do that?
I think that what you want to say is that some things in existence change, like for example, that time, space, and matter all come into existence at the exact same time, but that contradicts what I'm about to show you that you're committed to. So, okay, can you see this? I got the circle here.
It's not a steelman of my instance. That's not what I asked, but.
Okay, so we got the circle. Let's just say the circle is like all of God's knowledge, right? You following along?
I see what you're writing.
Yep. Okay. So one of the things that God knows is that, one of the things God perceives is that change doesn't exist. God doesn't perceive change to exist. Correct? Is that accurate?
No, not correct.
You didn't say that earlier? You didn't say if I pull up this
Oh my
notepad, it doesn't
gosh.
have the premise that you agree to, that from God's perspective, change doesn't exist? You think
What
things
was it-
do
what was the-
change
wait,
in
wait,
God's
wait, wait, wait.
perspective?
What was the
Is that
statement
correct?
you just
You
made?
want
What
to
was
take
the
back
statement you just made? Do
you want
want
to
a
take back the
statement?
silly thing that you just said? You want to walk
What
it
was
back?
the statement you just
Okay,
made? Can you
I
repeat
can't
that
even blame
statement?
you, right? Like I'd be walking it back too after a blunder like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So right now it's that this circle is God's perspective, and then from God's perspective, change doesn't
You're getting
exist.
absolutely
Things
crushed.
don't change from God's perspective.
Oh my gosh.
You should do some more like nonchalant laughter. It'll cover up the anger.
Oh, okay. You're right. I got you, man. Again, I'm going to give you the instance one more time. I really, I mean, you guys can say, I know everybody's going to say I'm leaving to leave or whatever, but like I'm
They
getting
will.
to work right now. But
Okay.
yeah, I know they will. It's perfectly fine.
It's true
Hey,
as
you
well.
know.
It's true from God's
It's
perspective,
fine,
which
man.
means that it's
That's
true
from
objectively,
God's-
absolutely.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, I'm going to give you the instance one more time.
Hmm?
The instance is the fact that from a human perspective, right, we believe and we understand that change does exist because we are living inside of time. So we have a God that understands our knowledge, our ability, our understanding of existence. And so our God communicates with us. And in that communication with us, he is explaining things with the understanding that we see things in the view of change. From his perspective, outside of time, he sees everything at the same time, everything now and later and all of it together. So there is no change if everything is current. If everything is present, there is no change from that
Okay.
perspective.
doesn't
So it is
he
understand.
still
true from God's
understands.
perspective.
He still understands.
You keep
that
contradicting
change
yourself.
exists.
Even in
Flip-flopping.
God time,
It's
things
not
would be changing.
Yeah, like creating metagod time doesn't fix anything. It just like kicks the can down the road.
Yeah, he's God is still taking actions and doing things and moving about. I mean, it's changing in God time. Still changing.
Yep.
And Ian's establishing that they're just plain out demonstrating that, and he just doesn't get it. He's trying. I don't know what he's trying to exactly say. Like he's trying to say, like if you're in God time, if you're outside of the world time, that I don't know. You get this ability to you have like an umbrella over the. Like I mean, but he doesn't understand that he's still committed to the same temporal language and he's still talking about time and moving and changing. Even in God time, he's like totally lost on that. Oh, hey, Gretchen.
I guess Moses done.
Nice.
Cool.
How did it
So-
end tonight?
He left people hanging on the panel while he turned the music up
He always
Nice.
does
and
that.
walked the fuck away. Never gets old. Never
It
fucking
doesn't.
gets old. Hey, Puggles.
I joined Mezzo's group or join the channel or whatever today.
Yeah, I love how easy it is to get like the Christians inviting, like when they're together on that panel, like get them to disagree on like one little thing, and they'll completely go into like how different their theologies are.
Is nobody on fire still here?
No, he might be in chat.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Damn it. Fucking mentioned the song and he ran like a fucking low tier slow boy. Go ahead, bitch, run. You can't hide from me.
Oh, should we finish this clip? Looks like we got about 6 minutes left.
Cool. And then we play the song.
Okay.
Contradiction.
You keep on contradicting yourself. At first, you were saying from God's perspective, nothing changes. Then from God's perspective, things do change, and now you're back to from God's perspective, nothing changes.
When you're looking at things with no before, no after, is there any change when there's no before and after?
No, if there's only one thing, then there's no change.
Okay, there's no change from that perspective.
Yeah.
When you're looking at things as a human, from the perspective of seeing a before and after, is there a change?
Yeah, clearly. Yeah, that's why there's a contradiction. That's where the contradiction derives from.
Is it a contradiction, or is it just two different natures, two different essences?
One of the perspectives is objectively correct.
I think you're. It's like really silly because you're trying to disprove God from a human perspective instead of looking at the fact that God would be outside of humanity. The idea that God is not. There's no way that God can. It's not logic, though.
Well, wait. So okay, let's just go through it, right? So from God's perspective, so this circle is God's perspective. From God's perspective, one of the things that's in there is that change doesn't exist, right? Things are unchanging from God's perspective.
It's not one. No.
Okay, exactly. Now you flip-flopped once again. You've once more flip-flopped. You started off by saying from God's perspective, change doesn't exist.
And he's trying to pretend that he's being consistent.
Yeah, well, being like holy, the only thing that's been consistent from the color is their inconsistency.
Yeah, and it's like, are they not aware that this is being recorded to the internet for the rest of time? Like, we can check it. We can go back and listen to what you said. There's no point to do that.
Yeah, I think because Ian gets like their colors from TikTok, they just assume that Ian's only TikToking and not like multi-platting.
It doesn't save like that. Oh, it doesn't do VOD on TikTok, does it?
No. Yep.
I'm not familiar with TikTok.
It's also why so many callers are like, I'm recording this conversation, and Ian's like, cool, so am I. Like, it's on YouTube, buddy.
That makes so much more sense now.
Play.
Play
the video.
Okay.
Change does exist. And then you flip-flopped again. Change doesn't exist. And now you're back to change does exist. You keep flip-flopping.
I prefer Crocs, man, not flip-flops. But when you're talking about change doesn't exist, words matter. So when you say doesn't exist, obviously it exists in the fact that from a human perspective, then yes, of course.
God's perspective.
Yes, but God understands humanity.
From God's perspective.
So God understands humanity.
Exist?
Does he not?
Yeah, he would. From God's perspective, does change exist?
For humanity, yes.
Okay, sure. So then from God's perspective, change does exist. So then there are things within God's perspective that change?
It would depend in which sense you're talking. I've already answered this a million times. It's so insane that we're still talking about this.
It is so insane that you can't be even like a little bit honest.
Brother, I've already answered this so many times for you. Like,
yeah, you keep changing your answer, unfortunately.
Yeah, right.
You've given me two very clear answers, actually, which is the problem, right? You've given me both the answer yes and the answer no, is kind of the issue. So from God's perspective, maybe here's a better, this might be a better way of asking it. From God's perspective, does change occur?
It's really like, you just really have, you really have to stick to one silly thing because you understand that your point of view, when I ask you about your point of view, you understand
I stick to one silly thing because you can't answer it.
No, I mean, I answered it about 20 times. At this
you literally can't answer it consistently. From God's perspective, do things change?
It would depend in which sense you're talking about his perspective.
From God's perspective is the sense.
But his perspective is all-knowing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if his perspective is all-knowing,
why
do you keep interrupting me as soon as
because
I start
I'm trying
talking?
to clarify the sense. Calm down. No
I'm
need to get
giving
upset.
you. I'm helping you.
Whoa,
bro.
wait,
I'm
sorry.
helping
There's
you
no
out.
need to get triggered. I'm literally just trying to
I'm
clarify.
I'm
So wait, could you
laughing,
give me
bro.
an
You're
example?
so
Like,
funny.
from what sense do
I'm
things
literally
not
trying to
change?
do that, and
Whoa,
you
just
keep
calm down
interrupting.
there. No need to get
You're so
upset.
funny.
Seriously,
you're
let's
like an AI, bro. You're
whoa,
so funny.
let's calm down there. No need to get
You're
upset.
literally. I'm not.
Such
I'm
a
just loud.
stupid
I'm half
forced
black,
ass
man.
laugh.
I'm just loud. I'm not upset.
Right?
I
It's
promise you.
just it's so performative.
Yeah.
So
I'm
obviously
just saying.
performative laughter.
The the perspective that you're talking about, that would be.
He's got
That
nothing to
perspective
laugh
is
about.
all knowing. So if the
No.
perspective is all knowing,
He's
then
like
of
the
course he
only one
understands
in
that
on
from
the
other
joke.
people's perspectives, change does exist, which means change exists, right?
Sure.
But from his point of view, when he's looking at everything, nothing changes. That doesn't mean change exists.
Okay,
Or
sure.
change doesn't exist. I'm sorry.
So from God's point of view, nothing changes.
In the sense of looking at what's happening.
When God looks at what's happening, nothing changes. Is that correct?
Yeah, sure. From the perspective of being outside time, yeah.
If something is true from God's perspective, is it objectively absolutely true?
Yeah.
Sure. So then you
That
would
would
agree
make it
that,
absolutely true for everybody. That's not.
Oh
that's
wait,
not how that
sorry.
works.
So you think truth is relative?
No, I don't. What I'm saying
sure.
is.
Wait, is truth relative?
Okay,
or is it
wait, hold on,
universal?
hold on, hold
Is
on.
there
hold
an
on.
objective
This is-
truth in your
this is
worldview,
what
or
I'm
is there
saying.
not? You just
It's
flip-flopped.
true.
You became a
Wait, hold on.
relativist.
Hold on.
just
It's
fucked
true
up
that I am
again.
objectively always, all the time. I am half black, right? That doesn't mean you are objectively always half
No, I
black.
agree with
That's what
that.
I'm saying.
But
Yeah,
the
so
question
I'm
is
not-
whether
it's
or
not
not
true
it's
thing
going to
being
be
relative.
true from all perspectives, whether this fact that you are half black is going to be universally true, that is like true from all perspectives, or whether or not it's like relative.
Right.
Whether or
But,
not
but
truth is
you
relative.
keep trying to equate the fact that from God's perspective, things don't change from his perspective, they're not changing, to the fact that change doesn't exist. That's not a fair equation at
Okay,
all.
but sure, then you would agree with the premise then, from God's perspective, things aren't changing.
Sure.
His sure
If
sounds
something is true
so.
from God's perspective, then it is objectively
He has,
true,
like, no
absolutely.
confidence
And then
in
the
his shures.
conclusion is objectively true,
Sure.
absolutely, that
Thank
things
you,
aren't
NOG.
changing.
Happy to do it.
I think you just clapped.
Would you reject premise 1 or premise 2 here? Alternatively, would you accept the conclusion? So I got
I
premise
will
1.
be back. I
From
promise you I'll
God's
be back.
perspective, things aren't changing. Whoa,
But I have a
there's
6
no need to
o'clock appointment.
There's
so
no
I
need
really
to
do have to
pre-cope.
go.
I
appreciate
thought you
it.
were at work. Now the thing that you're there for is changing.
My work is an appointment. That's what I do.
Your work
I'm
is an
not-
appointment. I see. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not lying to you, man. Why would I lie to you, man? I've
Okay.
had fun. If I could, I'd talk all night. That's what I do. I'm telling you, I'll be back. Whatever.
Okay, sounds
I don't
good,
know.
sounds
I don't know.
good.
Do you have like a schedule that you do this on
Yeah,
regularly?
3 to 6.
Is it like 3 to 6, like Monday through Friday, or what?
Like EST, I tried every day.
Except for Sundays.
Some days and the occasional
Saturdays.
break. Yeah.
Occasionally on Saturdays. All right, let's hear this.
Okay, let's go. And it's not directed at anybody specifically, so like if you're offended, I'm sorry.
Fuck you, Gretchen. I quit.
Earth to fill those. Did you
Is it wrong or right for the fascist right to vote away our rights? But it's late at night, you're eating gummy bites and your J's are a light. How the fuck you all suck the fucking meaning out of right and wrong? It was inevitable you were gonna make me write this fucking song. It's like you're arguing from your very own kingdom on the clouds. The rest of us are in good here with the boots on the ground. You think we're down here missing the forest for the trees, but we're just trying to avoid getting caught up at the knees. Your forests don't actually mean much when you talk so far above them. You miss the facts on the ground and don't know how to overcome them. You're light years away and 13 billion years behind, but tomorrow we'll be stuck here in a crystal fascist line. Zoom out higher, fuck that. Look around below. History's not a parable, it's a warning that we know. When the boots start marching on your freedom and we'll be in power, we'll ignore your fucking agency and leave you bleeding. Morality is objective, reactive, protective. After all the word salad, it's probably just reflexive. adorn us with thesaurus words that bore us to death. New rabbit trail appears and you grab it like a habit on math. Now it's so far past the original path, blasted out into the vast. Semantic etymology, erratic ontology, systematic cosmology, romantic ideology, pedantic mythology, frantic epistemology, erratic terminology, making problematic toxicology into a frantic pathology. Argue while you reach beyond the ceiling for a perfect place to stand, pondering that a timeless way function makes a universal plan. But every time you leave this world to chase what's in your head, you miss the battles we're really fighting and lose reality instead. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You get lost and fight your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. Every conversation spirals into lexical gymnastics, twisting every honest question with metaphysical mechanics. Consequence ain't coming from light years away, it'll come from the choices that we make every single day. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You get lost and find your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. We do our best to hang with you. When you go off field a nerd, least you can do is try to hang with us here on Earth.
I like the music. It was catchy.
Yeah, I know. I didn't figure you guys would like the fucking lyrics that much.
Well, I'm not a Phildo. Like I do philosophy. So it's,
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know who you're talking to.
It's-
Well,
it's
talking to me.
different.
Yeah, you guys have no idea who I'm talking about. None at all.
Yeah, fuck those guys.
you know,
Wish they would
get
come back down to
that's
earth.
that's AI. It wasn't like an actual singer.
No,
Yeah.
none of them are actual singers.
Yeah. I've got the video scraped. So whenever you want me to
Yeah,
play that,
I write
let
the
me know.
lyrics and then I just run it through Suno and
hmm
tell it what I want it to sound like. So you can't trust AI to write lyrics for you. I know that other guy does, but no, they just don't come
Yeah,
out
I wouldn't
right.
do that. I think it's if you can, if there's any work you can do, like you use it to cut corners, sure, but if you this simple work, like you want to have some authenticity to it, and that's a good way to add your own authenticity to it. I'd want to
Yeah,
write
that's all.
lyrics.
That's all I can do is write lyrics. I can't do anything with music at all. So I have to do like Google searches to say what when this part of this song. How do you describe that?
Right.
And
Well,
then I
I
just
have
copy and paste.
I play guitar and I sing and I've written my own songs, but I mean, I would still use AI, even though I can do that. I could write my own music and record it and everything. But when I just want to make a
Thank
joke,
you, Ivy. Thank you, everybody.
I'd rather just
Yeah,
use
I
AI and
I
cut
don't
the
even know
corners.
I don't know the difference between a breakdown and a bridge, and nobody's ever been able to successfully explain it to me. So, like, okay, whatever. So in my head, I'm just like, okay, a breakdown is a second bridge.
Yeah,
It has to do with energy.
it's like storytelling.
like bridge will either keep the same energy or like slowly build. A breakdown will be like a release of energy.
Well, if that's the case, isn't a pre-chorus just another bridge?
Yeah, pre-chorus is a type of bridge.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I understand a little more than I thought.
Oh,
But
hey, Ray.
Don't bore
generally,
us. Get to the chorus. Oh, Gretchen, this is why I'm a big fan of Blind Melon. Is because they put everything into their songs,
newsflash,
right?
my melon sucks. Always did.
You
I
can
love
think that all
Blind
you
Melon.
want, but if you listen to their song Tones of Home, it has
That's a good song.
everything in it. It
I
literally has an intro, an outro, a crescendo. It's got a bridge. It's got a breakdown. It's got everything. Right. It's
Mhm.
one of
yeah.
the reasons that like I like them as artists is because they have that ability to really
Rest in
Yeah,
peace,
I'll
Shannon.
be right
Hoon.
plus
back.
plus the guitar harmonies are fucking dope as shit. But
Yeah.
beyond all that,
But there's
right?
something screechy about Shannon Hoon's voice that I could just never fuck with, really.
Well, it's a falsetto, right? I get that, right? Like Robert Plant
Oh,
was a
it's like
falsetto.
it's like a screechy, nasally kind of falsetto.
Yeah, okay. There can be
You know what I
considered a
mean?
nasal element. Yeah,
And to each his own.
Yeah, and
I like the way it sounds.
right. Yeah.
There are certain
yeah,
singers I don't like that. Like when people have
I was
criticized
just
like
never
Billy
a blind
Corgan's
melon
voice,
person.
like I can get that. Like I don't. Billy Corgan's got one of the weirdest sound. He's a good songwriter, I think, but his voice
Oh yeah,
is
brilliant songwriter, but
Yeah.
voice is acquired taste. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's another band I never could get into.
You know, my
Billy
mom
Corgan
can't
is-
stand like Maynard from Tool. Whenever I've played like Tool or like
Mhm.
any of his side projects, she's like, I don't like the way this guy sings.
Yep.
She's
And
triggered
that's
by the way.
Yeah,
And I love Maynard.
I'm really picky. There's like you can't name a single genre where I like the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's just okay, make that public.
You
Well,
like what you like, you know.
yeah, it's always well, it's almost
Subjective.
yeah, it's subjective. I just
You're
came
not
up
wrong
because
for liking what you like.
you were talking music and philosophy, and I got
Unless it's Christian contemporary or modern, then you're definitely wrong. They're objectively wrong.
Christian rock. Oh my god, it's so bad.
Yeah, I never could get behind that stuff. Although POD had a couple of good songs.
POD was all right.
Creed was really popular.
Their Christian rock. Creed fucking sucked.
Oh,
I told you the
I
story
agree.
about the guy from 311 beating the shit out of Scott Stapp, right?
No,
Yeah.
did he really? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
only,
he did.
If only it was a time when everyone had cameras in their pockets and we could watch that footage.
Yeah, the second front man, the Mexican rapper guy from 311, beat the shit out of him, man.
What was it over?
Said some shit about his girlfriend, who's now his
Oh.
wife, and
That'll do it every time. I've seen the most non-violent people get extremely violent when someone called their girlfriend a bitch.
yeah. And
Strange
two
how
other
that's
members of
reacted.
311 held the rest of Creed back. They're like, no, let him take his fucking ass whipping. This is gonna happen.
He's got it coming. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was hanging out.
I do like Chevelle. Chevelle's pretty good.
Chavelle's Christian too.
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, just because people in the band happen to be Christians, they weren't a Christian rock band. It's not like they were.
Yeah, that's what I
singing
mean.
either.
I mean, fuck, most people are Christians at some
Right,
point, but
yeah.
I mean, like, it doesn't mean they're in a Christian band. Creed was a fucking Christian band.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah. I
oh,
wouldn't
yeah.
call Chevelle. I would say Chevelle.
POD was a Christian band.
POD was, yeah.
Yeah.
Got to
But
hang out with
if you don't sing about Jesus in your music and you just happen to be Christian, you don't sing about anything that
Yeah.
has to do with the religion, I don't think you're a Christian band.
Yeah. When you call your band Payable on Death, yeah. POD. That's a
But he had
fucking
songs
Christian band.
where he spoke about the religion too.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. So like that would consider
Yeah.
that
Sonny
religious
was
music.
huge Christian. Yeah.
Yeah.
So put a lot of money back into his community though. That was super cool.
I always wondered, like, but there's like so many people I never considered because I wasn't an atheist at the time. But like Kurt Cobain, like, what was Kurt Cobain? Was he an atheist? I would assume he is. Like, I think Dave Grohl was an
Uh,
atheist. I've never known them to be Christian. What about Lane
Me
Staley?
either. I've never really. Lane Staley was definitely an atheist.
Definitely an
Yeah, I'm pretty
atheist.
sure. Like, I've always thought, like, I would be
Man in the box,
bizarre.
deny your maker. Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Kinda stands
I
out.
don't know about Nirvana. I never really cared for Nirvana either.
Well, I was a total Kurt Cobain Jr. head when I was a kid. I wanted to be Kurt Cobain when I was a kid. But that's what what the first thing that influenced me to get into music. Like, I was kind of into the 80s Guns N' Roses and Metallica thing, but like the second I heard about Nirvana, like I would run home from school to see the In Bloom video on TRL. Like, because they would, by the time I got out of school, if I ran, I could get there just in time to see the video.
Dude, that guy
I was
had
already in the army when Smells Like Teen Spirit dropped. You know,
that guy
Yeah,
had
I was,
such a huge impact.
and
My-
that
it
one
was,
song got so much credit for breaking grunge, but like
yeah,
Man in the Box had already been out for like a year and a half
right.
at that point, and it just fucking
Kurt
irritated
hated the attention in the spotlight, like, and
it
especially like,
irritates the fuck out of me that
It
Alice in Chains
irritated the
got
fuck out of
zero
all of them.
credit, even though they
yeah,
were the first fucking ones, and it always bugged me that they didn't get any fucking credit for it.
Yeah, they
I
were
loved
my
Alice in
favorite.
Chains a lot too, though. I loved the whole Seattle thing. I loved everything about Seattle music
The
at the
problem was
time.
each
I
of
really
those
liked
bands.
Pearl Jam at first until they went all folky, and then
Yeah,
Well, that was the thing. Each of
nah,
those
the
bands.
first three
thanks.
Pearl Jam albums were pretty good, and then after that, the fourth one was all right too. But I didn't really care much for like Yield and the later albums, especially nowadays. Like when they got into
Yeah,
like Neil Young and stuff, that's where like the
yeah,
folk aspect came
that's
in.
the folky.
But all of those bands had their own distinct sounds, their own distinct
I'm
emotions
too
attached to
old.
them,
What do you mean
right?
I'm too old? What am I too
Like
old for? I
Play some
guess everything.
Skinner. Dinosaur Jr. was really good too.
Yeah, I'm too
They just
young
put
to be
out a new
still
album
Leonard
actually.
Skinner.
It's good. The Dinosaur Jr. just put out a new album like a couple days ago. I just started listening to it. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did my best to make this one sound like Falling in Reverse.
I'm gonna go listen to Alice in Chains.
I love me some Falling in Reverse, and I'm completely unashamed of it. It's just like candy for your ears. I love it.
if you look at like Alice in Chains, Nirvana, Soundgarden, um, they all had their own unique sort of temperaments about them, their own sort of different emotions. So they were all going to hit with different audiences, and Pearl Jam just seemed to be one of the more. They were darker, but their songs were a little more upbeat.
They're more like political. Like I remember when 10 came out and they did the Pearl Jam did their unplugged album or whatever, their performance. Like Eddie Vedder jumped up on his stool and wrote pro-choice on his arm in a dramatic show.
Yeah,
I've always considered them like political after that.
well, I
Politically
mean,
motivated.
it's hard. Yeah, they were. I think
They
all of
weren't
them
like
had an element of it,
political like
but
Rage Against the Machine, but
right, exactly. There was another example of that out there. So they were political light.
yeah, I would say that.
Rage was.
They were definitely like conscious.
Rage was speaking truth to power.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I can't listen to Rage. Never could. Zach's voice is just fucking nails on a goddamn chalkboard, just like Brad Noel.
Oh, I love,
Like
but I love Morello.
Right?
Morello's guitar is
could
amazing.
never
Yeah.
do. Not Morello,
Audio
Brad
Slave.
Noel from Sublime.
Right.
What'd you think of Audio Slave though with Tom Morello, like his guitar playing in that band?
Oh,
Or did you-
Audio Slave's great, but
Yeah.
anything with Chris Cornell singing is going to be good.
It's
For
And
sure.
like anything, you know.
I love Chris Cornell.
But
I stood 20 feet from
But
that
What do you
Zach
think
man.
De La
about
Rocha,
that? Do you
I
think Chris
could
Cornell
not.
committed suicide?
What?
Yeah.
That's the official story. Like I always thought that seemed weird. Like
What,
that,
Chris Cornell?
Why?
I don't know. It just didn't seem like the type of guy to do that type of thing.
Oh, he was absolutely the type of guy to do that type of thing. Have you listened to his music?
I thought it was like a sex thing. Like when he was
Have you listened to his
himself.
lyrics, dude? That was a tortured soul. He wasn't like Lane Staley tortured, I don't think. But, dude, no, he was a deeply, deeply unhappy person.
Mm-hmm.
But his wife did say that he was acting strange at night and that there was concerns.
That's-
like,
Yeah,
he had
the
was
Chester
the medicine he
Bennington
was on.
thing hit him pretty fucking hard,
been-
and he was already of the same kind of mind as Chester
I
Bennington.
was shocked.
A lot
just
of it
didn't
they
expect
said,
it.
and I don't know if this is true or not, but a lot of it they said came down to the medicine that he was taking at the time. That it
You're right.
wasn't that it gave him the willpower to go through with it. Was really the problem with whatever medication he was on for treating his depression. It gave him some extra oomph to like carry it out.
Yeah, that's
I
what
don't know
I'm
if that's
saying.
true or not, but
There
it
were
you know
some
it
conflicting
just
stories
sucks.
that led to some confusion, and that's I just wasn't sure. But I mean,
No.
I accepted what the story. I mean, his wife said it, so
Yeah.
I have no reason to doubt her.
Yeah, no, I like I said, I got to meet the guy once. I got to stand
Nice.
20 feet from him.
The one where it
while he
was a sex
sang.
thing where he accidentally killed himself was Michael Hutchins from NXS.
And
I don't
David
know the one you're
Carradine,
thinking of.
autoerotic
Yeah.
asphyxiated.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I'd never heard I'd done vocals, I've done sound for a live show vocalists for
Nice.
10 years, and then I heard that guy sing 20 feet away, and I was like, oh, that's why you're a god. I have never heard a voice like that in my entire life. Like it was when you
Who?
think about those Chris Cornell, when
Oh.
you think about those early recordings of him, that there was no Pro Tools, there was no fucking. That's him. That is
Yeah.
100% his voice screaming Jesus Christ pose, right? Like it's so unbelievably good. Yeah, it was. I'll never forget that experience. And then he
Still
died
doesn't beat
like a
Lane
year
Staley
later.
for me.
Lane Staley was like the first rock concert I ever saw because I was a big fan of Alice in Chains. But
Lane Staley beats Cornell for me, and there's someone that beats him even so. For me,
well, there sure. I've just never
Because
seen. I've never seen anyone who
I
can
can't-
scream in key like Chris Cornell. That was fucking amazing.
and I can't think of anyone that has the range that Mike Patton does and nails every single fucking level.
There is one guy.
Maybe Ronnie Radke.
No,
Maybe.
there's a guy with the Guinness World Record for the most vocal range. He has a 10 octave vocal range. It's literally no one has that. He can sing subsonic. So there's that guy.
does
I'm
he
just
sound-
putting it out
does he
there. There's
sound
always
good?
someone better. He's got a 10 octave range. He
That
can't
doesn't matter.
not sound good. Like no matter what you
Yeah, you
want to
can.
hear, he can hit it.
Doesn't mean he can sing in tune or
It doesn't mean he has the tone for it, you know.
yeah.
Sure. Yeah. You're
You
right.
know, Mike
Maybe he has
Mike
a 10
Patton can
octave
sing
range and
everything
is
from
tone
easy
deaf.
like
I'm
Sunday
pretty sure
morning
that
to fucking
those-
I love that
jazz
movie.
to screaming. He can do all of it, man.
Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm
think
just saying.
Sing for
You
a Day,
don't have a
Fool
10
for a
octave
Lifetime
range
is
and
one
are
of my
tone
favorite
deaf,
Yeah.
right?
in the
Like
world.
those two things are kind of not going to be.
Oh,
the
my
same.
favorite was Angel Dust.
I loved Angel Dust too, though. That's a hard one to split between. But the last album of the year, was really good too. I wasn't the biggest fan of the one they put out like in 2016. It was okay, but it didn't
Yeah,
hit
it was
like
alright.
like the previous ones.
You know they're coming back again, right?
I heard about it. Yeah.
They just broke up like 2 years ago. Now they're fucking getting back together again. Like they just
I'm okay with it as long as we get some new
they can't
music from it.
they can't stop fucking with Mike Patton. They just can't because he's the one that blew the whole thing up a couple of years ago.
I'd be upset if Mr. Bungle stopped.
That's actually why they broke up a couple of years ago because he decided he wanted to go fuck with Mr. Bungle for a couple of tours, and they didn't want to wait, so they're like, "Fuck it, we're gonna replace you." And then he's
Right.
like, "Okay, fine, fuck you." And they couldn't replace him, so they said, "Well, I guess we're just done then." And now that Mike Patton's bored with Mr. Bungle,
Okay, so
Another
the
good
guy's
singer.
name is
let's
Tim
make
Storms.
something new.
I was gonna say another good singer.
And
that
they
a lot
were
of
in,
people,
and Roddy and Billy were like, "Okay, let's make something new."
that a lot of people don't. That I like. That a lot of people don't like is Brock from Modest Mouse. I forget what his last name is.
I never really listened to them, so I don't
Listen to Modest Mouse. I love Modest Mouse.
I think I heard like the one song that was on K Rock for. Is that them?
Yeah, that song is
Yeah, I think
awesome.
that's the only song I've ever heard by them.
We'll all float on. Okay.
Yeah.
His name is Isaac Brock.
I almost saw them once. They were opened up for Panic at the Disco.
I saw them in Chicago.
We ended up getting a ticket, and we missed the opening band, so we didn't see Modest Mouse. We just saw Panic at the Disco.
Can't remember who they played with. I don't know if it was Kings of Leon or I don't remember now. But I saw them in Chicago.
Mm.
It was a good show.
Yeah.
Did we lose RP?
I guess.
You there, RP?
Huh? What?
So just checking to see if you're still with us.
Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of like out of it.
You okay?
I'm really tired.
I understand.
I'm trying to pound an energy drink to yeah.
That's a
Kinda
good
wake
idea.
myself
I should
back
go
up.
get a coffee. I'm starting to get a little tired myself. We'll be right back.
Don't force it. If you need to go to sleep, just go to sleep.
Okay, I put the guy in our chat. It's like a 1-minute video. Guy's name is Tim Storms. Yeah, he can't actually sing.
Cool.
Okay, maybe it's not, but you said someone had the best range, and I'm saying this guy's got a better range. That's all I was saying. Just being
like
factually
real
accurate.
people from real fucking bands. I'm not talking about someone no one's ever fucking heard of. Is he releasing music? Does everybody get to hear it? Can people have an actual,
I mean,
discussion about it?
it's
No,
not
because
popular
he's
in your
just some
circle
fucking
doesn't
name in
mean
a
it's
book.
not popular.
Is it popular? Does he fucking publish
Do
music?
you
Does he
listen
release
to
shit?
every genre of music and know what's popular in every genre of music?
You got his
Let's be
name out of the
real.
Guinness fucking Book of World Records, dude.
I didn't. I got it because never mind. I just know he's in the Guinness Book of World Records. I got it because I watch reaction videos to vocalists. Done by vocalists.
I don't.
I know.
I just talk about the shit that I like.
I know.
I do watch reaction videos for rap songs because I need shit explained to me. Explain it like I'm a white middle-aged woman. So I go to Knox Hill. He does.
Well, I'm hoping McTime comes up at some point before I have to catch some sleep. I got to hang out with him today on a live that he actually went up on, and I got to give him mad props. I would not go up on that live.
Yeah, Nogodaru Schism is probably the only Tool song that I actually like. Like literally the only one.
I think that one has 47 time signature changes in it. Depending on how you count.
Always reminds me of 9/11.
Oh yeah, watching the pieces fall apart. God, that was.
Mm-hmm. And we listened to it actually on the way to Vegas because my husband and brother-in-law, you know.
You were forced into it
Yeah.
against your will.
And as we heard the news coming over the radio, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, that was a weird day. One of those days you always remember where you were at. I remember that, and I remember January 6th. I'll never forget where I was either of those days.
I was sitting right where I am right now.
Yeah, me too. On January 6th. But yeah, I'll never forget 9/11 either.
I was sitting in a
Stuck
work
in
meeting.
Vegas with every show in Vegas went dark that night, including the one I was there to see. Like,
wait, what happened on 9/11?
huh?
I'm just kidding.
So the only thing there was to do was gamble and drink.
They told us never something.
A lot of people got their birthday ruined. That's what happened on 9/11.
No shit. No shit. That was like pretty much the worst birthday ever. Well, actually, you know what? The worst birthday was the 10-year anniversary of 9/11. I'd fallen asleep the night before with MSNBC on, and when I woke up in the morning, they had, for the 10th anniversary, they had decided to replay all the original footage as it fucking happened.
Yikes.
And I woke up and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Not again.
Right.
No way. And I'm like, okay, that's the Twin Towers. All right. I think we're good. I hope we're good. What the fuck? Come on, MSNBC. Get fucking real. And then I looked at CNN was doing it too. And I was just like, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's like super fucked up.
I was
you know?
hungover. I had been drinking the night before, and I was really groggy. And someone called me and woke me up, and I turned the TV on. Like it was right around 9 in the morning, so I turned it on like just in time to see the second plane hit. And I was like, "What the fuck am I watching? What is this? What is happening?"
I usually like hide. I don't watch any TV, no internet, nothing for the whole morning of my birthday because who wants to wake up for their fucking birthday and hear the list of all the victims' names being read on every fucking channel?
Did you ever hear about that lady from the royal family in Spain who LARPed as a survivor? And she's like short, heavy-set woman. She pretended to be a victim, and she like raised a bunch of money.
No.
Yeah, this is like an absolutely wild. There's a documentary about her. She ended up being part of like the Spanish royal family. Like she's not like a huge. I don't know. She's like a granddaughter or something like that. Totally disgraced herself. Does anybody in chat know who that was? Does anyone know who I'm talking about? I gotta find it now.
Was she doing it because of mental health issues?
I don't remember the whole story. It's been so long. I don't know why. I don't know how it
I
just
gotta
popped up in
kind
my
of
mind.
assume, though, right?
Let me see if I can Google it
my
real
mom's
quick.
cousin got like a big old check because she was technically a victim.
I mean, she got publicly shamed for what she did, and she
yeah.
humiliated herself, and she got.
You're a
Yeah.
monster.
My aunt,
Do that.
my aunt wasn't even at work that day. My aunt worked in the first tower, but she wasn't there, so she technically wasn't a victim. But then her job was gone, so they said, "Yes, you are."
Well,
so she was like, "I don't feel right taking this money, but I mean."
I don't know. I think like that level of potential survivor's guilt might push you into the realm of being a victim in that case.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like public money. It was her company that paid
Right. Oh
everyone that
yeah,
worked
the
in the office
insurance or
there,
something like
you
that.
know, and so she took it, and then she lived on it while she found a new job, and then when she found a new job, she gave the rest of it to charity because she don't have any kids. But
Oh, that's nice of her.
she was like, yeah, she's like, I don't even want this. She's just like, she knew people that died that day, and she's just like, this feels fucked up. So
Yeah, I think I got some of the
I
details,
think,
but I
yeah,
found
I
it.
think she gave it to like some coworkers' families or something. So
She was a Spanish businesswoman, so I don't know where I got the idea that she was part of the Spanish royal family. I'm not seeing that now. A Spanish businesswoman who falsely claimed to be maybe she pretended to be part of the family too. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
could have been.
Under the name Tanya Head.
Hi, Ivy.
She ran a group of World Trade Center Survivor Network support group, and she later became its president. And she was all a hoax. She was never. She was attending classes in Barcelona, Spain, when the towers came down. She is from a prominent Barcelona family, which was involved in the.
Well, maybe it's a good thing that Trump asked a reporter to cut off all trade with Spain. Did you see that? Motherfucker, that guy's a fucking dunce. You didn't see that interview with the Secretary General of NATO yesterday in Turkey?
Oh,
they were doing
not the whole interview,
doing a
no.
joint interview, and the reporter asked him a question, and he's like, about Iran, about the peace deal, and he's like, no, I don't even want to talk to them anymore. They're horrible people. They're killers. They're, let Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff talk to them. They're good. They're good guys. They can come to me with the details, but I'm not going to talk to them anymore. When we all know Iran has already said we're not ever going to fucking talk to Donald Trump. That's why they sent JD Vance, because they said, send Vance, because we ain't talking to your fat ass, and
well, there's
so they're still dealing with, Witkoff and Kushner, but Trump's sitting there going, well, they're horrible people and they're killers and they're just miserable, they're losers. And he's like, kind of like, and someone asked him a question about NATO, and he's like, well, you know what, when I asked NATO for help, NATO didn't answer me. Well, France and Germany, and they did, but Spain, they didn't want to help us. And you know what? In fact, they're losers. They're terrible people. You know what? Cut off all trade with. He just looked out at like some reporter or note taker and said, cut off all trade with Spain, please. In fact, we don't want any relations with them at all. I'm like, and then he started talking shit about Adolf Hitler taking over fucking Denmark in less than a day, so Denmark doesn't deserve to keep Greenland.
So he's back on Greenland, huh? Wow, that
He's
guy
back
is
on
just
fucking Greenland.
that guy is just running through all of the hits, isn't he? He's just
Yeah.
trying to like.
He said we need it for our security and to keep the world secure. Denmark doesn't need it. They don't deserve it anyway because they let their whole country get taken over in less than a day by Adolf Hitler. So they don't deserve it. And I'm like,
Wow.
how does he fucking put his shoes on in the morning? Much less how did we elect this motherfucker president twice?
Well, that's
Fucking insanity.
It is.
We've done a
I
real
love
number
Scott
on
Weiland. Stone Temple
every
Pilots too.
You
every
know, just
person in
last
this
week
country.
he was like, "Oh, I'm the most popular president in the history of Israel." I'm like, "Did you really just say that with your whole fucking chest, you fucking dementia-riddled asshole?"
Right.
He's proud of it. He's proud of it.
And all the MAGAs are trying to like. There's so many people right now for trying to pretend like they were never MAGA. People trying to slink away.
We all saw you in those
Yeah.
hats, motherfucker.
It's like you guys don't realize that this time it's not going to be like in.
I bet you we can still go back and look up like from the
Yeah.
first term, because all
Yeah.
the after January 6th, all the fucking MAGAs that were like abandoning him after that. The Lincoln Project, Rick Wilson did a whole fucking video with like Inglorious Bastard style,
Mm.
like with a big old fucking M carved on people's foreheads. Like, we're not gonna let you
Nice.
forget it. We
Right.
know you've been MAGA this whole time, and I'm not gonna let you forget it ever. I don't
It's gonna
care
be
if you
different
even
this
turn
time.
Democrat and start voting for Democrats. I'm never gonna let you forget that you were MAGA the whole fucking time.
Right.
I'm like, God
Fuck
damn.
yeah.
Like, I'm glad Rick
That's
Wilson's
pretty
on our
big.
side
You're
now.
right. Holy shit. Wow. I used to watch a lot of their stuff when I was watching Tommy. I'd watch a lot of Lincoln Project stuff just to support them, just to give them views and stuff and share their stuff.
I used to when my friend Philip was working for him, but now he's working for the Gavin Newsom press office.
Mm.
So
Yeah, shame is
I kinda-
effective. Can
I haven't
be.
checked it out though in a minute though. I haven't been deep into politics. But that's starting to change now. I'm coming back around to politics. I just wasn't just after he got elected. It's the second time. I had to take my head out of it for a minute to regroup. But that's passed. So it's
Oh,
time to
hi,
get back in the
Golden
fight.
Arm.
Oh, and Carp's back. Or no, he isn't. I'm sorry. Never. I'm an idiot. I'm not paying attention to what I'm looking at.
You voted for President Trump once. I hope it's the most shameful thing you've ever done. He didn't move the capital to fucking Jerusalem. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem. The capital is still fucking Tel Aviv, god damn it. Still is. Oh, you caught that. Never mind. So, and honestly, what did that do? It didn't do shit.
Made it harder for the embassy to do anything because it's in a different city than the capital.
Right.
You made that guy's commute a lot shittier.
Let's put the embassy right next to the West Bank. I'm sure it'll be fucking fine.
Put all of their
I'm
lives
sure.
in danger.
I'm sure nothing bad ever happens between Jerusalem and the West Bank, right?
No, and the U.S. is never to blame for any of it. Should be fine. What could go wrong?
Exactly.
But that's just what a competent person would think before they made choices and decisions and took action on things. And that's just not where we're at right now. We've got we've
Wait,
got
why
someone
will it? How will it be
incompetent.
different this time around?
Oh, I'm just saying because
I
we'll have
do.
the we have the I'm talking about holding the people aren't going to be able to slink away and pretend they were never MAGA. We'll know that they were MAGA is what I'm saying.
Oh, it won't matter.
Yeah, I don't think any of
Oh,
them
I
are going to be
know
held
that.
accountable.
It
I'm
won't matter.
almost
MAGA won't
positive.
survive. MAGA won't survive Donald Trump. When he dies, MAGA
Do you
dies,
think
and then
sorry,
it'll just be something else. MAGA is just the fucking Tea Party with a
do
new
you think
fucking
it'll be
hat.
Tucker
Right,
Carlson
right.
next?
No, not with that fucking bow tie bullshit. He's not. No.
I've heard a lot of people say Tucker Carlson is
Yeah,
going
it's
to run.
because they
He
they
doesn't
think he's
really.
got
He doesn't.
charisma, but he doesn't.
He doesn't. He doesn't wear the bow tie anymore.
No, no one's gonna
Do
stand
what?
for shit.
If
It's fucking
I'm
law.
sorry, if it's Tucker Carlson versus JD Vance, I think Tucker Carlson wins every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all you need is any competent human being on the other side of that aisle, and they should win. As long as it's not a black woman, apparently, because
You
we're
think
not
it's
ready
somebody
for that
else
yet.
that there's somebody else out there? It could be.
Fucking racist ass misogynistic fucking country. Ignores all levels of competency and
I don't know,
Yeah.
but once Trump dies, MAGA dies with him,
That's going to be
and then
I'm going to
and
celebrate.
something else, probably something worse, will take its place.
Well, I just don't think people like Stephen Miller are ever going to face accountability. I don't ever think they're going to see a day
No,
in
he
jail. I
won't.
don't think they're ever right. So
No, of
as
course he
long
won't.
as there's no recourse for the people who like actually institute these horrendous policies, there's nothing to stop them from doing it again. There's no deterrent. We don't do anything to stop them because we vote them in because we don't teach people to think clearly, apparently, or
Yeah,
critically.
Golden Arm, the theme of Genesis is made up bullshit. Actually, that's the theme of the entire Bible.
That's the whole book, right?
Made up
Well, I thought he
bullshit.
was
Yeah,
talking about the
Made
band.
up bullshit.
that's what I told him.
Even more made
It's
up
like,
bullshit.
It's bullshit, like your entire book.
I thought he
And
was
he's
talking
like,
about
no,
the
that's not
band.
what I mean. I don't know why you want to do Genesis. You've been cooked on Genesis on Taco's channel and here. I don't know what you want, but I mean, I'm there for it though. Friday, let's go.
What's your favorite Genesis song, Golden Arm?
The 5 points in Genesis that point to a savior. Is that a Genesis song?
I keep forgetting when.
Yeah, he was making a joke about the band Genesis. Get it?
I keep forgetting when Phil Collins broke up with them and started doing his own thing. So
Was In the Air a Phil Collins or Genesis
right,
song?
exactly. I cannot tell you, and I can't look at the moment.
What?
I think it was a Phil Collins song.
Yeah, that was a Phil Collins song.
We Can't Dance was the one that's Genesis.
Studio.
That was Phil
Genesis.
Collins too.
That was Phil Collins too? Okay.
Studio, yeah.
That was a powerhouse band though. Like what was the other? Peter Gabriel.
Peter Gabriel's not to be trifled with.
Right.
Mm.
Some really good music came from those two.
It was more than that. Like it was just the groups that those guys managed to put together were just powerhouse talents on every position.
Mm-hmm.
So like Bela Fleck.
I believe I answered you in Justin's chat, Golden Arm, when you said, what is the theme of Genesis? And I said, control through fear, just like the rest of your book. And tell me where I'm wrong.
The theme of Genesis is In the Air Tonight.
Manipulation, oppression, misogyny.
I can feel Yahweh coming in the air tonight.
Yeah, control through fear. Right from the fucking forbidden fruit all the way to the end of that goddamn book.
Don't forget perpetuating the patriarchy.
It's all control through fear.
used to justify chattel slavery, and then used to, and then sold to the victims of chattel slavery as the solution. Tell me you couldn't be more evil than that.
What do genealogies have to do with anything? You know what? We're not going to discuss this in chat, dude. I told you to call into Justin. No, not lost, but not going to have a fucking argument with you in chat. Either get up here or just wait till fucking Friday. Do it on the panel with Justin.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be fun to watch.
Yeah, nobody enjoys me sitting here talking to someone in the fucking vertical chat that they can't even see, because most people are in the horizontal where like real people should be. And I sound like I'm talking to my fucking self because they can't see what you're saying. And I'm not going to keep doing that, so. If you want to fucking talk about it, get the fuck up here. Otherwise,
Yeah, this is
shut up.
actually an intervention, Gretchen. There's only one chat. There's only ever been one chat.
Oh no. Did I double up on my meds or something? Because wow.
just gaslight you so hard.
Oh, if only it were so easy to just have these people to be figments of our imagination. Man, that'd be great.
Or if it's easy to gaslight them into believing the actual truth, you know?
It would be gaslighting then. It'd just be
Yeah,
educating.
it wouldn't be. Okay. Well, if they were able to.
They've been gaslit.
Okay.
Trying to fix
Yeah,
that.
they need to
Come
lose the
on.
ability to be gaslit. That's what
Yes.
needs to happen. There we go.
Cut the gas line. Close the valve. Shut that shit off.
Yeah, Ben, he thinks he's talking to me, but I've stopped responding, so fuck him. But he'll be calling into DZ after threatening for like 10 years. Now he's going to call in after 7 p.m. Central.
No, he's not.
He says he is.
I doubt it.
Does going back to what we were watching earlier?
He doesn't want to get banned. Oh shit!
That kind of set me off a little bit.
He's got his
Are you already drinking, dude? Slow down, at least, please.
Golden Arm. How many drinks have you had tonight?
One fucking Rachel, and you're gone. Can't hear you.
Yeah, he's too drunk to know that he can't be heard. Get
Cannot
your audio in check, buddy.
This moment of silence brought to you by Shake Weight. Shake
Whatever
while you
happened
wait.
to those?
Everybody figured out they were dumb as shit.
Just feels like it was a fever dream from the mid 2010s.
Like Snuggies.
Hey, I'm gonna have to. Kind of a big fan of that Snuggie thing, though. I ain't gonna lie.
It's a blanket that you wear. Like, that's genius.
It's when you're not going out, that is a fun thing to wear around the house and just be a little.
Click the arrow next to the mic button, Golden Arm. Next to the mic button, click the up arrow, the carrot thing. and make sure your headset is selected for output and input if it has a microphone on it.
Can you hear me now?
There we
Yes.
go.
Okay. Thank you. I am when it comes to technology and mics and stuff like that. You're right, Gretchen.
About
All
what?
right, so let's
I
get
mean,
to the
I
first
know,
question.
but
How many drinks have you had tonight?
Yeah, I was counting that. At least
If you have
8.
to think, oh
At
my
least,
God.
At least 8. All right.
No, Gretchen, should we have him on right now? Because 8
No,
is
no.
like irresponsible.
Let me
No,
prove my
Golden,
irresponsibility.
you're
before
not
you kick me
going to
off.
be able to remember this conversation.
That may be true, but we can.
Well, then why even have you on the panel?
we can have the conversation again on Friday, or we can just have the conversation on Friday, and maybe you will remember it.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm going to have the
stay
conversation.
sober
but-
Friday.
But it won't be with you. It'll be with Justin.
That's
Yeah,
fine
sure.
too, but you should probably be sober for that one as well.
Oh, I'm going to be for sure. Agreed.
Or is that just not a possibility?
It's a possibility.
Okay.
But is it a probability?
I don't know the difference, but I want Gretchen to explain what it means that Genesis is the theme is, what was it, a fear to control or something like that?
Control through fear.
Control through fear. Yes. What does that mean? And how do you get that from Genesis?
It's the whole book. It's the
Okay.
whole point
The
of the whole
fall,
book.
Noah's flood, turning Lot's wife into a pillar of salt. What
You know,
else?
here, follow all these rules, or I'll burn you in hell.
Where does it say that? Where does
you
it
know,
say that?
Or, do not eat of this fruit, or you shall surely die. That's Genesis, isn't it?
All right. Well, that
He
verse
aimed to
is-
control Adam and Eve,
well,
and he
is
used fucking fear to do it
All right. I don't
from
know.
the beginning,
Is that,
and it
if I-
never fucking stops.
All right. Can I give an analogy? that I think
2,000 years, and that book is still controlling people through fear.
if I say don't walk off the cliff because you'll die, is that control through fear?
That's
If you're
not,
the one,
not
if you're
analogous
the
because
one
you didn't.
making it that I'm gonna die, yes.
Say again.
You could have made the rules be that when you walk off a cliff, you just float in the air.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In the same fashion, God could have made it so that like when you sin, the punishment is like being tickled by a turkey feather. But
All right, so-
instead, he chose the punishment for sin to be death. Therefore, God is controlling through fear.
I understand that, but I don't think that's because
And even after death, he chose the punishment to be hell. And when he created hell, he knew he
Yeah.
was going to send people there.
I don't think it's a matter of him sending people there. I think it's a matter of people
Did
choosing.
God have to create hell?
If
Well,
he
what is-
already
what
knows
is-
everything that's ever
I
going to
think-
happen,
I think
then
the question first is what is hell?
No.
We're
The
getting-
question is, did God have to create hell?
What is hell?
Did God have to create hell? Yes or no?
I don't know. What is hell?
Your book says it's a fire and
yes,
gnashing
God
of
had to
teeth.
create it, and therefore
Two people-
God's not all powerful because
Two-
he had to do something, or no, he did not have to create hell.
There's two
Therefore,
people
God is
talking.
not omnibenevolent
there
because
isn't.
he did something that causes undue harm.
Undo. If you choose to rebel against God, that's not undo.
God chose the punishment for rebellion.
Well,
did he not?
I don't.
You already conceded that he chooses the punishment. It didn't have to be death. It didn't have to be eternal torture. It could just be you get tickled on your feet for like 2 seconds after you die and you get reincarnated.
Okay,
You get to do it again.
So
he
that
didn't,
doesn't.
he didn't choose that,
but
for the punishment. He chose eternal eternal torture.
That example of tickling feet doesn't follow from a God who
Is your God
is
all
just.
powerful, or
Hold
did
on,
your
hold
God
on,
have to
hold
create
on.
hell? You still haven't answered that.
Well,
Did God have to create
well,
hell? Yes or
have
no?
answered. You've never answered what
Did
hell is.
God have to create hell? Yes or
I'm
no?
not gonna answer that until you
Yeah,
tell me what hell
because
is.
you know the answer makes your position look fucking terrible.
No, it doesn't. No.
Yes, because
You need to.
the
Can
answer,
you
if God
define?
is omnipotent, is
Can you?
no. God did not have to create hell. If God did not have to create hell, that means He chose to do it, which
Can
means
you?
that He is not omnibenevolent. He is
I
not
think
an all good God because He chose to make hell.
Gretchen, this
So
happened last
which
time I
is
was
it?
here.
Is your God weak or
As
is your
soon as
God
I,
evil?
as soon as I start talking, RP speaks over me. Gretchen, this is the last time I was here. This happened to me, and this is
No,
why
it's
we
because
got
you
into
refuse to
this
engage
is
with the questions I
no,
give.
no,
You try
no.
to
I'm
weasel
asking
out by saying
you.
I don't
I'm
know,
asking
and you don't
I'm
answer, you
asking.
don't engage. And the reason
No.
why I steamroll you is to show the audience that you're not engaging. If you would engage, then you would
I'm
actually
asking.
have some time to talk about it. But
I'm
you
asking.
refuse to
No.
engage. So I will give you another chance, Golden Arm, to engage. Did your God have to make hell? Yes or no?
I don't know what hell is. Define your terms that you're using.
It's whatever the fuck is in your book. I don't believe in hell, so it should not be up to me to define it. You believe in hell, right?
You're making
Golden
an
Arm, do you
assertion.
believe in hell? Do
I
you
do.
believe in
Are
hell?
you making
Golden
an
Arm, do you
assertion or
believe in
not?
hell? Do you believe in hell?
I do.
Okay,
What
so
is
then
it?
whatever your description of hell is, I will adopt. But the question still at hand is, did
Can I
God
explain?
have to create hell?
Can I explain my
Did God
definition of
have to
hell?
create hell?
Since you don't know what hell is, can I explain what
I
it is
don't
first?
care what hell
You
is.
know what?
I'm adopting your
RP, no, let him.
description.
RP, stop. RP, let him. Go ahead, and it better
This is-
include lake of fire
Gretchen-
and gnashing of teeth. Go ahead, go.
Gretchen, this is
Go.
why last time me and him were arguing
Go.
because he will
I
not
don't give
let
a
me
fuck
talk.
about the meta. Go. Let me hear
Hell-
your description of hell, as long as
hell-
it includes lake of fire and gnashing of teeth.
Hell is a
Go for it.
place. Hell is a place of degrees of suffering based off of your actions that you did during your lifetime that most likely has an end of annihilation.
Really?
Yes.
Dante? We're going
Right.
with Dante
Yeah,
like
Dante's
a fucking
Inferno
biblical source? What the
Inferno
fuck?
is not biblical.
Have you ever heard of
We're
the
not
verse that
going with
says-
Dante.
Hold on.
I
No,
don't grant that.
Give me
I
the
do.
verse. Give me the verse that says that
Okay.
there are layers of hell.
All right. Give me a second to look it up, okay?
Okay. But
there's
I
a
don't grant
verse-
that.
There's a verse in the Bible that says it's going to be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon. I'm sorry, it's going to be more tolerable for Sodom than Tyre and Sidon, because if the deeds that were done in Tyre and Sidon were done in Sodom, they would have repented. Look it up. Find the verse.
That has nothing to do with hell.
It does, because it says it's going to be more tolerable in the day of judgment. What does that mean to you?
The day of judgment is when you're
could
getting
mean
judged.
one's gonna get
That's not
genocided and the
when
other one isn't.
when the punishment is being carried
Hold on,
out.
hold on,
But
hold on. I'm gonna look at- no,
if this is
there's no-
a verse that you're trying to quote, give me the Bible verse.
Okay, give me a second to look it up.
Also, it's not all about hell for
It'll be
me.
more tolerable in
I'm
judgment
ready to talk
for
about genocide and
Sodom-
putting your
Sodom
entire chosen people into
than
slavery for 400
Tyre-
and something years.
It's
So, I mean, we can talk about control through guilt without talking about hell if you
All right.
want.
Pull up your Bible and turn to Matthew chapter 11.
Matthew 11 what?
Sorry.
Let me grab my
Johnny on
Bible.
the spot with the Bible.
Matthew 11. Give me a second here. Turn to Matthew 11. You speak, but you don't know. 20 through 24. I'm reading out of the New King James Version, by the way.
Yeah, it's dog shit. New
It's a good question,
NRSV.
Salamander.
Yeah, every version
Then
is
he
right.
began to approach the cities in which most of his deeds of
Because he
power
couldn't
had
answer a
been
question,
done
had to grasp at
because
straws.
they did not repent. Woe
And
to
hit
you,
the straw he grasped at was hell.
Chorazin. Woe to you, Bethsaida. For if the deeds of power done in you had been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in the sackcloth and ashes. But I tell you, on the day of judgment, it will be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon than for you. Are you Capernaum? You will be exalted.
I'll be right back. I have
Exalted
to run to the
heaven.
bathroom before
No,
we
you
get
will
into
be brought
this.
down to Hades. For the deeds of power done in you have been done in Sodom. It would have remained until this day. But I tell you that on this day of judgment, it will be more tolerable for the land of Sodom than for you. Okay, that doesn't talk about the activity in Hades. It says you will be brought down to Hades.
I don't know if it talks
So the
about
judgment is still pre-existing the going down to Hades. Hades is the hell, and so you still haven't demonstrated that there are differences in hell itself, because the judgment is happening before hell.
So you're proposing and asserting there's a judgment and a punishment before Hades?
That's what that verse is saying.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Show me in that verse where it talks about what happens after they go to Hades.
It doesn't say after Hades. It says
exactly. Exactly. So this verse does not support your notion that there are different layers of hell.
Are you an idiot?
You failed. You failed.
Are you an idiot? What happens on judgment?
I am perfectly salient right now. I am stone cold sober. I just read the verse to you.
Judgment Day?
You just admitted that this does not talk about the activities in hell. You've already conceded the point.
I didn't say that. Now you're putting the words in my mouth.
Now, do I need to go and replay what you just said 30 seconds ago?
Yes,
Are you that drunk? Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't say.
All right.
I didn't say Hades. There's a difference between Hades and hell. And your ignorance of the Bible proves that. Because in Revelation, quote me if I'm wrong, death and Hades is thrown into the lake of fire. Right? Do I need to pull that verse up for you? Or are you...
Give us your version of hell.
No, I asked you a question. I already told you my version of hell, and you rejected it.
Golden Arm, shut up for just 30 seconds. Shut up. Arpy, do you know Noga? Because I don't.
I'm Nogadaro in chat.
Oh, okay. So you're 18, right? Just want to make sure.
I am 47.
Oh, okay. All right. Then proceed. That's fine. Just wanted to make sure you were allowed to be up here before we let you talk. That's all.
Yeah, I think I just missed what he said his version of hell was.
Oh, he'll repeat it 2 or 3 times. Don't worry.
All right. Are we ready for the replay where Golden Arm admits that this is talking about before Hades?
Yes.
All right. Everyone mute up so that the audio doesn't double.
Okay.
There you go, Golden Arm.
I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, I had it muted. My bad. One sec. After they go. Yes, it is. Show me in that verse where it talks about what happens after they go to Hades.
It doesn't say after Hades. It says
exactly. Boom.
So I said.
You admitted that it doesn't say after they go to Hades. You've already conceded this point that verse does not substantiate your claim that there are different levels of hell. Now go ahead and give me another verse that substantiates your claim that there are varying levels of hell in which torment is leveled at, like, more and more punishment, like in the different layers.
Let me ask you a question. Did you just use Hades and hell synonymously?
Go ahead and explain to me what the difference is.
I asked you a yes or no question.
Go ahead and define the difference.
I asked you a yes or no question.
You're making the claim that there is a difference between Hades and hell. I'd like you to demonstrate that there is, in fact, a difference.
Gretchen,
Yes, he did. He thinks it's the same. So do I.
But he didn't answer the question. I can't.
He did. They did.
Answer question. No, he didn't.
They did.
This is why I can't sit here on your show, Gretchen, and talk to RP or anyone else because they want to assume everything.
I'm giving you the same answer RP did, only I'm explaining it to you like you're 5.
Hades.
Yes, RP did give you an answer. He just skipped the fucking details and then went to his follow-up question.
I asked 3 times, Gretchen, yes or no.
You said, is it the same thing? And then
can RP answer?
Yeah, it's the same thing. What's the difference? What's the difference?
All right, let me explain the difference. Because when I go on Justin's show on Friday, he's going to ask me yes or no questions, and he's going to mute my ass until I say yes or no.
You're already crying about what Justin's going to do, and that's not what Justin does.
No.
Listen up.
You
listen
can't
up.
answer yes or no questions.
Golden Arm. Is Hades before hell? And he's running away. Okay, yes, if Hades is before hell, yes, listen. So then if Hades happens before hell and Hades happens after the judgment, and the verse that you gave, listen. The verse you gave gave a chronological order of the judgment, then sending down to Hades. Therefore, the judgment in which the people will be judged harsher, be treated harsher, happens before Hades. And if Hades is before hell, that means that the harshness happens well before hell even. So still, your claim that there are multiple layers of hell where there are varying amounts of harsher judgments is still unfounded, because saying that Hades and hell does nothing for your argument.
I think you're confusing Hades with hell.
What does that mean?
No, oh my God, you didn't listen to anything, did you?
I think the writers of the Bible also confused hell and Hades. Because
you already admitted that Hades comes before hell.
Listen.
Hades is where they stole the whole fucking concept from.
I think that's irrelevant.
No, it isn't.
Listen, there's a judgment day when we all die, or when Christ comes back. And
why do you think the Greek Septuagint calls it Hades? Why?
Gretchen, let him dig his own grave.
Yeah, I can't hardly finish a sentence on this channel, and it kind of pisses me off.
Cry about it.
Maybe you should show up sober.
I'm sorry. What's that?
Maybe you should show up sober.
What makes you think I'm drunk?
Your entire
demeanor.
I got a good tolerance. Okay.
No.
Did you forget you said you had 8 drinks?
Yeah, he's that drunk.
No, I didn't forget that. I have a large tolerance. Okay. Now listen.
Sure.
I believe the issue of Hades and hell is something the King James Version unfortunately got wrong. The King James Version of the Bible synonymously makes hell and Hades the same thing, but they're not.
So why do you like to use the new King James Version?
Well, the New King James kind of fixes that a little bit.
You said that they got it wrong. How can they both got it wrong and fix
it? Well, the New King James is a different version than the King James, and that's why they fixed it.
Didn't he just say the New King James?
Is that like a choose your own adventure?
No,
you just go with the one you like the best?
No, it's not. It's academic. Okay. What I'm trying to say is that Hades exists right now. There's going to be a day. There's going to be a day of judgment, and after the day of judgment, Hades doesn't exist because Hades is exterminated. As Revelation shows, it's thrown into the lake of fire. Death and Hades is thrown into that lake. So the order of progression that RP or whoever I'm talking with needs to understand is that there is Hades right now, then the day of judgment where everyone is judged, and then hell.
What about Pluto?
Okay, I want to bypass all of that and
Well,
just
no,
say,
no,
well,
you can't
no,
bypass
hold
it.
on.
You
I
have
let you
to.
speak.
All
I
right.
waited for you to be finished. Hold on.
All right.
I just want to say, in Sodom and Gomorrah, because I heard it mentioned, and this is why I came up. So Sodom and Gomorrah, somebody turns back and looks to see what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah. What happened to them?
Lot's wife.
Okay, what happened to Lot's wife?
She turned into a pillar of salt.
How do
Why?
you know that?
Say again.
Does that not precede Hades and hell all together, just all in one shot?
No, I think it. She dies, so she goes to Hades.
Okay, who saw her turn to a pillar of salt? And how do
I'm
you
sorry.
know that she turned to a pillar of salt?
Say again.
How do you know she turned to a pillar of salt? And who determined that she turned to a pillar of salt?
All right. Do you have that pulled up, Gretchen? Is that the verse? No, that's still Matthew.
What are we talking about? Lot's wife?
Yeah, I'm providing the context in Matthew that shows that it's judgment and then Hades.
Well, hold on.
Not the way that you're claiming it.
Well, hold on. Someone's speaking. We're talking. We're going to answer his questions first. I think
He wants to
right?
go down the Lot rabbit hole now.
Because he knows that he's cooked on the Matthew verse.
That's not me. That's the other call. That's the other caller, right?
I'll fucking cook you on Lot too. But that's fine with me. That's where you want to go?
No,
I'm bored the
I
shit of Genesis. I mean,
I didn't take us there. Someone else.
Let's fuck with Lot and Lot's wife.
Then go.
Absolutely,
Go
I will love to do that.
Or not? I mean, I'm just like following the guy's question.
That's fine. That's fine.
Right.
I am just trying to
No, that's
follow
what async is for the chatters to come up and talk to the people. And you know that. So
Gretchen,
if that's where
Gretchen,
Noga wants to go and you want to follow, let's fucking go.
I don't
I
wanna
got some
follow.
lot questions too for you.
I don't
Let's
want to
go.
follow. I don't want to follow, but are you going to entertain this guy or not?
Yes.
Okay.
We are.
Yeah, that's what async's for.
Okay. So then whoever's bringing up Matthew needs to just hold it for a second.
That's fine.
Yeah, we're done with Matthew for now.
We're not
That's
done
our
with
beat.
it. We're putting a pin in it.
We're not
Right,
done
we're
with
putting a pin in it.
All right,
Because
But that's
I
our
am
beat.
up like
Address
72
Noga,
points on
and then let's go on.
Matthew right now.
Yeah, I just don't want to interrupt. I want to let other people speak. So I'm trying to be polite, but at the same time,
you are polite.
You are polite, Noga, but again, we're up here all the fucking time. You are not. So you kind of get pride of place right now. That's the way async works, or at least as it's intended to.
All right, it's chapter 19 of Genesis.
Who looked back at Lot's wife to understand that she?
I gotta go get some water. I'll be right back. Excuse me.
It's not water. It's more
Please
alcohol.
make it water.
8
No
fucking
spiking it.
drinks.
My question is, who
Should
looked
take your
back
camera
at
with you
Lot's
so we can
wife
watch it.
and knew that she turned to a pillar of salt? And how did they know that?
Because they knew.
Oh, I got some like
Pretty
more
important.
random.
This defeats
I got
my
some random
point.
points to make
Your
about
first
Lot that
answer-
most people don't usually fucking go into. So
My first
I can
answer
live with that.
how do we know is the Bible says she turned into a pillar of salt.
So
And the
by the
reason
Bible.
for that is because God did it.
Okay, so how do we know that God did it?
Well, I think because people
Why
don't-
did God do it?
Well, hold on, 2 questions. How do we know God did it? Because people don't do that naturally, and why he did that, I don't know.
Okay, but
Do we have the salt line of Sarah?
Wait, who looked back at her to know that she was turned to a pillar of salt?
Nobody looked back at her. She looked back at the city of Sodom.
Okay, but
Right,
how
so
do
they
we
didn't
know?
actually observe her as a pillar
That's
of
what I'm
salt.
saying. How do we come
mind
to
pulling
the
up that verse?
conclusion that
Well,
she
because
was
Lot
turned to a
Lot was
pillar of
coming up
salt.
behind her, wasn't
No,
she?
I'm sorry.
Wasn't he?
Yeah, but he saw her turn back and see her look back at the city, and she turned to a pillar.
Verse
Pillar of salt
26.
in front of her.
Verse 26. But his wife looked back behind him, and she became a pillar of salt.
Oh yeah, behind him. So he wasn't in front, or yeah, she was behind him. He was
okay.
running forward, so he didn't see her turn into a pillar of salt.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know.
Otherwise, he would have been looking back and would have turned into a pillar of salt as well. So
what's-
no one
Yeah,
actually
and-
observed her turning into a pillar of salt.
Well,
Yeah,
either way,
and
whether anyone observed it or not.
Well, one person did. Lot.
The text says it. I mean, if his wife looked back behind him, that would mean she was in front of him, and Lot would have seen it.
No. It described her as being behind Lot.
No, it doesn't. Read verse 26.
Of what?
Yeah, because that's my understanding was Lot
Of
that
Genesis
his
19.
wife was behind him, and
No,
then
I
in
think-
the next verse,
hang on a second. I gotta pull
Yeah,
up
It says,
Bible
it
Gateway
says his
now.
wife
Hold on.
looked back behind him, which would have
No,
implied
but Lot's
she was-
wife, behind him, looked back. She was
Yeah,
behind Lot.
behind him. That's what I'm saying. So he would have to look back to see her.
No, not that's what version are you reading? I'm reading the New King
The
James.
NRSVUE, which is used by scholars.
And scholars. Let me grab my NRSV. Hold on.
This is my whole point. It defeats everything before it. Whatever. I know you guys have other arguments, and that's what I understand. I know you guys do. I don't want to argue those.
Does Hebrew grammar have commas? No, they don't.
Oh my
Can
God.
you read Hebrew?
I can't read Hebrew, so I don't give a fuck if they have
No,
commas
but-
or not.
Yeah,
So why are you bringing up
Put the word in
Hebrew?
Oxford comma.
Well, because we're discussing the whole issue seems to
Okay, so take away the comma.
Right.
Lot's wife
Right.
behind him without the comma. Does it,
It doesn't
still
say-
sentence? Even without the comma, does Lot's wife behind him look back? Read the sentence without the commas. Does
All right,
it
hold on.
still
Do-
follow?
who's speaking?
Noga.
Noga, what version of the Bible are you reading?
I'm reading the version that's on the screen, but
No.
I don't
The
really
New
have a
Revised
big.
Standard Version.
New
Yeah,
Revised?
I don't have any. I just know a lot of the stories.
All right, that's fine. I was just curious because
Even without the commas, I just feel like let's say the commas aren't there.
all right.
Let's give you that.
Well, yeah, because there are no commas in Hebrew.
Okay, let's say the commas aren't there.
Well,
Lot's
we're not reading
wife
it in Hebrew. We're reading it in English.
behind him look
Right.
back.
All right,
He
so I'm gonna
looked
read.
back.
I've got the new Oxford annotated Bible.
Lot looked back either way you say it.
I
I'm
have
just
it.
gonna
At
say
the
that.
recommendation
It doesn't
of-
matter what version you've got. I'll even fuck with the KJV if you must.
All right. It says here, but Lot's wife
I have the Bible
behind
version
him
revealed.
looked back, and she
He
became a
looked
But we
pillar
could
of
back.
salt.
we could just put the NRSV on the screen and
You
all read
literally
from the
just
same
read the
version.
same thing.
I know. Just without the commas, he
Okay.
looked back. If he
Can we-
looked back,
Can we work
He
together on
looked
this
back.
and not be so?
Was
so
what
just
does
like-
it say? Lot's wife was
Yeah.
behind him.
According to the new the NRSV, it does seem to no, it does say she was behind him.
Exactly.
and
So
he
therefore,
looked, and
Lot.
he looked back as well. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
but he
So
also
it says
looked
Lot
back.
did not. Lot did not
says-
look back. His wife
says-
looked back.
Right.
It says but Lot's wife behind him looked back, and she
Yep.
became a pillar of salt.
Right.
Okay.
Therefore-
How did
therefore,
Lot know
no-
that she
yeah.
turned to a bill of salt? He would have to have looked back in order to see his wife turn to a pillar of salt. That's my point.
All right.
So even though it doesn't say that Lot looked back,
why do you
he
think?
had to have looked back to see
Why-
her
Hold on.
in order to see her turn to a pillar of salt.
Okay. Can I ask two questions?
Go ahead.
Number one.
Mm-hmm.
Are you implying that this story was communicated because of Lot's experience to Moses or to whoever? And number
well, that's my understanding is that somebody else is retelling his tale.
Right,
So not directly him.
Right. Number two, where are his 3 daughters?
Exactly.
I'm going to let you, Gretchen. Take
Scholarship maintains that
Okay.
the story of Lot
Why
was passed
was-
down by oral tradition, and so
Sorry?
this was in fact told by Lot and Lot's descendants.
Okay. And where
Therefore,
were his 3
it was not a
Okay.
story given from
And
God.
where-
So
and
no
where-
no extra
So-
details can
Where
ever
were
be
his-
attributed to God. It is
Where
a
were-
direct
All right.
retelling.
What I'm trying to answer is the logical implication. That
Okay.
the,
Here's the
is
question
this.
for you, Golden. Why did
where
Lot's
were the
wife?
daughters? That's
Don't
my
worry about the
question.
fucking daughters. We will get there. We're gonna get
Okay.
there.
All right, good.
Okay. Why was Lot's wife turned into a pillar of salt? Because she looked back. She lingered, right?
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Verse 15.
Because she
Genesis
broke,
19:15.
disobeyed.
When morning dawned, the angels urged Lot, "Get up, take your wife and 2 daughters who are here, or else you will be consumed in the punishment of the city." But he lingered. So the men had seized him and forced him outside of the city. So why didn't Lot get turned into a fucking pillar of salt?
He didn't look back.
Thank you. I'm going to
He
sit out.
lingered. He didn't want to go.
Right, but he did go at the
The
enforced.
angels had to fucking seize him and fucking chuck him outside of the city.
Right, but once he went,
Like a
he didn't
ragdoll.
look back.
What is worse, lingering and refusing to go, or
I don't know, but
looking back?
But what we're talking about, according to
What we're talking about is fucking judgment on women and not on men. That's what we're talking about.
That's not what No-Go's point is. I don't believe.
No,
That's not what.
Point.
No,
Nope, that's my point.
He's
I know,
trying
and
to
you're-
say my point.
You're changing
My
the topic.
point is either
No-Go.
way.
No-Go.
I told you I had a weird
let
random
No-Go
one that
make-
you've never heard before.
I want No-Go to answer this question. Where were Lot's 2 daughters?
I don't need to know where
Could-
his 2 daughters were.
Okay,
But
the point.
either way.
Okay, first of
I'm
all, I
going
just
to
read that for
default-
you.
I'm
All
going
right,
to
Nego.
default to Gretchen because I know what she knows, what she's talking about. I am not as well versed in the Bible.
All I'm saying is logically, you're trying to make a logical conclusion that Lot must have looked back. But if the daughters were behind the wife, they could have seen it without looking back. That's my logical point. And you can do whatever you want with that.
It doesn't say where the daughters were on the
Yeah,
way out.
Exactly.
It doesn't-
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's why.
Okay,
the point-
you
the
know
point
what?
of the
If you
color
want to,
is
if you want to
irrelevant.
shove the daughter, okay. If you want to play Daughters of the Gaps, fine.
But what,
Go ahead.
Either
You want
way,
to shove his
Yeah,
daughters
yeah,
in that
yeah.
gap? I
I'm
will.
gonna
You
play
know,
it.
I'll even fucking grant you that.
Thank
But
you. Thank you.
You haven't explained that Lot lingered and should have been also.
That's
turned
a
to,
different.
you know,
That's a different
fucking-
conversation, Gretchen. From
He should have been turned. He should have been fucking scorched.
okay,
Right
so
there.
you-
He was told to
You
get
know
the
what?
fuck out of town, and he
You know what?
didn't. And
You
the
got a good-
angels fucking tackled him and dragged
got a
his
good-
ass out of town.
Yeah, you got a good point. You got a good point. I agree.
That is a whole lot worse
just
than
conceded that
looking
God-
back at the place
But-
that you grew
But
up.
no, well, I don't know. I don't know. It depends on what looking back means.
So God's not all just.
so
Oh no, he's all just. Of course. he
now
is.
we're debating on
That
what
was an
looking back
injustice.
means. Now we're literally splitting hairs on what looking back means.
Well,
Yeah, and then
I mean-
in 30, you get to find
mean,
out where his daughters rape
I mean,
him.
if you're
where
going to
Lot's
say that
daughters
the-
rape him, but you never
you're-
hear it from the fucking point of view of the girls.
if
You
you're
just
going to
get to-
argue, if you're going to
I mean-
argue that Lot's daughters were ahead of the wife and also looked
I'm
back,
not arguing that, but
I mean-
go
I mean-
ahead.
Nobody's
All I'm
arguing
trying-
that. They lived.
you're arguing no-go is that Lot must have looked back, and I'm giving an option where he didn't
At
have
some
to.
point,
No.
at some point, even the angels brought him back. Even
Not-
if the angels say that they brought him back to look to see what happened, at some point he looked back.
No, he didn't. The text does not say that. And if the daughters were behind the wife, they could have observed it. Your problem's solved.
Yeah, but you're giving a hypothesis on something that you don't know yourself.
Well, but you're saying that couldn't have happened, and it could have.
I didn't say it couldn't have happened. I did not say that.
All right, fine. Well, I
All
think
I'm saying is I
Technically,
am going based
if you're
on
going
what
if you're
is written.
going directly by the text using the Brockenheimer method, then you're technically both on even ground, I think.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Because
I'm
it
good-
does
I'm
not
good
say
with that.
Lot looked back at his wife.
He didn't,
And
yeah.
it does not say that his daughters couldn't have been the ones that said, "Oh my God, Dad, she's fucking salt. Let's fucking run." You know.
Fair
I mean,
It
enough.
does say that somebody looked behind him.
It doesn't.
It
the only
says that
one-
Lot's wife did.
There you go, Gretchen. Bingo.
Okay.
So you're both
how
right. You're
about,
both wrong. I mean,
How about
the way it's worded, you're both right. You're both wrong.
but I still think
You still can't answer for why Lot didn't get turned into a fucking pile of ash because
Yes, I
he
can.
lingered.
He gave his
He
hypothesis.
fought the angels that tried to tell him to get the fuck out. He didn't
Yeah,
want to
that's
go.
That's human nature.
You gave your
Oh,
own answer
but
on
it's
your
not
own
human nature to turn around and look back.
that.
Yeah, it may be.
So Lot's wife gets killed for human nature, but Lot doesn't.
No, the way that I understand and have been.
That's not control through fear at all. You're right.
No.
Oh my God.
Well, it's not control through fear, not really.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. control through fear.
how is turning a woman into salt for disobeying not control through fear?
Correct.
I think that the looking back
Was Lot's family
here we go
afraid
again. I can't-
after?
you know what?
No,
RP
like
will
you're
not
you're
let
you're
me
not
talk.
you're not getting on the subject. Was Lot's family observing her turning into a pillar of salt a thing that would instill fear in them? He fucking gets up and runs
I
away.
was going to say he walked away, but he didn't want to even entertain your thoughts.
It's because I keep him linear when he tries to get off the path.
No, it's not
Right.
that. It's that I can't. We can't talk to each other for whatever reason.
Yeah, because you can't
What
emotionally
did he
regulate
just
our
say?
interaction.
No, I
Can
can't
we get
emotion-
back onto the subject?
Did you even
Yeah,
hear
or
what
we could
said?
move on, to the daughters. How afterward they both got knocked up by their fucking dad,
Right.
and they blamed it on the girls
Yeah.
because they got him drunk and raped him.
Yep. They
Well, that's an interesting topic. Whose fault was that?
That's not that's an interesting topic.
Well, I mean, you brought it up, right? So it must be.
So Lot bangs his own daughters, and we're gonna blame it on the fucking girls.
Well, if they got him drunk, and that was their motivation.
Well,
and
just
they-
because it says
and
that,
then-
you think that means
and
it was
then-
true?
And then
Do
they.
you see how you
Obviously,
jump from
yes.
one logical conclusion to another? Like
You don't see how
keep
this is
trying
demonizing
to
yet another woman in this book
rationalize?
of yours?
I just go with what the text says. The
No, you're
motivation-
not. You're rationalizing each section. You
What-
give
Yeah.
an excuse of
Read
your
what
own
the-
Yeah,
interpretation.
you
I didn't
literally just read
rationalize- I
extra
didn't ra-
information into the text.
No,
I
you
didn't
just
add-
literally
right.
gave your own interpretation of what
What
you
was my
possibly could have.
What was my interpretation, Noga?
You gave a possibility of what could have happened. You
With
gave
what?
an instance
No, I
of
didn't.
where.
No, I
well,
didn't. Not-
hold
not-
on, hold on,
not-
hold on. Can I?
Not with lots of daughters.
Hold
no.
on, let him.
Yes,
let
you
him-
literally
let him-
did, Golden
Like
Arm.
you literally said that
Yeah.
Lot didn't look back, that it could have been
Okay.
this, it could have been his daughters.
Yes, yeah.
His daughters could have
And
been
it
ahead
doesn't
of
say
him.
that anywhere
You
in the
could have,
text. You
could have,
just
would
made
have,
that
should
up.
have.
Right.
Yeah, you
But
read
I
that
thought
into
we
the
were-
text.
You are giving
I
thought we were-
granted that it's yes, it's a possibility, but it
thought we
doesn't
were
say
done
that
with
anywhere
that.
in
I
the
thought we
fucking
were on
text.
to a new topic. Were we not on to a new topic?
But this is why I conceded my argument where it could have been. You're absolutely right. There is an opportunity for those things to happen.
So
but you are giving your
But that
own
has to be read
interpretation.
in.
And going in there and then adding your own interpretation.
Hold on.
And then
It's not my-
saying, well, that could have, this could have happened.
That's not my interpretation. It's just logic.
Is it written in there?
No.
Does it say that?
Right. So
No,
you're
then
literally
it's an
reading it in.
interpretation.
No, I'm not. What I'm trying to do, what Nogo's reading into the text is an inference of that Lot looked back.
Projection.
Did
No,
not Noga did
I'm
it doesn't say
I'm not reading into it. What I am trying to do is delineate between the things that are written. I'm going based on what is written, and I'm going to try and read it to a logical conclusion.
Right,
I'm
and your
not
logical.
I'm not trying to put things in there. I'm willing to accept those things that are not in there.
Was your
but
logical?
I'm not going to just discount that they're not in there.
Was your logical conclusion that Lot looked back? Yes, it was.
At the beginning, and I conceded that at toward when Gretchen stepped in and said that it doesn't actually say that. You're right.
Right.
It absolutely doesn't say that.
And so
but it also
I've
doesn't
offered.
say that his daughter's back.
I've offered an explanation for why Lot didn't.
And where did you get that explanation?
Because you're trying to say the only
I'm not
way-
trying to say anything.
Yes, you are.
I did
You're
put in my own interpretation.
No,
but
when
now
you
you're
said-
trying to refute my interpretation with your own interpretation.
Well, I don't know if it's an interpretation or not. It may be, but what you said was your inference was based off of what the text says is that Lot looked back. He had to have because the wife was behind him.
Right. That's what he said.
I'm saying the text
Nobody's
doesn't
arguing
say.
that.
So the text doesn't say where the children were. So
That's
if the
true.
children. So therefore, the whole thing is irrelevant. And
You know what? That's why I said you're both right and you're both wrong.
I know. And Gretchen, I'm responding to your point with Lot's daughters, and when they want to go screw him, and this dude wants to take us back to the other thing.
You know what? Let's reverse engineer that whole thing. Okay. So who were Lot's two grandsons?
Edom, and Moab. I
Moab?
think not Edom.
Moab and Ammon.
Right. Edom was Esau. Moab was one of them. I don't know
No, it was Moab and Ben-Ami.
All right. So
they became the leaders of the Ammonites and the Moabites, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
I know the Moabites for sure. I'll on the Ammonites.
And so when they find out that they're the product of fucking incest between Lot and his two daughters, what do? They rewrite the fucking story and they make the girls the fucking rapists.
Hold on. Where do you get that from?
Read the fucking verse, dude.
Right. So
started Genesis 1930. I think in 1930.
So when you ask,
it's on the.
When you ask me for evidence, and I say read the verse, you're not going to accept that.
What are you talking about? I'm not asking you for evidence. I'm just asking you to read it and tell me why wouldn't they have any motivation to blame fucking women again for something icky about their own,
Let me ask one question about this whole story.
About their paternity,
and then we can get into the detail if you want. My one question is was this inspired and motivated by Lot or by the daughters?
According to the text, or like according to real life, you really think that?
No,
you really think that two young girls are so worried about having sons that they're going to rape their own dad? It's not like the whole fucking world just ended. It was only their city. God damn it!
You didn't answer my question.
Read the fucking verse, Golden Arm.
Okay, let's read it. 19, right? 19?
No,
1930.
chapter 19, verse
I'm sorry.
30.
1930. Okay, give me a second. I was on Exodus.
Yeah, you never get to hear the story from the point of view of the daughters.
All right. So
not really. This
in
is
the new-
this is all told.
In the New King James Version, 1930 says, "Then Lot went up out of
The
Zoar
daughters don't even get fucking names, by the way.
and dwelt in the mountains, and his daughters were with him, for he was afraid to dwell in Zoar. And he and his 2 daughters dwelt in a cave. Now the firstborn said to the younger, Our father is old, and there is no man on the earth to come into us, as is the custom of all the earth. Come."
Yeah. What? Wait. Where
Right.
where was that ever fucking said? They destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. That's fucking it.
All right. So my understanding, based off of
These
what the
people were
teachers-
never told that the whole world was being destroyed. Just their fucking city.
Right, but the context would
So now it's our father's old and there's not a man on earth to
And
knock us
also,
up now.
if
All right, so I
all the
can't
other
respond to
nations
her,
were
now you're gonna
destroyed,
talk, and I can't
no,
talk. So
listen,
can I talk to-
listen.
can I talk to
If
Ray-
if
can I
all
talk-
the nations were destroyed, then why was Lot afraid to live in Zor?
All right.
Yeah.
The point.
We're just asking you to make it make sense.
All right. So the context clearly implies that the girls thought that the whole world was destroyed.
They were not told that. They were just told their city was
No,
getting
they weren't
destroyed.
told that, but and it wasn't. The whole world was not destroyed, but that's what they thought.
Well, then why was Lot afraid to stay in Zor? Who's there to get him?
Because God's destroying all the cities. He didn't want to because when
The
Lot,
Bible doesn't say
You're
that.
just
when Lot-
you're just
no,
nothing
when Lot-
nothing
no,
ever says
listen,
that.
when I
Nothing
talk-
ever says that.
Can I talk? When Lot escaped, he asked if he could go to Zor, and the angel said, "Okay," and gave him permission. And then Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. But then later he left Zor and went to the mountains. That's what the text says, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Was Zor destroyed?
I don't think so, but I'd have to reread it.
So if he
But the point
left
is
out of
we're
Zor
trying to-
and went and settled in the hills with his daughters, then his daughters know that there's still people in Zor.
The text implies that the women thought that.
No, you are
Yes, it
implying
does.
that. The text
No,
does
no.
not.
No.
You are implying that. The text does not.
What does this mean? Our father is old, and there is no man on the earth to come into us.
It sounds
Why
like
would-
the demonization of the nearest fucking female who
Well,
doesn't
that's-
even get a
no,
name in the
that's-
story.
That's your reading. The
Yeah, that's my fucking reading of it.
but my reading says the.
It's a lot of people's reading of it. That's why your book is full of shit, dude.
Well, I mean, that's not really a literary reading of the text. When they said there's no man, you have to understand that that's what they thought. They're wrong, but that's what they thought. It's
They
so
came up out of Zor with their dad to settle in the hills.
and who's to say that they didn't think that Zor was destroyed?
Because Lot
Why
was
was he
afraid
afraid
to
to
live
stay
in
there?
Zor. Jesus
You're-
Christ, how are you not getting
you-
this?
You're well because you have too many assumptions that you think are right. But they're just assumptions.
This
same
is
thing
just
with-
information that's on the page. I don't have to assume anything
no,
because it says it.
You know
It
what?
says
The title of-
for
the
he was
title of the
afraid
chapter-
Information
to
what
live in
information
Zor.
on the page makes you think that
You know what? I don't. Golden Arm timeout. I don't know if you have the, like title in your KJV. I don't know, but the title of this this section is "The Shameful Origin of Moab and Ammon."
No, mine says the descendants of Lot.
Okay, this
that's
look
not-
at the NRSV. It literally says "The Shameful Origin of Moab and Ammon."
Well, it is pretty shameful, isn't it? I don't disagree with
It
that.
is, and isn't that convenient that they blamed it on the girls with no names?
The question, in my opinion, is who
Isn't that convenient that they took the shame of it and pinned it on the girls with no names?
my NRSV has no.
Isn't that convenient, Golden
No.
Arm?
No. It's
Really?
not.
Because it sure fucking seems like it to me.
Well, to me, you have to get to the bottom of who caused it. And whoever the cause is from.
You can't. This is a passed down fucking oral history. You can't get the bottom of who caused it.
No, that's
in common fucking parlance. Does it sound like a reasonable fucking story to you without all of your implications and your rereadings? Because you have a God. I can't believe I don't want to say it. Fucking Kurt. You got in my fucking head.
I feel like you're shifting the goalpost, Gretchen. The question is, who's to blame? Did the women have motivations, and what were they? Answer that.
The women just wanted to be moms.
That's not what the text says.
Yeah, it is. They wanted to have kids.
They wanted to sustain and propagate humanity because they thought they were the only ones left.
Having kids, you dumb motherfucker. They didn't think they were the only ones left.
Yes,
There's
they
no
did.
fucking way. There's no fucking way. It was just their city that got destroyed.
Read verse
It was
31.
just their city. It was
Read
probably
verse-
because Lot raped his fucking daughters. And the Moabites and the Ammonites didn't want to fucking admit that they were all the fucking product of incest, so they blamed it on the girls with no fucking names.
Who blamed it?
The tribes.
The Ammonites and the Moabites.
Well,
all of them.
All I can say is verse 31 says, the firstborn said to the younger, our father is old, and there is no man on the earth. That's what it says.
It's what it says. Does that sound reasonable to you? Do you really think they were the only ones left on Earth?
Can I put myself into the
It
mind?
doesn't even say that. It says after the manner of all the world, which means that they were aware of other people on Earth. They just thought they were unworthy.
That's
they
not
just
what
thought
those
they were
words-
unworthy.
Well, he's reading the KJV.
That's not what those words mean. That's not.
And I'm reading an accurate translation. The NRSV.
Do you have it up on the screen, RP?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Look at the screen, Golden Arm. Make it as big as you can.
No, I've got my own NRSV. Thank you. And the firstborn said,
Okay.
"Our
Then
father
it
is
should
old,
say
and
the
there is
shameful
not a man
origin
on
of
earth."
Moab and Ammon, right?
Say again.
It says this. It says the shameful origin of Moab and Ammon, right?
No, again, my NRSV doesn't include those little headings because that's not the word of God. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
But it is what this is talking about, isn't it?
Well,
It's
that's
accurate.
that's someone's opinion.
You don't think this? You don't think this shit is shameful? You don't?
I think there's
You
a little.
have I hope your kids are boys, because
Yeah. Listen.
if you tell me you have
Listen.
daughters and you don't think this is shameful, we're gonna fucking tangle.
Listen. RP said
We're gonna fucking tangle, bitch. Tell me you think this is shameful. Just admit that fucking much.
All right, I think it's
Come on, show me your fucking humanity,
Okay.
Golden
Here,
Arm.
We got it. He said it's shameful.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry.
You want to hear it again? It's shameful, and the reason why.
Thank you.
Women, there's girls going into their father, and that's incest, and that's not good. That's shameful. We get it, okay? We get it. But the question that I think here that we're talking about is who is causing that? And it's the girls that are that coming up with this plan. It's the older daughter who's manipulating the younger daughter to join in her plan to get her father drunk to have sex with him.
They gave him wine. So in your experience with wine, when you've had too much, can you get it up? Because I've been with plenty of men, and guess what? If you've drank enough wine to get knocked the fuck out, you aren't getting it up for anything.
Well,
This is
would
just more
imply-
bullshit.
All right,
And
well, that's
I'm sorry, but you know I'm right.
No,
You know I'm
I
right.
think
You know I'm right.
I don't know you're right, and I think you're
You
wrong.
do know
I
I'm
think-
right.
I think there's been many drunk men who have had sex with women, and if you don't, think that's
Right,
the case,
but
you don't
they
think that's
got
the
him
case,
drunk,
then-
and they got him drunk and fucked him while he was passed out.
no, that's
And
impossible.
you, that's what the fucking text says.
What verse?
I don't know. I can't read it. It's too small. Hang on.
Yeah, yeah. All right. This is nuts, man.
Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we lie with him. So they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went and lay with it. He did not know when she laid down or when she rose,
Yeah, that's
because
called
he was passed the fuck out.
No, it's called a blacked out state, and you know what that means, and I do too, and everyone else does.
Yeah, and it didn't say nothing said they gave him fucking 151 or Everclear. They gave him wine. That's a lot of fucking wine, especially for 3 people living in a goddamn cave.
And do you think a man of his age would be able to perform in a blackout state? Let's be serious.
Yeah.
How old was he? It says he's old. Do old people get it up? I think they do.
No, they don't. That's why they need
Most
fucking
pe-
Cialis and Blue
Some
Chew.
do,
Yes,
but
they do.
we have Viagra and shit. Most old people can't get it
You
up like
guys
that.
have
Sorry.
too many assumptions that you just can't.
I don't know. I'm looking to see how old he was. I don't know how old that was.
I have to go to the bathroom, by the way, and I'm going to grab some more water, and I'll be right back. And hopefully we can talk about something cool.
Okay, we can go back to Matthew if you want. I think we've completely cooked you on lot. The exact age of Lot is never explicitly stated.
Estimated to be in his 70s.
Yeah.
Forgot the Matthew verse we were in.
So did I. Sorry.
11, 20 through 24.
All right, you're going back to Matthew Goldenarm.
Well, I kind of forgot where we were at, except for.
Don't worry.
I'll get you up to speed. So you made the claim that there are varying layers of hell in which there are varying levels of punishment, which is completely unbiblical, and you tried to cite Matthew 11, 20 through 24 to support this claim. However, if you read 22 through 23, that completely refutes your claim, because you conceded that Hades happens before hell, and this is showing that judgment happens, then Hades happens, and by your concession, that means hell is last in this this line of events. So, but I tell you, on the day of judgment, it will be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon than for you. And you comparing them, will you be exalted to heaven? No, you will be brought down to Hades. They are being brought down to Hades after judgment.
All right, what verse is that?
The verse that you gave earlier.
I know, and
Oh my God, Matthew 11, 20 through 24.
All right, just. There's no need for the oh my. All right, let's just talk.
It's the verse that you brought up. I shouldn't have to remind
know,
you of the
but
verse that you
It's
brought
also
up
it's on
yourself.
the screen.
I had to search. I had to search
It's
that.
on the screen.
Yeah, you had to search it up because you didn't know of any verses that supported your claim, and you thought this supported your claim, and it did not. You grabbed this off of a quick Google search without even looking into the verse.
You know what I did? I searched for it because I knew what it said, but I didn't know where it was. And then
you
we went to
obviously
Genesis.
didn't know what it said because it does not
Okay, well,
say
it's
what
on
you
the
said it
screen.
said.
So this whole thing is stupid.
Me and RP,
it's on the screen.
Me and RP are like, we just can't talk to each other. But I'm here now.
Cry about it.
Thank you
should
for
learn.
Thank you for simply just giving me the reference. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
So
You guys should
what
learn how to
verse-
talk to each other.
What verse?
RP does tend to roll people over. I get
I have to
that.
say it again. Matthew 11:20-24.
Well, now
This is
that
the
I'm
last
here,
time I'm saying it.
I said what verse, not chapter.
20-24. Holy
Will be
fuck.
brought down to Hades, verse 23. And you, Capernaum, who are exalted
Starting with
ahead,
20.
will be brought down to Hades.
Starting with verse 20.
I know, I got that, but I think he's referring to verse 20 specifically. Correct me if I'm wrong.
22 and 23 specifically defeat your claim. It is showing that judgment happens before Hades.
All right. It does say that. You're right.
Great.
All right. Can I
So
look it up?
this is not a demonstration of there being different layers of hell. Do you have another verse that supports that claim?
All right. Well, I disagree with that statement, but let me look up and
No, it's been demonstrated that this does not support your claim. If judgment happens before Hades and hell happens after Hades, that means that this is not talking about hell in any capacity.
The reason why I'm disagreeing with you is because there's confusion with Hades and hell, whether they're synonymous or not. But
I'm not saying that they're synonymous.
Can I finish?
This is a non sequitur. You're bringing up something that's completely unrelated that I'm not doing. Why are you bringing this up?
And here's why.
I'm not, because I specifically said multiple times Hades is before hell.
Okay. Can I talk now? This is the same thing.
If it's going to be something that's relevant,
right? Well, to me, it's relevant, and let the listeners decide. But you can't judge to cut me off if you think it's relevant or not. That's an absurd.
Okay, then get there. Then get there.
All right.
Yeah, do it without straw manning what I said.
Well, Gretchen, I will get there if RP will allow me.
No, right now you're crying. Just get there.
I have to cry because this is the way it is.
Just get there, Marine. Let's go.
What does it mean when it says it will be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon than for
Sodom?
And well, it says, "Woe to you, Chorazin! Woe to you, Bethsaida! For if the mighty works which were done in you had been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago. But I say to you, it will be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon in the day of judgment than for you." So he's talking about two different peoples, and in the day of judgment, he's saying it will be more tolerable for one than the other.
Yeah, and the day of judgment, not when they're in hell.
Regardless of what heaven and hell are.
Before hell.
What does that mean?
Because Tyre wasn't completely wiped out, dude. I hate to tell you, but it wasn't. Even though it was even though prophecy said it was gonna be, it wasn't. Tyre was never completely wiped out. It's still there today.
So in the day of judgment, that's a different topic, and I understand that. In the day of
judgment. So doesn't that describe how something would be more tolerable for Tyre, considering they weren't completely fucking rocked?
No, because we're talking about the day of judgment.
Oh my God. Do you possess common sense?
What is the day of judgment? What is the day
of judgment? The day they were supposed to be destroyed.
According to the whole New Testament.
The Amalekite genocide would be the day of judgment for the Amalekites.
What is the day of judgment?
What's so hard about that?
Say again?
What's so hard? The Amalekite genocide. That was the day of judgment for the Amalekites.
Okay, but that happened
the day God sent the Hebrews after them.
Are you unfamiliar with the day of judgment when Christ comes back to judge everyone? That's what the whole New Testament speaks about, right?
Not the whole thing.
Okay,
it's a fucking turn of phrase, and you have to look at the context to get the meaning.
So do you think
You're the
Amalekites-
Christian? You're the one supposed to be crying about context, dude.
So you think this context about the Day of Judgment is talking about the Day of Judgment for the Amalekites? Where do you get that from the context?
No, that was an analogy.
I know an analogy, but it doesn't work. The whole New Testament speaks about a day in the future.
The Day of Judgment
So
for Tyre
the day of judgment is
the day of judgment for Tyre was supposed to be the day that the prophecy came true that they were going to be destroyed. Remember, there was a prophecy. Tyre was supposed to be destroyed. And now this is saying, well, it's going to be more tolerable for Tyre than for this other fucking place because these guys are way fucking worse. And look, lo and behold, to 2,000 years later, Tyre's still fucking there.
Okay,
which
so
means it was pretty tolerable for them, wasn't it?
There's a difference of opinion. No,
they did get hit. Yeah, they did. They absolutely got hit. They had their judgment day, but it wasn't as bad as a place that got completely fucking destroyed.
Is Jesus speaking of the future?
Is this in red letters? Is Jesus speaking this at all?
That's a yes or no question.
Is Jesus speaking this?
Do you not know that?
I'm asking you.
Yes, he is. Is Jesus speaking of a future judgment on Tyre and Sidon?
Yeah. I imagine it's the prophecy from the.
So your whole spiel about the prophecy of Tyre being destroyed is basically irrelevant. Basically.
Well, yeah, because the prophecy fucking failed.
Okay, we can disagree on that, and that might be a good conversation, but that's irrelevant to this one.
And this could just be a reason that they're papering over the fucking prophecy being wrong. Like, why can't you see that?
It could be, sure. Let's grant that. Okay, I'll grant that.
Okay, thank you. Good.
It's not relevant to
we're
the
done.
conversation. No, we're not done.
Yeah, it actually fucking is.
Actually, it's not. Because Judgment Day that's coming is going to come.
Am I wrong here, Arpy?
What?
Am I wrong here?
No.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Well, of course he's going to say that. There's a Judgment Day that's coming, and there's going to be different judgments based on, according to Jesus' words, whether or not miracles were done in that city or not. And so there are different levels of judgment.
There are two levels of judgment. We can here, let me jump in. There are two levels of judgment that are discussed here on this page. Either you will be exalted to heaven or you will be brought down to Hades. There are not any described levels of punishment more than Hades. It's a binary. Do you get into heaven or do you not get into heaven? Now, if we go back up here to verse 20, we see that these verses are in reference to the people who did not repent. We know that from this sentence right here, for the deeds of power done to you had been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. That's because the people of Tyre and Sidon did repent. Okay, and that's why they are being judged less harsh. They have the possibility of being exalted to heaven, but because these cities who were not struck down like Tyre and Sidon, they continue to live in sin. They did not repent, and so they will be brought down to Hades. That is the difference in judgment.
I don't think there's a dichotomy of only heaven and hell.
Show that in this verse.
I think your interpretation of
I'm reading the words on the page.
And now I'm going to respond to you.
I'm not interpreting anything.
Yes,
so
you are.
Please, within the context of these verses, show me that there's a larger punishment than being brought down to Hades. Please go ahead.
And verse 23 says, "And you, Capernaum, who are exalted to heaven," doesn't mean that they're rewarded to heaven.
It's a question. Will you be exalted to heaven?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Look right there. Look right there.
Where's the question?
Right there.
All right, I gotta pull the NRSV out, right?
Or just look at the screen. He's highlighting it.
And you, Capernaum, will you be exalted to heaven? Okay, I'm looking at the screen. So
Cool.
what does
Yeah,
that
it's
mean?
a question.
So obviously the answer, Jesus answers that question, no, you will be brought down to Hades. So
Right, because they were not one of the destroyed cities. They were the
Well, but-
ones that didn't repent.
so they're going to be brought down to Hades, right?
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
the verse says.
So this isn't just a heaven or hell thing.
It literally is. That's
Okay,
all that's discussed.
okay.
It doesn't say anything about varying levels of punishment in
Okay,
Hades.
so Capernaum's going to be brought down to hell, right?
That's what it says.
What about Chorazin? What about Bethsaida?
Jesus is telling them that they might be judged harsher because they are a city that did not get basically blown to shreds.
All right, so my question...
They're the cities
No.
that haven't repented.
My
And so this
question
is a warning to them to
is
repent so
is
that they
Tro-
will be found in more favor like the
And what if
citizens
they-
of Tyre
what if
and
they-
Sidon.
And what if they don't repent? Chorazin.
They'll go to Hades.
They're going to go to Hades, right? And Bethsaida, what if they don't repent?
They'll go to Hades.
Because if the deeds done in Tyre and Sidon had been done, then they would Tyre and Sidon would have repented, right? According to Jesus.
Yes. And Jesus is saying if your cities were blown the fuck up, then you would have repented too, like these two cities.
Okay. So in verse 22, when it says, "But I tell you," and he's speaking to Chorazin and Bethsaida, on the day of judgment, it will be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon, which means Tyre and Sidon doesn't go to heaven, right?
No, that's not what it means. It means that Tyre and Sidon have a chance of getting into heaven.
That's not what it means.
How are you? Yes, it absolutely is what it means.
No, it doesn't. It says it will be
It's going to be more tolerable for you
which
than
means-
for Tyre and Sidon.
Which means all of them, Tyre, Sidon, Bethsaida, and Chorazin, are going to have to deal with some punishment. You wouldn't say if I go to heaven and you go to hell, you wouldn't say, well, Golden Arm, it's more tolerable for Golden
This is
Arm.
talking about seeing God's
no,
punishment
Please
firsthand,
don't-
and
please
then
don't
not
interrupt me.
and then not
Please don't.
repenting.
This is straight up English, dude. You wouldn't say
It absolutely is.
It's more
Look,
tolerable.
It is
it's more
English.
you wouldn't say it's more tolerable for Golden Arm in heaven, and it's not. It's less tolerable for Arpy in hell. You wouldn't say it's more tolerable for the person who's in bliss in heaven. You wouldn't say it that way.
This is talking about the people that saw God's fury and
if
still
I-
did not repent.
if
They
I
are
were
being treated harsher because they saw the fury of God. They
Who's
actually
being-
understand what can come, and they
Who's
still
being treated
chose to
harsher?
not repent.
Well, the point is that the language that says it's going to be more tolerable for somebody versus another person implies they're both being punished. And if you can't read that English, then we're
And I explain that to you. You're too drunk to understand my explanation.
I am
This
not
is
drunk.
you absolutely are. You're 8 drinks in.
No, it
You are
says it will
sloshed.
be more. What is? No, I'm not. It will be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon. What does more tolerable mean to you?
I already explained this to you. They
Not
will
as
be
bad.
judged harsher because their
Okay,
city was wiped
good.
out and they
That's-
were given a chance to repent. And these are
That's-
the ones who did not repent
That's
after
a great-
seeing the power of God.
I agree with that. They're going to be judged more harsher.
Right, because they've been exposed to the power of God already.
But you're trying to say that Tyre and Sidon won't be judged. But that's not what the text says.
No, nobody said
Oh
that.
my God.
What I was trying to tell you that, like,
Well,
from
if
my
they're
point
gonna-
of view,
okay, if they're
it
gonna be
means that more
judged-
people were going to be killed in the other
Well,
place than in
If they're
Tyre.
gonna be judged, then you got 2 levels of judgment. That's 2 levels of hell. That's 2 different.
No.
That's 2 different things.
No.
Yes,
That's not what that says at all.
It's exactly what it says. 2 different people are being judged at different harshness. Using your word, harshness. Right?
No.
No.
This
So
is
they're gonna
about
be ju-
this
so
is
they're-
about this is about
they're
the
gonna be
people
judged the-
who
they're
saw
gonna be
God's
judged the
power
same.
and still refused to repent.
But they're going to
They're
be
still
judged.
They're still
they're
going to
gonna
be
judged the
going.
same?
They're still going to be brought to Hades.
Are you saying
That's
they're
the
going to be
judgment.
judged? Are they judged the
Okay.
same, or are they judged
You
different?
want to
Same
you
or
want to know
different?
how much sense your arguments make, our Golden Arm? Answer this question. In the fucking Terminator, does Judgment Day mean we're all going to hell? No, it just means that's the day the fucking robots attacked and fucking slaughtered everybody. That's
All
it.
right, well, can we enter the context of the New Testament now?
Matthew is in the New Testament.
God orders the destruction
The
of these two
Terminator is
cities.
not. My question
And
is,
if they've given, if they repent, they'll be all right. If they don't, they're gonna get fucked up. That is what it means.
I have two questions.
Judgment doesn't always mean after death and deciding between heaven and hell. It doesn't
Well,
always mean that.
You know what? In the New
You are
Testament
the Christian.
context,
You're supposed to
in
be the one crying about context. Why
in
don't
the-
you
I
fucking open your eyes and
I am
the
crying
context is
about
like biting
context
you in the ass. You
because
so drunk you can't feel it?
Jesus is talking about a future judgment. The whole New Testament talks about a future judgment, and that's the future judgment when Christ comes back and everybody is judged. That's for sure. Now, I have two questions.
But that's not what's happening here.
Yes, it is. Can I ask my two questions? Are Chorazin and Bethsaida, are they found equally as guilty, or are they going to incur the same punishment as Tyre and Sidon? Yes or no?
Tyre and Sidon will be found more tolerable.
So you can't answer the yes or no. You'd be kicked off, muted on Justin's channel.
You've never been on Justin's channel. You'd never know.
Irrelevant. Yes or no?
Completely irrelevant.
Are Chorazin?
I don't know. I've been on Justin's channel. He didn't kick me off.
Are Chorazin and Bethsaida judged more harsh than Tyre and Sidon? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. My next question is Tyre and Sidon going to go to heaven?
We don't know. It doesn't say.
It doesn't say that.
It does.
Where?
It does not.
Verse 22.
But I tell you, on the day of judgment, it will be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon than for you. They're saying that Tyre and Sidon will get the more tolerable treatment. The more tolerable treatment of a binary of heaven and hell would be heaven. So this implies that Tyre and Sidon could potentially be going to heaven. How are you not understanding this?
Okay. The reason why I don't understand it that way is because when somebody says it's going to be more tolerable for A than B, I understand that to mean that bad things are going to happen to both. Because
No. Is a beach vacation more tolerable than the Holocaust?
See, that's absurd. Of course it is, but that's not.
Yeah, exactly. So there is no implication of both things being a punishment.
Because
you just conceded your entire point.
No, I know. Because you don't talk like that. When you're comparing,
is heaven more tolerable to hell?
Yes, but when you're comparing,
boom.
But you don't talk like that, and neither does the Bible.
Yes, it does. It literally says it right there.
When you're comparing two things that are more tolerable, you don't compare one thing that's bliss and one thing that's hell. You just don't do that. It's natural. It's common.
Absolutely can do that.
No, you can't. Give me an
more
example.
Tolerable doesn't mean
I literally
good.
gave you two examples: the beach and the Holocaust, heaven and hell.
But really, you don't go around talking to people when you're trying to actually communicate and say, well, you know what? It's more tolerable to go to heaven than the Holocaust. You don't do that crap. You don't do it.
No,
you don't speak like that.
More tolerable does not mean automatically good. It just means not as bad.
Hey, maybe you do.
It's more tolerable to go on a walk when your in-laws are visiting. That doesn't make going on a walk a punishment.
Yeah, that's a bad example.
It's a perfect example. It completely defeats your whole point that they both have to be punishments.
The clear implication of the text to me says
implication. You're reading into it again.
More tolerable means better. It does not mean good.
More tolerable for Tyre.
More tolerable means better. It does not mean good.
Agreed.
More tolerable means better. It does not mean good.
But the implication is that they're going to be judged harshly, not positively. And
no, Tyre and Sidon are getting the less harsh judgment.
Right. And when you say less harsh, that means they're going to be judged.
Less harsh could imply heaven because heaven is less harsh than hell. Is heaven less harsh than hell?
In every reasonable
Golden Arm,
communication.
is heaven less harsh than hell?
Of course it is.
Boom.
Golden Arm.
Right.
If
but
God
rest
is
my
all
case.
knowing,
Okay, let
then
me ask
they've
you a question.
already
So,
been judged.
Is a hotter temperature more harsh than a lesser temperature? Yes.
Not for me.
Yes, it is.
It depends on how less the temperature is. If it's below freezing, like negative 40, I'd much rather be in a 90-degree area.
Hotter temperature works for me.
All right. Well, I believe based off of this verse, and you can disagree with me. We're done here. That I believe
you failed
that
to demonstrate anything here. That's why we're done.
Well, I mean, you can assert and say whatever you want.
No, I've demonstrated it up and down the football field that you have zero demonstration of multiple layers of hell within these verses.
We're disagreeing on what more tolerable means and whether or not that implies heaven or hell.
No, we didn't. We
Yes, we
agreed.
did.
We agreed.
I got you to agree several times.
Better, not good. And you agreed with me.
Yep, yep. You agreed many times that heaven is more tolerable than hell.
Well,
Therefore,
that's
Tyre
obvious.
and Sidon
But what
have
you're
a
trying to
capacity to be exalted to heaven, unlike Copernicum and Bethesda.
You know what? I could come up with an example where my kids. I could come up with an example where my kids have done two different things, and I can say, you know what? It's going to be more tolerable for A versus B because one did A and two did and B did this, and the whole context and semantics implies they're both going to be punished. That's exactly what's happening here, and you're just simply
You're claiming that more tolerable means that every single time you compare two things and one is more tolerable than the other, that they're both going to be a punishment. And I have given you countless examples where that is not the case.
Countless. What was the second one?
Literally, I started with the beach and the Holocaust, heaven and hell, a walk versus your in-laws. Do you want me to keep making up scenarios in which they're both not punishments?
I think what you're doing is
Because I could do this all fucking night long to prove that just because something is more tolerable does not mean that they're both punishments.
I could too, but I could say, you know what, it's more tolerable to have a nice evening watching TV versus having to go work all night. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You could come up with endless examples.
Okay, if I'm right, then more tolerable can absolutely mean exalted into
So
heaven.
if both people were being judged harshly and not for the good,
where does it say Tyre and Sidon are being judged harshly?
Can I say it's more tolerable for somebody to work 4 hours
Hold
in
on,
hard labor?
you asserted that they're both being judged harshly. Where does it say Tyre and Sidon will be receiving harsh judgment?
Well, you're the one who said more harsh, right?
The judgment for Copernicus,
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Capernaum is more harsh.
Did you say more harsh?
Yes.
So when people,
oh my god, the Holocaust is more harsh than a day on the beach. Yes or no?
Right, but when you say more
harsh,
harsh,
so that doesn't necessarily mean that the day on the beach is harsh in any capacity.
That's right, but the implication.
Okay, thank you. You conceded again. Do
but
we need to keep hearing him concede this over and over and over?
What you're failing to realize, actually, I think you do realize it, but what you're failing to communicate is that there's another option. There can be two harsh things, and one's more harsh than the other.
It doesn't say that at all. It doesn't give a harsher punishment than Hades.
You give me an infinite number of examples of that.
It doesn't give any sort of example of a harsher punishment than Hades. There are only two outcomes that it references: heaven and Hades. That's it. Show me in this verse where it gives anything harsher than Hades.
Before we go to the verse,
you give me the example.
I'm not going to talk to this guy.
I asked you to give me the example. Can you give me the example?
No, you give me the example.
I already did. Heaven and Hades. It's right there in the verse.
You have to talk to him for a few minutes. I'm having a mini crisis here.
You give me an example of how one harsh thing can be worse than another harsh thing. Give me 2 examples. Can you do that?
I don't have to because that's not my claim. Right here, you need to
No,
show
no,
that
no,
they're
I'm not asking you.
Golden Arm. Your claim is that they could be talking about a harsher punishment than Hades or hell. Go ahead and show me in these verses where they talk about anything harsher than Hades.
We're not talking about that right now.
No, that's exactly the topic at hand.
It's not.
I know you want to run away from this because you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it ends up with you being in an absolute knot.
No, that's not true. That's rhetoric. I want you to give me an example.
No shit, it's rhetoric.
I want you to give me an example where 2 things are harsh.
Why is that relevant? Why is that relevant?
Because
there aren't 2 harsh things in this verse. It's one
relevant.
good thing and one harsh thing.
No, it's not, because when it says more tolerable, the natural use of that language implies that 2 things are bad.
Incorrect. I gave you several examples where that's not the case.
But what you're doing is you're giving contrived examples of something that's clearly
no.
Yes, you are.
These are what are called defeaters. They're counter examples.
You're trying to imply that Tyre and Sidon were actually good and going to heaven, and the verse is actually stating they're not.
Show me in the verse where it says that they are going to Hades.
The implication of the words more
You're
tolerable.
reading into that. You can't show me any sort of words that imply that at all.
And you're reading into the text that they're going to go to heaven. It doesn't say that
because
either.
that's what the text implies that they have the capacity to
no.
do.
It implies.
But I tell you, on the day of judgment, it will be more tolerable.
Okay.
You said the text implies, and I say the text implies, and we disagree.
No, the text says this.
Let's let every listener read the text for themselves, and let every listener understand what more tolerable means. I'm good with that.
No, you know what? Let's put a pin in this,
interpretation
and we'll talk
is
to Justin about it on Friday. How about that?
No. I'm talking about Genesis with Justin.
Oh, you're afraid of Justin. You're afraid of what Justin's going to say, huh? Hey, you know what? Justin's got all the time in the world.
You know what, Gretchen?
I would rather hear him beat you up than fuck with a Philbro for an hour and a half.
I am afraid of Justin. He knows his Bible and he knows his arguments, and he's really smart. Yeah, but
but you're doing this weird semantic argument, and Justin, knowing the Greek and knowing the Hebrew, he can fuck the whole thing up for you in 1 fucking minute. That's what you're afraid of.
I'm not,
because you can have this semantic argument with Arpy about more tolerable, whether it means better or good or heaven or hell. And you know what? Justin will pull out the Septuagint and say, let's find out what the fucking original said.
You know what? I've had
and
years.
Then there won't be any of this English semantic bullshit.
I've had years of practice of doing word studies. You don't need to know the language to study them.
I hear years of practice of word salad. Got it.
No, word study.
Yep, word salad.
That's what he does. He can't read the Hebrew Bible. He does word studies. I know that, and you know that too.
He's a fucking Philbro. I know he fucking does it.
He doesn't read Hebrew.
But he follows logic, common sense, and fucking
he's studying modern
real
Hebrew.
grammatical rules.
Hey, the word "he" is getting thrown around an awful lot.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm super sorry about that. My bad.
Well, I'm talking about Justin. I think he's a he.
Oh, I was talking about Arpy, and I fucked that up again.
I was saying that Justin.
I promise you, I really am trying, Arpy.
I know.
Can't read.
I just gotta step in and remind you sometimes.
He does word studies.
Yeah, you do. I'm sorry that you do, but fuck.
I have one mission with Justin on Friday, and that is to ask, what does Genesis say? What's the main theme, the main purpose of the book? He wants to go through and probably.
What, you want him to read it to you?
No, but I think you can pull out certain verses and explain and describe what Genesis is trying to say.
I don't actually know what he's going to say because I haven't really heard him go through Genesis that much.
I've heard some old videos of him going through, and a lot of the documentary hypothesis and the origins of Genesis and when it was written and all that, but I don't care. I just want to say, what does it say? What does Genesis say?
Yeah, but outside of Isaiah 53, I mean, most of what we've seen is Isaiah 53. I mean, let's face it. It's like Isaiah 53 should have its own fucking theme song for Justin now. It's like,
well, Isaiah 53 is important for the Christian for sure.
No, it really fucking isn't. But I mean, sure.
The suffering servant.
For the Christian, it is.
No. It talks about a child that is being
thoroughly
born at that
debunked
time,
by like everybody
over 600 years before Jesus.
You can't say that it's not important for the Christian because the Christian has a particular view of it. You can say that it's not right, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your particular view is fucking word games, dude.
No, well, not really.
It's not
Yeah,
even word games,
no,
it's
it really
code.
is.
It's just as much
It's
as
like
word
it's like a
games.
fucking it's like a backwards free word association game. That's
Not
all
really.
it is. Yes, it is.
Well, I see Isaiah 53 as not being Israel, and I see Isaiah 53 as a suffering person who dies and comes back to life.
Mm.
That's how I interpret it.
Mm.
That's not what
And
it
that doesn't fit Israel.
Okay.
It doesn't fit a king. It fits the testimony of the New Testament. And
it doesn't fit.
And there's this idea, the whole Old Testament, in my opinion.
Why is Genesis so fucking important to you?
Because it's a great question. Genesis is important because it sets the framework, or it sets the plot. Especially Genesis 3 with the serpent and the seed of the woman, and it sets the whole context for the rest of the Bible. And it really, how you come out of Genesis really kind of.
So that's your theme for Genesis? Here's the thing:
how you come out of Genesis.
If it's the first book and it's supposed to set the context for the rest of the Bible, isn't it a weird thing that of all the books of the Old Testament, the last one to be finished was Genesis?
Well,
doesn't that seem fucking weird? Does that seem like writing a book and then going back and like shoving all the shit in the first chapter?
I don't believe it was,
because it is. It was the last one. It was the absolute last one.
This is where
to be completed. It was the last one completed in the Old Testament. This
is highly debatable, and it's not what I'm willing to talk about.
It's not highly debatable.
Not everybody agrees with that. so it is debatable. Otherwise, everyone would agree with that, right? Right. So that's not where I'm going.
Have you looked it up?
I am studying it. Yes, it's a huge topic, one that Justin has a huge head start on me over. But I am studying that. I have.
Yeah, because he's read all the scholars' work.
I have slid a little bit one way, where I do agree that there probably have been some editors of Genesis.
You've been in chats with Kip Davis. Why wouldn't you just fucking talk to him about it?
Who's that?
Dr. Kip Davis? Yeah, I've seen you in fucking chat rooms while he was there.
All right, well, I don't know, but all I'm saying is the topic of when.
Look up Dr. Kip Davis. He's a Dead Sea Scrolls and Old Testament expert.
Well, that's fine, but he's not here now, and I don't know. It's a huge topic, and I am studying it.
Oh, you said you were looking into it, and it's just fucking weird.
Here's the Wikipedia article of chronology of the Old Testament. So we have the
Dr. Kip's not that hard to get hold of.
Monarchic,
13th
century to 1000 BCE.
If this is where Justin goes, I'm not going to talk about it.
1000 to 500 BCE.
I didn't say that's where Justin goes. He was in Taco's chat one night, and you were there too.
I know, but
and I was asking him about. I was drilling in for information because I had read something by Nina Livesey, and it kind of turned me into a Paul mythicist. So I was questioning Kip, about that. And you were in the chat too.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of times I'm not in my right mind. But tonight I'm actually sober.
No, you're not. You said you were on 8 drinks. That's not sober.
Anyways,
the
the
article here says that Genesis was written as late as 250 BCE. This is potentially 1,000 years before some of the first pieces of the Old Testament.
Okay.
1,000 fucking years. That's such a long time.
So my response to that right now is, okay, fine, whatever. Was it written before Jesus Christ?
Obviously.
Okay. So when I want to talk about Genesis with Justin and with you, I'm not going to get into the argument of when Genesis was written. It could be written yesterday. I don't care. For the sake of what I want to get out of Genesis.
Let me ask you something. Golden Arm. If you called in to Justin and I called in and Justin brought me up on the panel, would you run?
Run?
Yeah.
No. We like leap. No, I wouldn't. No.
Okay. Just checking.
Why would I run? I mean, I'm calling your show. Why would I run from you?
Because we already cooked you.
You didn't cook me.
We totally cooked you
on the previous claim. We got destroyed on the Sodom and Gomorrah.
Once in chat, if we both cooked Golden Arm.
Is there anyone in chat?
We
got 36 people in chat.
Yeah.
I went over.
Once in chat, if we cooked fucking Golden Arm.
Hello. It's my
2's in chat if Noga cooked Golden Arm.
No, he didn't cook me. I cooked
311's in chat if Gretchen cooked Golden Arm.
5's in chat if RP cooked.
I don't see anyone responding in my chat.
I kind of gave you the one because that was obvious.
I guess RP's number 1. Look at all those ones. Holy fuck.
RP's number 1.
Here's what do you think of this, Gretchen?
There we go. 2's 311. Yeah, we all 3 cooked you.
Why am I not seeing the chat?
Huh?
Because you're probably looking at vertical, not horizontal.
Are you looking at the vertical chat?
I think so.
Because that's the stream you were chatting from.
Chat and StreamYard too.
You have 2?
Yeah, if you look on the StreamYard screen up at the top, there's a thing that says comments. Just click that on and it'll show you comments from both vertical and horizontal. If it's from the vertical chat, it has a little cell phone thing next to the time.
Comments. Oh, there we
see it.
I got that. Okay, so people are saying 311. No way you cooked me, man.
Yes, I fucking did. I cooked your ass on Lot and Lot's wife and his daughters.
Do you believe, like most atheists, that the story of Adam and Eve and the serpent is like just a story about snakes and humanity?
It's obviously mythology. Snakes don't talk.
No, I think it's completely made up.
Okay,
I don't think men are made from dirt, and I don't think women are made from a single rib. So
hard for you guys to be specific. That's not really what I asked. It could be like a story. It might be literal. I don't care about whether it's literal or just like some made up story. My question is it just about biology and the relationship?
No,
men and
it's
snakes?
obviously not about biology because it gets biological facts wrong.
It's about control through fear.
Yeah.
All right. So because a lot of people argue that, and I think, and I know Justin argues this because I've listened to several of his talks about Genesis 3, where he says that it's just simply a story about how humans despise snakes, and that's it. And there's no.
I don't recall Justin saying that, but I mean,
I do.
All right.
Okay.
I'm not Justin, and I don't agree with that anyway.
Okay, good. That's good. I think there's a spiritual and moral element to the story that Justin leaves out, and that's where I want to begin with him in Genesis.
Well, how about we don't strawman him and let him speak for himself?
Fine, that's fine. Sure. I'm trying to answer your question about Genesis and why it's important to go to Genesis. To get that story right means that the seed of the woman has a specific role and a specific purpose that you can't get if you just think it's about humans and snakes. And then you can leave Exodus. I got cooked. You can leave Exodus with the right context for the rest of the Bible, so that when you get into Isaiah and Zechariah and all those other prophets, there's the context already set from the beginning of Genesis 3. That's my purpose. Because
I still think it's about control through fear.
When we get into Isaiah 53 and Psalm 22 and all that other stuff, do you have the context of Genesis to help confine or restrain all the various interpretations?
The context is control through fear, and that carries through the entire book.
I mean,
due to the chronology order I just showed you, Psalm likely came before Genesis in terms of authorship, and so if Psalms came before Genesis, that means that they had the chance to like pre-inject context when they were writing Genesis in order to like harmonize some like dumb plot holes that they ended up with.
Can you expound on how that could happen? Like what would they add to Genesis in the 2nd century BC?
Are you aware of the literary massaging that you're able to do if you're writing a prequel as opposed to a sequel?
I was actually asking for a particular part of the
Noah's
Genesis.
flood. Noah's flood. Hundreds, centuries of the Epic of Gilgamesh floating around. And then all of a sudden it ends up in Genesis. What the fuck, bro? You think that's a coincidence?
I don't think that really pertains to the main theme of Genesis.
Of course you don't think so.
Well, I mean, make your case.
The flood is control through fear.
Exactly.
Okay, so you mean to say that obedience is required, and if you don't obey, you might die?
Control through fear.
Correct.
Then we agree.
Control through fear.
You can say it that way. I say it that, you know what, you should obey God or you might die. I agree with that.
That is control through fear.
And it may be. I'm going to go grab some more water. I'll be right back.
Wink W concession.
Friday's going to be nuts.
Did we just fucking win again? This is like... we might get like 3 Michelin stars out of this.
Right? Hey, Kelly Laughlin. Good to see you in chat.
Hey, Kelly. Maybe he went to grab some holy water. I think he might need it, Cafe. Oh, shit. You know what? This is so embarrassing for you, fucking Golden Arm, because I'm not even a Bible expert.
Well, for thinking persons, it's actually embarrassing for you, but that's okay.
It's not at all. I'm not embarrassed by any of it at all. I actually know the Book of Mormon better than I know the Bible.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
I've got one. I've not read it all the way through.
A Book of Mormon? I don't recommend it.
Well, yeah.
I at all.
I only wanted to read it so that I could evangelize Mormons, but I've not gotten too far with it.
Yeah, you can't evangelize a Mormon. They will pretend to be a Christian just to get you to shut the fuck up, and they will end up evangelizing you because they're trained to from children.
Yeah, there's
it's the way they work.
Yeah, like Dan McClellan.
You know what? I've never watched Dan McClellan.
I think that's probably why I'm not a huge Jimmy Snow fan either, just because I know he's an excellent Mormon too, and you know,
y'all Mormons or ex-Mormons like to butt heads.
No, it's just like an aversion. I'd prefer to stay the fuck away from them at all costs. You know, myself.
Have you been like officially excommunicated from the church?
Oh yeah. I was never fully integrated because when I was 14, my mom talked me into getting baptized at her Pentecostal church, and the temple did not fucking like that at all. So I even had to get special permission when I was 16 and my dad got remarried at the actual LDS church. I had to get special permission to go back to actually enter the building because they wanted me as a bridesmaid. So yeah, I was like persona non grata, but you know, you find another church and just go to that one. Wasn't a big deal. And then I spent my teen years just figuring out how to puzzle piece all the different aspects together in my head until later on when I just deconstructed all of it. So
So you got anything else you want to get cooked on?
oh yeah, that's gonna go up.
No, I should probably go to bed. I got some work tomorrow.
All right, go sleep off those 8 drinks.
Definitely do that.
Well, you know what? It's been like 6-7 hours since I started. So
it doesn't matter how long it's been. 8 drinks is 8 drinks.
It doesn't matter.
Well, dude.
Do you think 8 drinks in a single day is healthy?
It's
what is it? Almost 5 a.m.
Do you tell your doctor that you drink that much? Do you tell your doctor you drink that much?
You've asked 2-3 questions. The question is does 8 hours matter? You know, if I drink like 3 or 4 drinks, like 6 hours ago,
I never question if it matters.
Then it obviously is going to get out of my system. It does matter.
I didn't question it. I definitively said it does not. No.
Yeah, you're definitively.
He can't be that bad. He didn't call me Rachel a single time.
You're definitively wrong.
Go ahead and talk to a doctor and ask him if 8 drinks in a day is healthy.
That's not the question. The question is whether I'm in my right mind and sober enough, or
no one asked that question because that's
the whole point.
Not the case.
That's your implication.
No, obviously, you're sober enough because I didn't kick you.
Well,
you know I kick you when you're too drunk. I've done it like 3 times.
You know I'm sober enough because I held my patience when Arpy kept interrupting me and I didn't talk. That's
when you said something wrong and I jumped on it? Because I'm not going to let you fucking get like 7 paragraphs down and then have to backtrack to the first wrong thing you said.
It's not 7 paragraphs. It's just a few words.
You like to gish gallop.
You do.
No. I'm pretty much on topic most of the time.
No, you're not.
Yeah. You might not realize it, but I am.
No, I absolutely have to collar and leash you in order to keep you.
You're like trying to catch a greased up frog, dude.
I think. You know what? If you want to do that, RP, if you could just like release the constraints just a little bit, it might make our conversations go a little bit better in the future.
The
And
way
instead
our
of assuming,
conversations can go better is if you approach them with actual logic, a sound epistemological grounding, and
well,
honesty.
well, that's rhetoric. I tried to imply that
No, it's a
has a
suggestion. I'm trying to help you.
logical inference, and you disagree with that.
No, you don't. You try to apply your own made up context to something. I didn't want to fucking say it, but I fucking have to. God damn you, Kurt. You have an affinity fixation for what your book says. And you will do anything to twist it to make it sound like it's not bad.
The person who is twisting is the one who doesn't understand that more
I
tolerable
can't believe that motherfucker made me say that.
implies that both people are going to be judged harshly.
It doesn't.
That's the people who are twisting, not me. And we disagree on that, and that's fine. I can't get you to change your mind on what I believe is just the semantics of the English language. And you can't change my mind either. But it's not me twisting things.
Is a full banana split sundae more tolerable than a single scoop of vanilla ice cream?
No.
You're just being dishonest now.
No, I'm talking from a diabetic point of view. Less carbs in the latter.
Okay, let's say
Oh, you see, context matters.
a keto
Good job, man.
say a keto safe shortbread strawberry glazed cake is more tolerable than like a plain vanilla muffin.
It's freaking it's subjective, right? On that, it's preference.
No, it's not.
Hey,
No,
Goldener.
you're just being dishonest.
Give the supplementary argument for the derivation relation. Go ahead.
I don't know what that means. Derivation.
It's just nobody on fire fucking with me.
Hey, it's nobody.
Yeah, it's nobody.
I ain't nobody. You're somebody, man. Nobody's better to talk to you than RP sometimes. Most of the time. All the time.
I love how you continue to cry.
Well,
oh, Arby's so bad to talk to. I
Nobody's
stay up
more-
here and
nobody's
stay
just more
and talk to
patient.
Arby over and over, and it's so bad. I hate this.
I'll cry forever, man, because you really
do it.
Can't enter into a good conversation.
I have plenty of good conversations every single night.
No,
If you and RP can actually find a shorthand, I think you guys could have a lot more interesting conversations.
Well, I think RP has all these assumptions that he assumes he can't prove.
I demonstrate.
You don't
He's
you
neuroatypical. He thinks differently than other people. That's all.
Well, that's fine, but you can't.
And if you can't make allowances for that, then you're kind of a dick.
I'm making allowances, but conversations should go both ways. You should allow me to get 2 or 3 sentences out before you say no, you're wrong, and then say I've demonstrated when it's just an interpretation of words. You can't. You've demonstrated your opinion, but you're
RP
saying
does that with me too.
my opinion is like wrong because it doesn't agree with your opinion, but it's the interpretation of what more tolerable means. You haven't demonstrated crap except for your opinion.
Are you neuroatypical at all?
Am I what?
Are you? Do you have autism? Do you have ADHD?
I don't like that my neural atypicality is being brought up so much. I don't see how that's relevant.
I didn't bring your atypicality up.
Well, I mean, you're just
I'm saying it to
you're a
Gretchen.
different kind of person to talk to. I was like comparing you to nobody. That's all. You do have a different dog in you. And
sure. And everyone's different and everyone, but you can't.
And you can't.
I can't.
No,
sit
you
there and
do.
say, Gretchen,
You talk to different people. You have to make different conciliations for them. Otherwise, you know what? You're never going to be able to talk to fucking anybody.
I know, but I can't say that you're wrong because and then I've demonstrated that you're wrong because I have a different interpretation of words.
Yeah, good thing that's not what I did. I actually
But that's
demonstrated it with the verses that were on screen. I constantly
didn't.
highlighted the things that I was referencing.
You brought up 2
I'm
opposing
able to support
heaven and hell,
my
which one's more
arguments.
tolerable, and that's ridiculous in my opinion. Heaven's
No, you did that.
tolerable than hell. But that's not, you don't say more tolerable when you're comparing two different things like that. Anybody's opinion on that. Love to get that.
You literally conceded that heaven is more tolerable than hell.
Obviously, I mean that's ridiculously.
Yeah, and that's where the argument ends.
No, that's
that
where
concession is everything.
And that's where you think it ends, but that's not what the text.
That's where I know it ends.
That's not the implication of the text. When you say one thing is more tolerable than the other, it's understood that both things are.
I don't need an implication.
Yes, you do, because you said this implies this earlier. So yes, you do. You imply anything, imply everything. Everybody does. It's the way it works. That's the way communication works.
Yeah, we used a Brokenheimer method here.
You're sitting here saying when the phrase "this is more tolerable" or "they will be more tolerable than this one," that one is in bliss and one's not, and that's just simply not the case.
I don't know. It's really fucking weird hanging like your whole belief in Genesis on the words "more tolerable." It's just fucking stupid.
My belief of Genesis doesn't have anything to do with the.
Oh, I mean, the Bible.
It's the whole Bible. It's not one verse.
It's kind of like Jill saying that the 3 words "God cannot lie" actually tells us everything we need to know about His nature. Like, wait, what? Like, huh?
Do you guys think that Psalms is prophetic?
No, because
I think it's
doesn't
poems.
exist.
It's not prophetic at all.
There's no such thing as prophecy.
Well, if there's no such thing as prophecy, then Psalms can't be prophetic. That makes sense.
Yeah, prophecies are just guesses.
Is Genesis 3 prophetic?
No, for the same reason Psalms isn't prophetic.
Because there's no such thing as prophecy. So when Genesis says that the seed of the woman will crush the head of the serpent, is that referring to something in the future? At the time that it was written?
No.
Or at the time that it was said, it doesn't? You guys need to go back to school, man, and go to English class.
The seed of Eve will crush the head of the serpent from the garden. They were talking about what had already happened.
Then why is the language future tense?
I don't think Hebrew has future tense verbiage.
It doesn't.
Let me confirm that.
Wow,
How do they have prophecies then? How do you tell what's a prophecy if they don't have future tense?
Yeah, Hebrew. Okay, Hebrew does have a future tense. So let's go ahead and look up. You said it was in Genesis 3.
Yeah.
We can look up.
It doesn't prove a God, Kelly. He just wants to talk about Genesis with a big detour through Matthew.
It doesn't prove what? Well, the Matthew thing was a complete, kind of a tangent.
It was a detour. It was a detour. That's what I called it. Kelly asked, how does this prove a God? And I said, it doesn't. It's just he just wanted to talk about Genesis with a detour through Matthew. That's exactly what I said. I think that's a fair representation of what happened here.
Well, it may be, but I was just asking about
except you got cooked in Matthew, you got cooked on Lot's wife, and you got cooked on fucking Tyre. So
where was I wrong on any of it? No, never mind. It's okay. It's all right.
And
I disagree.
You're wrong everywhere because you think this book is real. Because again, you have an affinity fixation for the stories in the book.
Well, I'm convinced by the entire Bible would be a more accurate statement.
I don't doubt that at all.
So if that has an affinity, then I suppose you're right. I don't know how any language.
You've been convinced for shit reasons, but I mean, you've still been convinced.
I've studied the Bible, and I've listened to people who teach the Bible, and I've listened to people who are against the Bible, and I'm not convinced by the people who are against the Bible. I'm like for example, tonight, I'm not persuaded by RP's explanation.
I don't think you really opened yourself up to be persuaded. You're always on the defensive when we talk to you. You are always on the defensive when we talk to you.
Well, I'm disagreeing.
You've never really opened yourself up to be persuaded because you're all about fighting for your affinity fixation. God damn it, Kurt. Fuck you, Dr. Kurt.
When I graduated high school, I was kind of lost a bit. And I asked, why do I believe what I believe? And I was like, well, because my mom took me to church and I have her faith. And so
because she got you when you were young.
Yeah. And so I questioned that.
Yeah, that's the way we all got.
And then I started searching and studying for myself. And I studied all the world's major religions and what they said. And in spite of the fact that I knew I was biased, I still landed on Christianity as being the most legitimate truth.
Wow, what are the chances?
Well, pretty good, but I studied it. I studied it out for my own, and so it was no longer my mom's faith, it was my faith. And I have the rest of my life where I've doubted and I've reaffirmed and I've studied, and I'm trying to be honest with myself. And I've come to the conclusion that there's a God, and that's
you really gonna tell me with your whole chest that you try to be honest and then you sit there and fucking deny evolution?
Yes, absolutely.
You're out of your fucking mind. I don't buy that for a second. I don't buy that for a second.
Mutation does not have the capability of the design that we see in nature. It only has the.
Were you raised in religious schools?
No.
Or did you just go to public school like everybody else?
Public school.
And you're about the same age as me, so I know you were fucking taught evolution as a kid.
Not much. I've actually studied evolution after I graduated and studied it more in depth to the point where I know it's not right.
See, that's something you did to yourself later. In school, I said we're about the same age. I was taught evolution in elementary school, dude. Starting in elementary school.
I don't. Yeah, I mean that's where the indoctrination occurs. The millions of years and all that stuff.
Yeah, what do you think fucking school means, dumbass?
Well, you're always talking about things that are like not directly related to the statements that we're talking about. School is about education, obviously. Not saying that they do.
No, it is not. It is not just about education.
Well, it's supposed to be.
It's about education. It's about socialization.
Well,
here I'd like to do a temperature check on Golden Arm's knowledge about evolution. Can you tell me what an ERV is?
A what?
Don't crack.
An
Don't
ERV.
An indigenous retrovirus.
Yes. Can you explain why
endogenous?
We share.
Sorry.
Yeah. Can you tell me why we share endogenous retroviruses with our distant primate relatives?
Are they active or not?
No, they're not. They're not active. That's why they're retroviruses.
They're not active, right?
Right. They're in the exact same places in all of our DNA.
This is the story says that an ancestor, a common ancestor, was infected with a virus, and it got into our DNA. And after our lines split, we each line, like the chimpanzees or the monkeys or whatever, I'm not super versed on it, and us have this shared virus DNA, whatever, in our system.
Yeah. How did it get there if we don't share common ancestry?
Well, I mean, do we share a lot of other genes with the same things?
We do because of common ancestry.
Well, I mean, you're assuming that. I mean,
no, it's demonstrated.
We share. Do we share DNA with a banana?
Do you know how much percent of our DNA we share with all living organisms?
No, I don't.
Okay, then you shouldn't be comparing us to bananas if you don't understand the
No, I'm just
now
no.
you're running.
Isn't
you're
it like
running away from
30%
my
with a
question
banana?
by trying to pose
I'm
another
not.
question.
I'm not
Why
running.
do we
I'm trying
share?
to.
Why
I'm
do we
trying
share
to.
these ERVs with our common ancestors?
Well, the same reason why we share DNA with a banana, it's assumed, is because me and a banana have a universal common ancestor,
50%.
right? Right?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
isn't it
that's
just your
predicted by
narcissism that won't
evolution.
let you believe that?
Rhetoric. I'm just making a point, and you're not addressing it. You can address it.
I asked you a
making
question.
point for me that
My
we
narcissism doesn't allow
share.
me to do nothing. I'm challenging Arpy's logic that since we have this shared DNA, then we must be from them, have a common ancestor. The same.
We share a common ancestor, yes, with all
so
of
that's
these things.
the reason why we have shared DNA with a banana is because me and a banana have a common ancestor, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Prove it. Demonstrate
Luca,
it. I'll be right
last
back.
universal common ancestor.
Demonstrate it.
Luca.
Sorry, I'm going through my water like crazy.
You believe in physics and the Planck scale and all that shit, right? Demonstrate that. You can't.
I think physics can be demonstrated if I'm not mistaken.
Quantum physics?
This is
No.
what well
not by you, bitch. No, it can't.
I think quantum physics to some degree can be demonstrated through experiments, right?
Not by you.
Well, no, not by
And
me.
you telling me to demonstrate fucking Luca is the same thing as me saying demonstrate the fucking Planck scale now.
What I'm
Do
trying
it.
to do is
Do
explain
it,
the
Golden Arm.
I'm trying to
You
explain
fucking
that-
can't.
I'm
And that's
trying
why
to
you
ex-
fucking threw that bullshit challenge at Harpy and me.
No, it's demonstrating the point that there's a reason why Reddit has a debate evolution subreddit because you can't.
Reddit used to have a jailbait
population
subreddit.
of our
Just because
planet are
there's a
fucking
subreddit or
stupid.
something doesn't mean it has
All right.
any sort of
Okay.
utility.
The point is you can't demonstrate universal common ancestry, and
Yes,
your
you
point
can.
about ERV. No, you can't.
Through
To
genetic
demonstrate how we
sequencing-
came from a single-celled organism. Demonstrate it,
genetic
please.
sequencing.
That's not a demonstration. That's an inference.
Oh my god. Are you looking at the graph that I fucking got for you to show where we split off from our last common ancestor with a banana?
Well, those are assertions. Can you demonstrate it?
It's demonstrated through the DNA.
No, it's not.
Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean
Oh,
it's not a demonstration.
So I am a relative to the banana. Got it.
Yes.
You're a relative to all living things on this planet.
The graph is an assumption. It's an assertion. It's not a demonstration.
It's a categorization of the data that we
collected. You know what?
Okay, then
Lacking a
show me the
fucking time
data.
machine, how the hell are we supposed to demonstrate something from millions of years ago?
So now you know it's faith and not a demonstration. Good.
No.
Very good.
No.
We're making progress. When you say, how am I supposed to demonstrate what I'm saying? You've just been cooked.
No, it would take literally 3 hours of
that's
fucking
not
college
true.
course lectures in order
How can
to
I
explain
demonstrate
it to
what
you.
I'm trying to tell you?
How can you demonstrate the fucking Planck scale?
I don't know. I'm not saying that I can. I'm not saying that we should or could.
But
or,
you
or
believe
whatever.
it exists.
We're
You
talking
think quantum
about
physics is
we're talking about
perfectly
universal-
reasonable.
We're talking about
explain it.
We're talking about universal common ancestry. Explain how that happens. I know the explanation, but you need to demonstrate it. And the fact is you can't demonstrate it. Period. You can't demonstrate. I have to be careful here. Evolution.
He's literally doing the Futurama meme.
Yeah,
I'm literally asking you to just support what you're saying. Mutation with
Here, let's
random
see if I can
with
find a gif of
natural
it.
selection is not a mechanism that can create the diversity that we see. That's my assertion. Prove I'm wrong. Prove that natural selection based off of random mutation can produce all of the variation of species that we see. Prove it. Demonstrate.
Over billions of years?
Yeah,
Why
the
not?
fossil record.
Because my reference or my particular interpretation of why we have the same DNA is because the creator used the same DNA to do certain same specific purposes. Now, I can't prove that. I can't demonstrate it, but it's my faith.
Interesting.
My belief.
So
But
why
here-
did this genius fucking creator go with RNA first then?
Don't know. Ask him.
I can't because he's not fucking real.
How do you know he started it with RNA?
You know what? Demonstrate your God. Oh, you can't. That means you're cooked.
Exactly.
Motherfucker.
Exactly.
Look at that. You see how
No.
that shit's stupid?
Yeah, it's synonymous. We both have faith. You're right.
No, I don't have faith.
You can't demonstrate your own belief, so you do.
Found it. He's literally doing this.
Have I been measured? Has my temperature been measured there?
Yeah, and it's been found to be lacking.
Of course it has. Bias at all, are you?
You have no
You wanna pull up a-
explanation. You have no explanation for why we share ERVs.
Yes, I do. Because it's what you call junk DNA. It actually, my research shows that ERVs are actually beginning to show, as people research it, that they serve an actual function in our lives.
Why are they found in the exact same places as our common ancestors?
Because that's where they were put by a designer.
No, that's a crazy jump. You're appealing.
No,
You're
it's
trying to
not-
solve a mystery by appealing to a bigger mystery.
Well, you can assume what you want, but I'm not going to assume it.
Yeah,
You're just assuming.
You're literally sitting here and assuming a designer.
I've come to the conclusion.
We can just Occam razors
Here
the
we go, here we
designer
go.
right out of the picture.
I have come to the conclusion that there is a designer. Therefore, when I look at science, I say he designed it. So yeah, there is an assumption there. You're right. But you're not willing to admit that your own assumption is an assumption. You think it's science. You think it's demonstrable, and it's not. It's faith. You have concocted a story.
What do you think DNA sequencing and determining that the ERVs are in the same spaces, that's a demonstration, okay? So
Of
when you
what?
say it's not,
It's a demonstration.
of common ancestry,
That's your assumption.
you
It's a
have
demonstration
no
of
causal
common design.
mechanism for why they're there.
It's a demonstration of design.
No, it's
If
not.
I build a house
No, it
and
isn't.
I'm gonna put the foundation on the bottom, I'm not gonna put it on top. So there's gonna be an order to the structure that I build.
Yeah, we're not houses.
Well, the analogy is
Houses
that
don't evolve.
Well, neither do species.
Yes, they do.
Well,
Yes, they
prove
do.
it. Demonstrate it.
ERVs.
The
That
fossil
doesn't-
record.
no,
We're just going
that's-
in a circle right
that's-
now because
it is.
like, you don't
It's-
understand the implication.
Yeah.
It's circular reasoning. You're trying to
It's not. You
assumption
don't even know what
is
circular
fact.
reasoning means.
Well, yeah, I do. You're trying to say your assumption is fact,
Well,
and you
yeah,
can't
you do
demonstrate it.
because you try to prove the Bible's true by showing that the Bible's true.
Yeah, well, we're talking about science, not the Bible. See, this is your rhetoric. You can't really specify or talk about what you want. You just
I've
you're all over the
given
place,
you
man.
I've given you the silver bullet for
You've-
evolution.
You've given me a graph that assumes what you're trying to prove, and you're not smart enough to understand that.
That's rich coming from you.
Rhetoric. That's just
This
rhetoric.
is the
man.
person who just did rhetoric. Oh no, he responded to my rhetoric with more rhetoric. How dare he?
No, I'm appealing to your arguments.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Otherwise,
I am.
you would actually
I
try
asserted-
to
I just
try to
asserted-
demonstrate some sort of mechanism for
I
why
just
the
ass- I just
ERVs are in
asserted
those
that
exact same places.
I just asserted that your little table of why we're connected to a banana is nothing more than an assumption.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
All
I did.
you
I
proved
said
was that
that.
there's
I said that.
information that scientists have been working on for fucking decades, and you just won't let any of it in your fucking head.
What science? You see,
Science of
You've
biology,
heard of evolution?
genetic
ERVs.
sequencing.
That's okay. I understand what ERVs are. Now tell me that's from a universal common ancestor or design. How do you know which one? How do you know which one?
Because design's never been demonstrated.
Nothing has
Other
been demonstrated.
other species have been demonstrated. DNA has been demonstrated.
That DNA has
have
been
been demonstrated.
I'm going to quote you, Arpy, for the rest of my DNA has been demonstrated.
Yes.
Question.
Can you sequence DNA? Can you sequence DNA?
Does that answer where it comes from?
DNA being demonstrated to exist does not mean that we know where its origin is.
There you go. So your statement is irrelevant, right?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You asked a dumb question.
We
I answered
demonstrate
your question
DNA.
the way that
What is
you
it?
asked it.
I can
We can
demonstrate
demonstrate
DNA.
DNA's
Therefore,
existence,
evolution.
yes, and its mechanisms.
You're nuts, man. I can demonstrate DNA. Evolution exists. It doesn't follow. Logically, it doesn't follow. So you're just spouting words.
How does it not follow?
Because that doesn't specify whether it was designed or whether it evolved. You can demonstrate the existence of something.
You keep trying to smuggle in design. However, you haven't ruled it in
No,
any capacity.
you can't automatically reject design. If
Yes,
you do,
I can because
no,
it
you
was
can't.
never ruled in.
You can't.
I don't need to rule it out because it was never ruled in to
then
begin
you
with.
are assuming what you're trying to prove, and that's why you think that
Not
science
at
is on
all.
your side. Yes, absolutely.
Not at all.
You can't demonstrate
It's
that we
not
have a
an
common ancestor.
it's not an assumption
Therefore,
to not
it is.
include
You know what?
supernatural.
It's an assumption to say that we evolved from a human common ancestor.
The supernatural has never been demonstrated a single time in human history.
Nope.
And
Never.
neither has universal common ancestry.
And but the two
demonstrated
are
every
not
day.
mutually exclusive. Sorry, but they're not.
Yes, well, you can't demonstrate either one of our faiths.
And we don't have a faith.
Yeah, it's not.
Yes,
faith.
you do.
No.
No, we don't.
Yes, you do. Do you believe that life
Faith
came from non-life?
is belief in something without evidence or in spite of contrary evidence.
Do you believe in a biogenesis?
I trust the science of abiogenesis.
What is it?
That's
Okay,
not faith.
so you yeah, it is.
No, it's not. I just
science-
gave you a
The
definition
science
of
honestly,
the science
honestly, even if
doesn't
you're
even demonstrate a biogenesis. So how can
golden
you
arm, even if you claim there is a creator, it's definitely not your fucking God because
Sure
your
it is.
God is perfect, right? Your God can't make mistakes. So why the fuck did he start with RNA and then switch to DNA?
How do you know he started with RNA?
from the RNA
Because
world
fucking
hypothesis?
science exists, you moron.
So you're trying to like.
Have you ever looked that up? Go look it up.
So you're trying to say that one of the
Go look up. Go look up and see if RNA predates DNA. Go look it up.
Nobody
No, right
knows.
now. Go fucking look it up.
Okay.
You can't just say nobody knows that. Just because your fucking brain's so small it won't live in your fucking head.
So are you trying to say that that's a fact or that's a theory?
Look it up.
I'm asking you a question.
You're not going to take my word for it no matter what I say. I want you to look it up yourself.
In Soltis, evolution has many definitions. Which one are you talking about?
Now he's running away, trying to talk to the chat.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not running away. I'm asking you to tell me.
Yeah, you
How do you
completely
see
disengaged with
the
the panel because you're
Harpy?
getting cooked again.
I'm not getting
and you
cooked
think,
again,
You think
Harpy.
you'll find some sort of solace in engaging with the chat.
It was just a statement. She put the chat up. I responded to it. There has been no
I
demonstration.
didn't put the chat up.
RNA. Oh, sorry. RNA is assumed to precede DNA in certain abiogenesis models. Yes or no?
No, because we can look at the mechanisms of DNA and RNA and obviously note that RNA uses more primitive unfolding mechanisms.
So it's an inference, right?
No, it's demonstrated.
How do you demonstrate it? By your inference?
By demonstrating the more primitive unfolding mechanisms.
Demonstrating the unfolding mechanisms.
Yes.
Does RNA fold?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh my God!
Because
You're just
DNA
like
is the double helix. RNA is
Gretchen,
one side of it.
I'm just questioning the language that's coming out of his mouth, they's mouth. Them's. How do I say that?
I appreciate you trying.
I don't know
you're
how to say it.
boxing
I'm
his
sorry.
shadows.
I don't know how to do. I don't know. I'm trying to. I'm just going off your words, man, dude. You're saying that RNA has better folding characteristics.
No, it lacks the folding characteristics because you see DNA is the double helix, whereas RNA is only a single side of it.
Sure.
So you look like say you have a Lego that's like two pieces versus a Lego that's one piece.
Right.
Obviously, the Lego with two pieces came after the development of a single Lego piece.
Okay.
That's
I
how
get what
we
you're
know
saying.
that RNA came before DNA.
If life came from non-life, RNA must have proceeded before. The simpler must have come before the more complicated. Is that what you're saying?
But that's not what I said. That
I'm
wasn't
asking-
my argument.
I'm asking-
My argument was
But I'm talking
if
argument. That's
there is a
argument.
creator, it's not your perfect God because
All right,
he would
well-
have started with DNA and he didn't. So your God is not the creator.
You don't know that.
I do. He's perfect. He doesn't make
You guys-
mistakes, right?
All of you guys are living your life on so many assumptions, and
That's just a straight up internal critique. By your own words, your God is perfect and does not make mistakes.
But how
then
does
why does RNA predate DNA?
Well, according to Arpy's argument, that's the most logical step.
You're going to use an internal critique on science now to prove that
you
your
didn't-
imaginary God's real?
I'm just saying you're arguing that I don't get your argument because Arpy's saying that this would be the logical step if it were to happen.
How could you not?
So God.
Did I not make sense?
So God can't use the logical
You're
step.
making perfect sense.
Well,
Gretchen.
Okay.
How am I not
Cool.
answering you? Because I don't get it.
Yeah, I grant you don't get it.
I grant
See,
that too.
It's that's the kind of stuff that you guys are cute.
Hey
Hi,
Jack,
Jack.
how's it going?
Hey, good. Am I cute?
I don't
You're
know.
adorable.
Maybe I can't see your face, man. Show your face.
I just woke up, so I don't look that cute, I don't think.
All right. Well, I'm having a bad day.
Didn't have time to get your face on.
That's right. So, I have proof that Mitch McConnell is alive.
Oh?
Yeah, I
What?
talked to him. I talked to him on the phone, and he went.
Are you sure someone wasn't just holding the phone up to a coffee grinder?
How old is he?
I don't know, old.
He's in his 80s.
Mitch
I think.
McConnell? He's 80 something.
84.
We don't have actual people in Congress anymore. We have crypt keepers.
Right.
I don't know. Alex video is pretty good. He's Gen X.
Why are we looking at RNA and DNA?
Oh, because Golden Arm knows fuck all
Golden
about
Arm
evolution.
denies evolution.
Yeah. The argument is that RNA preceded DNA, and if God is real, the God of the Bible, he wouldn't have created RNA first. That encapsulates both arguments.
I actually have no idea if RNA preceded DNA, but
it did.
I mean, okay.
But that would be.
But how does that deny? How does that deny evolution?
Because his God is perfect. I said the argument was that even if there was a creator, it's not his Christian God, because his Christian God is perfect and does not make mistakes.
How is RNA a mistake?
It's an imperfect form.
Mm-hmm.
It's a step, right?
No, God doesn't make steps because he's perfect.
Why?
Yeah.
No. No, isn't the whole evolution steps?
And yes, and it
Okay,
demonstrates that
then
your God would
fine.
not be perfect.
How do you know God
not-
didn't create? How do you know God didn't create Luca?
They're not steps, but yeah, go ahead.
Who's Luca? What's Luca?
Fine.
Is a gradient.
What's Luca? Didn't we just fucking talk about this?
Well, it was on the chart. I don't know what Luca is though.
The universal common ancestor.
Last universal common ancestor.
Okay.
LUCA, Luca.
All right.
So
All right.
I'll fucking swipe your fucking God and say he did that, and everything else took a course from there.
Some people say that evolution doesn't eliminate Christianity. That God could have used evolution as a mechanism for creating us.
Like I said, the two aren't fucking mutually exclusive. So why do you deny fucking centuries of fucking science just because you want to protect your fucking affinity fixation for a God that isn't fucking real?
Well, because
when you could actually accept both, there are millions of fucking Christians that accept both.
Sure.
What is wrong with you?
Well, what's wrong with me is two things. One, I don't think the Bible allows that, and number two, I don't think the science allows it. And I have the ability to think for myself and not just follow the herd.
Do you
do you
believe in like microevolution, quote
I
unquote?
think you lack the ability to follow.
If you're gonna go with the terminology, I know a lot of evolutionists or whatever don't agree with those terms, but yes, I do derive it. I do think there's a distinction between micro and macro, and I do believe in micro. I believe there's a lot of variation within a species to a certain extent, like dogs, beaks from the finches. Darwin's beak finches was just nothing more than microevolution.
Mm-hmm. So, so you said
he extrapolated macro evolution out of that, but it's just extrapolation. It's just the assumption.
So is there like a mechanism that stops something from going past certain evolution?
I think there is. I'm not sure what it is, but it generally leads to.
Is it magic? Tell me it's magic.
I believe it. I believe it leads to some type of deformation that's not selectable by nature.
You believe that you can demonstrate that?
I think that once you have life, you can't avoid evolution.
Well, that's fine, but what's observable is that
that's just my opinion.
That create major deformities is not selectable, and therefore the trait's not passed on. That's observable and demonstrable.
So, like, one species can't be given birth to another species, is what you're saying?
I think the actual true biological answer to that is no, it can't. But because speciation, I think, requires more than one generation, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so have you ever seen a horse and a mule?
I
think so. I think I've seen them both.
You mean a donkey?
Yeah, so they make a donkey. And the donkey can be
horse and a donkey.
I'm other way around. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get what I'm saying, though, right?
Right. One of them produces one that's like infertile or something.
Yeah, they can, and then it's also sometimes the other species. So like, it could either be genetically a horse, more of a horse, or more of a donkey.
More of a donkey.
Yeah.
Or it could be a mule.
So it's one species giving birth to a different species. So you can see speciation there, and if one day maybe they're non-sterile, maybe they might speciate, and then they can go from there, and they would look completely different than either donkeys or Or sorry, not donkeys. Well, maybe donkeys.
How
Different
much
than donkeys,
different?
horses, or mules.
How much? In what way would they differ? Do you think? I mean, it's speculation, but what do you think?
Yeah. So you see the microevolution changes that you were talking about earlier, like the long ears and the different statures and stuff like that. Like that's all the variable that is going on, generally speaking, that we can see, the phenotypical changes. So like that. So like they could be shorter. They could look more like Shetland ponies or something.
Yeah. I don't
So if
disagree with that, really.
there would have to be some kind of evolutionary mechanism to stop microevolution from becoming macroevolution. And we don't have any demonstration of that. We can even see in labs where cells, like individual cells that we've grown in labs, or of like bacteria and stuff like that, that they form multicellular organisms.
Yep.
Under enough repetitive evolutions.
That's fascinating. I've not ever heard that.
Yeah.
There's a bacteria project that's been going on since the 70s. It's still going today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll look into that. That's interesting. I've never heard of single-celled organisms becoming a multi-celled organism. I'll look into that. That's really fascinating to me. Going back to the horse and donkey thing, I like to look at the wide open allowable variation that you can find within species, with like the example of dogs. You've got dogs ranging from little dogs like about 7-8 inches long to huge dogs 3 feet long, but they can't get smaller and they can't get bigger. And there's all sorts of variation with dogs but they're still dogs. And so the donkey, the mule, and the horse, they still kind of look like horses. And so,
but they're not. They're different species.
What's that?
And there was something before. There was something before dogs that evolved into what were wolves, and then we domesticated wolves, and technically wolves and dogs, pretty much the same thing, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I'd agree with that.
So there would have to be something before that.
Well, I mean, that's where I would say wolves and dogs probably have a common ancestor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how dogs got domesticated.
Well, wolves and dogs are the same thing, so there's not really a common ancestor.
If you believe that, you really do believe in evolution. Then, I mean,
I think evolution has. Well, we're talking
I
about.
don't fucking get it, man.
Macro and macro.
How can you be so dense?
That's what I'm saying. Is there is no evolutionary stopping point where micro can't become macro, quote unquote. Microevolution actually isn't even a scientific phenomenon.
Actually,
it's just a creationist saying.
I've got Campbell. No, it's not. That's not true. And I've heard that so many times. I've got Campbell's biology textbook, which is like the most popular, and they actually use the terms micro and macro.
Campbell's?
Yeah, I think it's Campbell's.
Like the chicken noodle soup?
Well, maybe.
So I still have this problem with the argument in general. Like, why are we defending evolution? It's like defending that water's wet.
Right.
The reality is, even if evolution weren't real, even if we threw the entire thing out and said it's not real, that doesn't prove a God exists.
No, it doesn't.
Well, to me,
the problem is we cooked the living shit out of him on the Bible, so we just moved on to evolution. We did.
It kind of does. I mean,
we did. One's in chat.
If abiogenesis and evolution are impossible, then it does kind of imply creation.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. Even if evolution weren't real, it does not imply creation because there could be a different mechanism, like fairies. Could have been fairies. Fairies did it. They're not gods, but they're supernatural. But it's not evolution.
So what did?
So it doesn't prove your God exists.
So what did the fairies? Then fairies would be God, right?
No, they're not gods. They're just fairies.
Okay, but then you got the question of where the fairies come from.
They came from the fairyland.
You also have
The
the same
Feyrealm.
problem with your God. Where did God come from?
Well, I understand that. I understand that, but
So that's
Well,
not
that's
really
okay.
an argument.
Your God, the God of the Bible is a fairy anyway. So
well,
He is weak to iron.
I think
yeah, and he's obsessed with names and contracts
I
and
just-
shape shifting.
I know the problem of infinite regress, but I believe
It's not a problem.
Well,
It's not even an issue, dude.
Well, then you don't have any. Then you don't have any problem with an eternal God, then, right?
I wouldn't have a problem with an eternal God if you could demonstrate that there was a God that could be eternal.
All right, we're talking about infinite regress, okay? So an infinite regress of God doesn't have it.
If you have a universe that's eternal, why do you even need a God? That's just atheism with extra steps, buddy.
Okay, right, but the way that I distinguish between that is a physical universe has a philosophical problem with an infinite regress, whereas a non-physical spiritual being
Demonstrate a non-physical universe.
This is a psychological argument. It's not psychological, it's philosophical argument.
Don't fucking go Phil Bro on me.
Well,
I just wrote a whole fucking song about that shit.
Well, you all are Phil Bros, whether you believe it or not, because you're
Take
already
it back. Take it back.
Fine, so I don't get kicked off. I take it back. You're a Phil girl.
Take it back.
She hates being called a Phildo
I
or
literally
a Phil girl.
just wrote a fucking song about Phildos, and just.
We can't
like,
do
it's
this
brand
to
new.
Gretchen again.
It's
This would be the
it's-
second morning in a row we did it. We can't go into the
It's
philosophy route.
unavoidable. Philosophical arguments for God are, you can call him Phil Bro or not, but once you start talking about
Unless you see the ticker on the top of the screen that says Phildo Nerd Playtime, we're not going philosophical. I'm not doing it.
Okay, well, I think you guys went there. Maybe I
No,
didn't.
you tried and failed.
I know.
You didn't even make it there.
I'm cooked on everything.
Fucking failure to launch, bitch. Failure to launch.
I got it.
But
The
yeah,
whole first 2 hours of this show was about philosophy. So
the reason why I'm so adamant against evolution denial is because, like, I'd go over this in the video on Beard's channel. If you haven't seen Beard's channel, I would highly recommend checking him out, subscribing. But in my my high school
Second
town, they have a whole
And
college
check out the
based off
Async
of the trial.
Discord. Beard has his own channel. So if you want to be a guest on Beard Show, go into Damn Fools or
always-
Beard of Empathy channel.
Beard
on the
always
Async
looking.
Discord.
Yeah, Beard
Always
of
looking for
Empathy.
people to share their stories.
Yep.
What's the name of the channel?
Beard of Empathy.
It's the Beard of Empathy. Don't forget the.
Oh yeah, my bad.
You mean the Discord channel or his channel, his YouTube
His
channel? Okay. Which I'm sure that's in the Discord channel too, right?
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah. Cool. Good.
But yeah, my high school town has a college. It's a Christian college, based off of, or started and named after the guy who was the lead prosecutor in the Scopes monkey trial, where it was a international radio broadcasted
I'll be right back,
trial
guys.
of a teacher who claimed to have taught evolution, which was a crime at the time.
What year was that? Teaching evolution was a crime?
Yes, in Tennessee. I used to know the year off offhand, but it's been so long. 1925.
Okay, yeah, it's been a while ago.
Yeah. But yeah, it was literally illegal to teach evolution. And yeah, it eventually devolved into like religion being taught in school debate instead of an actual evolution being taught in school debate. And so the defense couldn't even make their case. And it was a whole show anyways, because the teacher was in on it to get more focus on the town of Dayton, Tennessee. So it was a whole sham.
Well, what was the sham?
The sham was to get more business to come to Dayton, Tennessee, and the defense was in on the whole thing, and it was just to say that he may have taught evolution in school.
So they made this issue over evolution creation just to bring in business or highlight the city and all that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that may be true.
Yeah, I would highly recommend you look it up. There's a whole museum about it in Dayton, actually.
Is there? So, but you said that's why you're kind of against evolution deniers. Is that right?
Evolution denial is because this whole thing, like, pretty much started because of a sham. And most evolutionary biologists that are religious, you know, like you said, they find it compatible with the Bible.
Some do.
So, a lot of them do. I think even the Catholic Church accepts it.
I think they do too. I think you're right. I don't. And I again, for the two reasons, I don't think the Bible is compatible with evolution, the way that I interpret Genesis 1 and 2 and Exodus 20 and all that.
Right, but that's the only place where evolution not being real is important is if you're trying to uphold the Bible. Like, if you're not trying to uphold the Bible, there's no problem with evolution. But the Bible's just not real. It's demonstrably not real.
I agree with that in a sense that if I think the Bible says that evolution is not real, then I will be biased against the science or whatever, you know. But I strongly feel like I'm giving the science a fair shake. I do feel like ERVs has been, as Arp mentioned earlier, ERVs has been one of the biggest struggles with me.
Have you gone to college to get a degree?
Well, I didn't finish college. I've got about 2 years.
Then you haven't given it a fair shake. You haven't gone and done your due diligence to truly understand what the science is saying.
No, that's not true. I think you can
It
study
is true.
outside of, I think
You can study outside. You can study outside of it. You don't need to get a degree, but the fact that you haven't put in the work to understand it, and that's demonstrable by the things you're saying about evolution.
No, I've put in a lot of work trying to understand.
No, you haven't. It's like when you said that I've opened myself up to be persuaded by you guys.
Go get your biology. Go show me your biology textbook.
Golden Arm, listen to me.
Show me your biology textbook.
I will fucking mute you if you don't shut up.
Show me your biology textbook. Don't tell me I haven't done the research.
Like I said,
I've got 10
you said you open yourself up to be persuaded, and I said no, you don't. You're always on the fucking defensive.
You are judging
because
me and
you have.
If you open that biology textbook, are there going to be any highlighted sections from when you were studying?
You going to pretend that I haven't spent hours talking to you, Golden Arm, about all of these things?
Okay, good.
Do you see my underlines?
Yeah, I'm
On
proud of
2
that.
different channels. I have spent
See my
hours,
underline? Yeah,
days of my
yeah,
life speaking to you.
yeah.
Don't tell me I'm not representing you fucking fairly.
You're not. Whoever's
Sorry,
telling me that I haven't done my
I
due
absolutely
diligence is
am.
not. I'm
I
sitting
will
here
say
going
it
toe to
straight to
toe
your
with you on
face.
every
When
on
you
every
say stupid shit like evolution isn't real, you haven't
descent,
looked into it enough.
descent with modification. See the underline? That's chapter 22. Show me your biology book, all of you, right now. You want more
I
books?
would, but I
I
sold
got
it
more
back to the
books.
bookstore.
Yeah,
I wasn't allowed to keep mine. I was too
This is
poor.
This is Campbell Reese. I bought it for myself. I didn't have to give it back because I did my research. I've
Where'd
done
you
my
get it
research.
from? Where'd you get it from?
I got it from a bookstore when I was in the Philippines. That's why it's
I'm
the
having
cheap.
a hard time finding it.
That's why it's the cheap. It's the cheap version, paperback version, but it's the Reese Campbell's got. This is the 8th edition, but the Reese Campbell's gone through 13 editions. Go search it on Amazon. It's one of the best ones.
Does the newer edition have microevolution in it too?
I don't know. I don't have the newer edition. Why don't you micro
Can
and
you
macro?
show me the newer edition?
What makes you think it's one of the best ones? Because Kent Hovind left a review and said, "Here, get this one."
No, because atheists have said that.
What atheist?
I don't know. Other ones I've talked to. Campbell Biology. Search it out.
I'm trying to find it.
It's 165 books. There's eight books. Campbell Biology. I found it on Amazon. It's pretty easy. It doesn't matter. What matters is what the science says, and I can discern between science and assumptions, and that's what I think the panel here is.
I don't think you can.
Apparently, you can't. Apparently, you
can.
cannot.
I mean, oh, the Beard of Empathy. That's the dude you just referenced. Your channel. I tried to find your channel. I can't find it.
You're in the async Discord, right?
No, I'm not. I don't do Discord too much.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You don't.
Let me see if I can post a link in StreamYard for you.
I can do it. I can put it in chat.
All I'm saying is I understand evolution. I get it, and I just don't see that the mechanism of natural.
You think you understand it?
Well, I mean, you would have to show me how mutations can produce the variety that we've had instead of just assume it.
Can you tell me what an allele is?
An allele would be a particular gene that codes for whatever phenotypical trait you want to talk about. Eye color, hair color, height, whatever. Right? Am I right or wrong?
Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed I wasn't subbed.
Yeah,
sorry,
you're
Beard.
kinda
I am
close.
now. I'm so sorry, Beard.
You're going to inherit 2 alleles from your mom and your dad, and one's
I want
dominant,
credit for
one's
admitting that when I didn't have to.
I'll give you credit on that one.
So I answered your question. Now demonstrate how mutations can create the diversity we see.
I know my Gretchen account. My Gretchen account was already
Do you
subbed, but
want
my
do you
async
want
wasn't.
the sentence analogy?
Well, the sentence analogy destroys the sentence. I mean, we can do analogies, but I'd rather have demonstration. My whole point is it's all faith, and there's some reasoning. The theory of evolution and all the supporting evidence is very elegant. I'm not going to deny that, but you can't say that that's the truth unless you believe. I mean, you can believe it's the truth, but you can't demonstrate universal common ancestry any more than I can demonstrate God. And if you want to be intellectually
we can
fair,
demonstrate it far more.
well,
That's completely different than speciation.
I agree. Speciation is demonstrable.
I mean, like it's related, right? Universal common ancestry, but it's not. It's not like that's way.
There you go,
far
Golden Arm.
more.
It's in the chat.
Speciation.
Golden Arm. It's in the chat.
What's in the chat?
Get it. Beard of Empathy's channel. There's a link to it right there.
Let me scroll down because I've been negligent with reading the chat.
It's in StreamYard, I think. No, it's in the chat. Right.
It's in StreamYard, and you can't click on it in StreamYard though. But
Right.
it's in both. It's in both YouTube chats. So
YouTube, damn fools.
everybody
Beard
sub
Adventure.
to everybody
Damn
sub to Beard,
fools. Copy. I want to copy.
I'm a damn fool.
and then go to the
you can be
Discord and
too.
talk to him about getting on his show.
No, he doesn't want me on the show.
Jack and Gretchen are both damn fools.
I am.
Yep. Both episodes
You
are
too.
up on Beard's channel.
All right, I got
You
there.
too
Thanks.
can be a damn fool.
I got it.
I'll let that, Jack. I'm stealing that, Jack.
You're welcome. I reserve the right for a 10% commission on all future videos.
Done. You know what? Double it. Double it.
And
I'll give you
Kelly's
20%.
here. Kelly's up there too. So
Kelly's a damn fool too.
we got the damn fool all star here today.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't like. I was looking up the
Yeah, Remissus,
speciation.
you're talking about the Daily Atheist show. That's Chris. That's a different guy.
Chris Mallard, the Daily Atheist Morning
Mallard,
Show.
Yeah. Daily Atheist.
The amazing
Morning
Super
Show,
Chris.
what it is. Yeah.
I was looking up the speciations of dog, and there's actually a borophanine. It's an extinct version of dogs.
Hey, Judia. You know you're invert, right?
They were endemic to North America. But yeah, they split off from dogs after Canada.
You know what I think is fun? The tanuki is a canine. It looks just like a raccoon. Like if you looked at them side by side, you would think that the tanuki was more closely related to a raccoon than a chihuahua. But it's a dog.
Yeah. And they're actually Canada
You want the
is
leak no
really
horrors,
closely
Judia?
related
Or you
to
got it?
Arctoidae, which is bears and red pandas, I think. And seals? Oh my gosh. That's pretty cool. So do you think like the Garden of Eden was like an actual place that we can find?
I think it was an actual place. I don't think we can find it.
Why not?
Because of the flood.
There's no evidence.
We
of a
can
global
still
flood.
find it if there was a flood.
Well,
But I
whoever-
don't even think there was a flood.
Well,
Global
I mean,
flood.
here's one of the problems that I have talking with some people is if you're going to like assume something from the Bible, like the Garden of Eden, and then if I answer with like another like assumption like the flood, you can't just say no, that's not true because the flood didn't exist. You have to assume.
Right.
I already fucking busted you on the flood
Well,
with the
no,
Epic of
no.
Gilgamesh tablet.
But if
I'm
you're gonna
sorry,
ask-
that fucking predates. No.
But if you're going to ask the question about the Garden of Eden, you're assuming for the
No,
sake
but
of the
you brought
argument-
up the flood. But you brought up the
flood, and I
Yeah.
already fucking cooked you on the flood. I'm sorry.
brought up-
Epic
I
of
brought up
Gilgamesh cooks the fucking cooks
Let me
Noah's
answer.
flood.
Let me say this
Period.
again. If you're going to ask a question about something in the Bible, I can then use the Bible to answer that. And you can't
What?
say the flood doesn't exist because the Bible doesn't exist. The Bible's not real. Because if you start with that assumption, then you're not even going to ask the question about Garden of
No.
Eden.
Why
You
can we
understand?
find
you're
evidence
saying-
for
if you're
everything
saying
else?
that-
the claim.
So
The
you're saying
Bible's the claim.
so
You
you're
can't
saying
use the
Garden
claim
of-
to prove
so
the
you're
claim.
assuming the Garden of Eden exists, but then the flood can't be a response.
No, we're not. We're not assuming. We're not assuming that. No. We
I just
asked
asked
you.
what you believe.
The question was asked if you believe the garden was real. You said yes, but it was.
Okay.
We can't find it because of the flood. But if the flood didn't happen, then we should
So-
be able to find the garden. But
so
it doesn't
when-
exist.
So when the follow-up question is can we find it exists, the assumption is that it could be real, but then
No, it's not an assumption because we're basing it on your beliefs. We asked you, and you said yes. So in
Well,
your beliefs,
I think your
is
rejection
the garden
of my
real?
answer. I think your rejection of my answer is unfair, but that's my answer. It did exist. You can't find it because
Okay.
of the flood.
Golden Arm,
Yeah.
are you a young Earth creationist too?
Oh, yes, I am.
Motherfucker.
But it doesn't have to be. Unlike evolution,
It can't be. Göbekli Tepe is older than fucking 6,000 years.
biblically, evolution can happen, but biblically, I do believe an old Earth could exist. But I am a young Earth creationist. Did I answer your?
The archaeologists literally just found a treasure trove of pre-hominid artifacts that date back 400,000 years in Palestine. In Palestine, they found 400,000-year-old pre-hominid artifacts. Like they're things like arrowheads and tools. Like they're 400,000 years old. That's not compatible with a 6,000-year-old Earth. Young Earth creationism is out.
I would agree with that. That it's not compatible with the young Earth.
Mm-hmm. You would, but
So why can't you accept that?
Because I generally reject
Because
the
you're
dating
in
methods.
defense mode. You won't let anything in.
Well,
you keep saying I open myself to be persuaded, but you don't. You're constantly in.
okay, Gretchen.
You're
Let me
like
ask you this.
hyper vigil, defensive. Protect the crap that's stuck in your fucking head all the time.
Let me ask you this: did the gentleman who said that we found tools 400,000 years old make an assertion, or did he provide evidence for the assertion?
I can see if I can find the article.
All right, so you're not going to answer my question. I got it. Okay, very well.
he's trying to give
He
you
just
the
said
evidence.
he's just said he's looking it up. Looking it up.
I was asking you, Gretchen, before you went on.
I'm
your
not the
little
one that told you about it.
You're the one ranting against me, not accepting stuff, when all I'm trying to do is say, hey, I don't think your assertion's true. And then you want to rail.
admitted that
and
the
then you
two
wanna-
are not
and then
compatible.
and then you want to rail on me for not accepting an assertion without evidence. I
My
can't win.
claim
There's no
was
way.
that Göbekli Tepe is older than 6,000 years.
The claim was
One little
why can't-
civilization.
You said, why can't
And
I
yes,
accept?
archaeologists do have evidence for that.
You said, why can't I accept his assertion? That's what you said.
No, I said, why
Yes, you
can't
did.
you accept? You said, yeah, if that's true, then it's not compatible. Then
Right.
I said, why can't you accept that it's just not compatible? So it can't
of
be
that,
real.
Because of that little word if.
Do you want evidence that Göbekli Tepe is older than 6,000 years?
Yeah.
I can go find you that while Beard is finding you the 400,000-year-old
The
shit
question,
that
the
he's
question
got.
is, this is going to come down to dating methods, right? And I've researched dating methods just like I researched biology.
Okay. Do you
I'm
believe?
already ahead of you.
Are you
believe the Bering
pre-denying
land bridge-
radiometric dating? Is that your game?
I do believe that there's some assumptions in radiometric dating that may cause the ages to be wrong.
Which type of radiometric dating do you not believe in?
I think carbon 14 is fairly accurate, but all the other ones that and I forgot all of them. I've researched them before. Carbon 14 is only good for like the last 20 or 30 or 40,000 years, if I'm not mistaken, because of the half-life.
Radiocarbon dating or carbon-14 dating is good for
Yeah,
approximately
carbon.
50,000 years.
Yeah,
That's
it's
exactly
actually
right.
like
That's
one of the. It's one of the least.
right. That's what I said, right?
But
40,000.
okay, so you
No,
believe
you
that
said it was the most reliable,
50,000.
and it's
I said it was the most
really.
reliable. But all the other ones
So
that date 300,
But it's
400.
not.
My understanding is they always want to know what strata you got the rock from before they date it. And that there's been institutions that sent the same samples to different labs and they got different results by hundreds of thousands of years.
It's called a tolerance when you're talking about a timeline of like millions to billions of years.
Well,
it's going to be a tolerance
Yeah,
of like a couple hundred
I
thousand.
think Mount
because
St.
at that
Helens.
point it's a percent.
Okay,
I think Mount
so
St.
how
Helens
old
is
is the Earth?
tested to be millions of years old. The Mount St. Helens eruption, which happened in like the 50s or 60s, was dated to be millions of years old.
Yeah,
That's because they used the wrong dating technique.
They used the wrong.
They purposefully used the wrong dating technique to get a wrong age because it was young Earth creationists trying to debunk the radiometric dating. They purposefully did it. It was fraud.
I've researched it and I've read. There's just so many discrepancies that there is a little doubt.
Yeah, you probably
know
read
why
on
there's
Answers in Genesis.
Yeah.
Do you
know why
believe that
there's
zircon crystals are real?
I gotta
Because
hop
the
off.
young
It's
Earth creation.
baby duty time.
Yeah,
so,
it's
y'all take
RP
care.
Jr.
Yeah.
Good night,
RP
RP.
Jr.
I gotta go to
Catch
work.
You guys later.
I gotta go to work too, but I want to go at this one last question, which is how old do you think the Earth is?
Again, it could be anywhere from 10,000 years old to billions.
Oh, so you're not actually a young Earth creationist.
I lean young Earth, but I'm allowing for a potential old age, but I'm not giving anything on evolution.
What? This isn't about evolution.
Right.
How old is the Earth?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, how old is the oldest or the first human? When was the first human made?
That's a good question. You're a smart guy. Based on the genealogies of the Bible, I believe the first humans were 6,000 to 10,000 years ago.
Okay. Do you know about the Bering Land Bridge? The Bering Strait?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that we found artifacts like arrowheads in the Bering Strait land bridge that are 12,000 years old? And they are radiocarbon dated. Your favorite kind of dating.
Like under the water or just like on either side? Because right now it's underwater, right?
Yeah. But they found artifacts from the same time period as 12,000 years ago.
All right. I can
And
accept
use
that.
radiocarbon to meet it.
Yeah.
So
that would fit sort of my young Earth timeline.
So
not
I'm
really,
not.
because you just said
I haven't-
10,000. That's a whole
I haven't been able
2,000
to-
years before.
Give or take 1,000.
No, 2,000. 2,000.
Yeah, I know that's
So
a big
I haven't.
percentage.
I haven't been able to
100%
access the
more.
academic paper. I haven't been able to access the academic paper, but it was written by researchers from the University of Haifa, and it is a long-running experiment, a research project in I can't remember the name of it. Farasi. It's a village in Israel, northern Israel, and yeah, there's a treasure trove. They're calling it a time capsule, essentially, of artifacts from between 400,000 and 250,000 years ago.
Also, I linked in the private chat the MPS article on the Bering Strait land bridge artifacts.
Private chat. Let me go here.
It's on the right.
No, I got it.
Okay.
Several dozen channel flakes have been found among the Serpentine Hot Springs artifacts.
I got it. Okay, I'm gonna.
So people would have to be at least 12,000 years ago, like the beginning of people.
I'm fine with that. I don't have any problem with that.
And likely more because they would have had to have time to discover arrowheads and stuff like that, or to make napping a manufacturing process.
Yeah, I don't have any. That doesn't give me a crisis of my faith.
I don't think it would, but
I don't
it would
think
at least make
anything
you.
will.
400,000 years. That would be like, wow, what's going on there? I would have. Yeah.
I think that second article, something that RP sent. Yeah, there's the 400,000-year-old.
How about
one,
zircon
Phys.org.
crystals?
Okay, I got both of those.
Uranium lead dating is one of the most accurate radiometric dating.
Have you heard of what's that technique for determining the age where you got these helium atoms that are supposed to be gone because helium can kind of make its way through the rock, and there should be no helium in rocks, but they find helium. Have you ever heard of that?
You can trap helium in the side of a rock.
Yeah.
Well, it's
And
supposed to be small enough.
That's an Answers in Genesis thing too.
If I make a what is that called? The carbon single carbon sheet graphene. If I make a graphene sheet and I put it over some helium, it'll trap the helium in. The helium's too large to fit through the rings in the graphene sheet.
That may be true. I don't know. I thought,
but the 400,000-year-old stone tools discovery is linked, that phys.org link. And so if you say that if that would be something that you would be interested in looking in, that may change your opinion. When you see the fact of the stone tools, then I would highly recommend to look at it.
Or do some research on Göbekli Tepe. They built an entire fucking city or trading post, whatever it was, with actual tools over, I think they're saying it's like 11 to 13,000 years old. And yes, there is actual science on it.
Izza brought up something at 7:09 a.m. Eastern Time. The Chauveau cave features drawings of exceptional quality dating back 36,000 years in their country. All right, I actually have to go. I'm going to be late for work.
You know what? I got to go too because I actually have to sleep. I skimmed that article, and just like any skeptic, you're looking for something solid, right? So the article, and maybe there's other articles out there, but it doesn't mention their dating method. And so
it does. I'm sure it does. It does in the method. It would in the method section of the paper. That's exactly why you would find it in the method section if it's the method they used.
I reached I was skimming, but I read the little snippets of each paragraph, and I'm just not seeing it. I'll read it later and go a little bit more in depth, but
when I wanted to clarify something real quick. When I said that you weren't educated on the subject, I wasn't implying that you didn't know anything, that you hadn't read anything. What you've demonstrated that you have not done is that you have not learned the processes by which we gained all of this information. Because if you had learned those processes, it would have changed your mind. Dr. Schweitzer, the person who discovered the first traces of soft tissue in dinosaur bones, she was a young Earth creationist who entered science to try to prove the Bible right. She went and learned all of the processes needed, and then she realized like that all of that taught her that the Earth is billions of years old. She learned how we got that information. She didn't just trust the information. That's the
By the
point
way,
of the
she's
learning.
still.
That's what you didn't
By the
do.
way, she stayed a Christian. She just
is no longer young Earth
discount-
creationist.
She discounted the young Earth creationist shit.
You know, that's
She's
very
still
ironic.
she remained a Christian though.
It's ironic because what she found is actually evidence for a younger Earth, in my opinion.
No, it's not.
No,
That's
it
the
isn't.
point. She went to try and prove it. She found this evidence, and she said it's not proof of young Earth. It's still not proof of young Earth.
She said it was evidence of a freak fossilization process. That's it.
Yeah, but it's not a freak because there's been many people who have gone out and done the same thing. After.
No,
they haven't. It is so unique. It is such a unique thing that we've only discovered a couple times. There was another one recently that happened that they're releasing an article, and I just was reading a non-academic article yesterday that they found soft tissue from the tubi feet of creates. I don't remember what creature it was, but they found some soft tissue. But it, again, was a freak fossilization event that managed to preserve this soft tissue in such a way. But this is one out of millions of fossils that we've discovered.
Okay.
That's such tiny odds that you're going to have this happen. It's almost impossible, but we found it. And the findings are consistent with the science we see for old Earth.
Those are claims, but what I understood was that she found this tissue that was soft in nature, and the Christian community ran with it. She objected to that interpretation of her findings, but the answer for why that was found wasn't that it could be that maybe this tissue was younger than thought, but the only answer was, well, we must not understand, how long this stuff can last. That was the issue.
No, but Christians think that that's the issue.
No,
Schweitzer does not know that. She knows what the issue was. She knows exactly how it happened. We know how and why that tissue is preserved the way it was. It's not a question.
I don't like to do ChatGPT during discussions, but I just ChatGPT to have many scientists found soft tissue in dinosaur bones. ChatGPT said yes. Many scientists have reported finding soft tissue-like structures or original biological molecules in dinosaur fossils over the past few decades. This is a real area of paleontology research, but is also an area that is often misunderstood. So the fact is actually, like I have learned before, that there are actually a lot of people who have found this. This is not as unique as you claim.
Hold on. Do you know what a fossil is? What is a fossil?
Well, it's mineralized remains of
no. Incorrect. In archaeology, hold on. In archaeology, a fossil is any artifact from a previous geological age. That means that it can be 10,000 years old and it's a fossil. We have if a human being used a jawbone of an ass 25,000 years ago to kill something, it would have soft tissue on it and it would be a fossil. So a lot of scientists can find soft tissue on fossils. We're talking about permineralized dinosaur fossils. No, I haven't.
Something was so unique ago, but now it's
million-year-old, 10, 20, 50 million-year-old permineralized fossils generally don't have soft tissue in them, and that's what was found.
They don't.
It's a very specific type of fossil. But just asking ChatGPT if fossils can be found with soft tissue, yes, they absolutely can, and many will, because fossils don't have to be millions of years old. The permineralized dinosaur fossils usually don't.
Why didn't you make that distinction before I checked with ChatGPT? Because before
I was talking colloquially about dinosaur fossils.
That you're not a fucking idiot.
No, because it was a very unique thing, and now it's a very common thing.
No, because he was
Yes.
assuming that you're not a fucking idiot and that you were
Well,
being
that-
honest. But now
that's-
we all know
that's-
that you are an idiot and you're not being fucking honest.
No, I'm just.
I was also
appealing to-
using
all you just
colloquial
proved.
terms.
As I have this whole night on this show, I've appealed to what was said. Finding soft tissue is a very unique thing. We know why it happened, and it doesn't really happen very often.
Yes, finding soft tissue in permineralized dinosaur fossils, which was what I was referring to when I mentioned Mary Schweitzer.
It's not a common thing.
I might be getting the wrong archaeologist, but
it actually is.
No, I think that is your name, actually.
According to your
I think you got
definition,
that
then
one right.
the arrows or the stone tools that were found from 400,000 years ago would fit your definition of a fossil. Is that correct?
yes, yes, they are fossils. Yes, they are. They are fossils.
You guys,
they are
fossils of rocks.
Yes, they are fossils because they're artifacts from a previous geological age.
To what's being said, Gretchen, which you haven't done.
I haven't looked it up. I mean, I'll fucking look up the definition of a fossil if you want.
He just defined what it was. I disagree with it, but it's probably true in some corner of some scientific discipline. But fossils are generally things that were living that have been
called archaeology.
Their cells and everything's been replaced by minerals, and there's like stones now. And that's a fossil in my book.
Yeah, a fossil is any preserved remain, impression, or trace of a once living thing from a past geological age. These includes bones, shells, imprints of footprints, objects preserved in amber, hair, petrified wood, and DNA remnants. So yeah.
So
that's why I asked you what the definition of fossil was. I initially, when I said it, I was referring to dinosaur fossils because, well, that's what we generally mean when we're talking about fossils, but I wanted to clarify. And once we clarified, I became more specific because we're being pedantic. So I clarified.
No, that doesn't follow. You didn't clarify because I brought up
No, he clarified because you tried to play fucking word games again. That's why he clarified.
No, the word games now is me saying that stone tools don't fit the definition of fossils. That would be me playing a word.
Yes, they do. They're a trace of a living being. Like we made them.
I didn't say that. I'm just making an example of me playing word games. Me saying that that there were many researchers who have found soft tissue was what caused you to change your opinion. So you guys are the ones playing word games, not me.
No,
no, it didn't change my opinion.
What word
it
game
didn't change my opinion. It changed. You
want to say, Gretchen, that I'm playing word games? What word game did I play? Explain it to your chat, because I don't get it. Or are you just blabbering stuff that you can't explain?
When did anybody change their definition?
You said I'm playing word games. Please explain. You said it. You made it. So explain what you mean.
Yeah.
How am I playing the word games?
Kelly's a geologist. Shit, that's right. He is. Forgot about that. How are you playing word games? Because you're saying that we changed our definition when we didn't.
That's not
nobody did.
Yeah, he said that finding soft tissue is a super extreme rare thing, and then
it is in dinosaur fossils. It fucking is.
No, it's not.
In dinosaur fossils, it is.
How am I
okay, demonstrate that. Demonstrate that.
You got to research
Demonstrate it.
Go research it. I did the research. You can do it too.
You didn't do the research. You asked ChatGPT, which is
fucking liar.
All right, fine. The
demonstration. You literally said you asked ChatGPT.
I told you I did.
Can soft tissue be found on fossils? But you know what? You didn't say dinosaur fossils, did you?
This has been
Did you?
LLMs, all of them are digital
did.
confirmation bias. They
I
give
did
you
How
back
many
what
times
you
did
want.
it say they've been found? If
I'm
you
not playing
ask how
word
many
games.
times did it say it's been found?
The
How
people
many
who say
times?
the
If you
people who
say you
say
ask, how many times did it tell you?
the people who say that it's a rare
You're
thing,
not answering my
and then-
question. This is how your word games work.
This is not a word. I'm exposing your word games.
I'm not playing any word games. I straight up asked you. You said you looked it up. You said you asked how many times have soft tissue been found in dinosaur fossils, and you said it was more. It was a lot. How many did it tell you?
I didn't read the whole thing. I didn't need to because I've researched this before, and I'm already.
Oh, you're so fucking smart all by yourself that you don't have to read shit to get data into your head.
I already read
Have
it.
you got a
It's in my-
Neuralink and you're not fucking telling us?
He's
What the fuck is
psychic.
wrong with you, dude? It's absolute bullshit.
All right. Soft tissue has been reported in dozens of dinosaur specimens, but the exact number depends on what you mean by soft tissue. Okay.
Okay.
These findings include blood vessel-like structures, osteocytes, collagen fibers, protein fragments, pigment-containing structures. Examples
If you want to
include
get,
Tyrannosaurus
if you want to play
rex,
the,
Brachiosaurus.
we want to play the super pedantic game.
I'm not playing pedantic game. You're the one who
No,
says it's
so.
if we want to play the super pedantic game, you said before many scientists have found this, but if we consider that millions of fossils have been found and only a couple of dozen instances of this, it would not be many.
All right. Well, okay.
Dozens out of millions.
Fine. That's fine.
That's a lot.
I'll accept this. The fact of the matter is
Thank
that
you.
soft tissue has been found.
Concession.
Soft tissue
How's
has
it
been
feel to
found.
lose? Sorry, I just wanted to do a little deathless thing there.
You know, soft tissue has been found in lots of dinosaur bones and lots of other things that are supposed to have been millions of years ago, and fossilization doesn't preserve that. It's
Right. So you know what? I just came to realize that this is a tangent. This entire thing is a tangent. It's an obfuscation off of the thing where I said that you have not studied the processes of evolution, that have how we got the information on evolution, and thus you are not educated on evolution. You've memorized facts out of a textbook, but you haven't done the work of figuring out how we got that info, because that's what would persuade you. You haven't done
apparently
it.
done the research to defend your Bible.
I'm aware of it. You want to hear it? You want to know how we got there? You want me
to step by step. Start with Darwin.
Well,
what did Darwin do?
Darwin assumed universal common ancestry.
Nope. What did he do? What was the process?
I said through, and you interrupted me. Don't interrupt me, please. I'll give you time to talk. Give me a few sentences.
That's not what I asked you.
But you don't get to just be wrong and then continue down that fucking road for 10 minutes. Because Darwin did not.
Are you telling Darwin did assume universal common ancestry?
No, that's not what I asked you to do, though. I asked you what the process was.
The process was observing finch beaks and other things. And
it wasn't just finch beaks.
He extrapolated.
What else?
I don't know. But
right, you don't know.
He extrapolated.
You haven't learned the processes.
I have learned the process.
You didn't.
Because most of Darwin's theory is wrong, and people
no,
don't.
It's not.
How do you know that if you haven't fucking read it?
Because Darwin said, and I've got it underlined in my book too. You got his book on your bookshelf, Gretchen?
No, why would I? I have the fucking internet like a fucking adult.
Where is it?
You gotta love how he literally just said he doesn't know the process that he went through, and then that he knows everything.
He says, "Well, I didn't read it, but it says," it's like, come on.
Where's my book?
Gretchen totally thinks the back rooms are better than the SCP Foundation.
I can't find my book, but I got it. The point is that he extrapolated microevolution to macroevolution.
And I'm a night mind junkie, and I still
as science proceeded, we understood what the DNA was. We
No,
learned.
but hold on. How did we get there? You skipped a ton of steps there. A ton. You went from jump from Darwin and looking at finches, which is not all he did. He did way more than just look at finches. He has a whole process, a whole book. You said you had a copy of it, but there's a whole book that outlines the process that he went through to get this data. But you then jump from there to DNA. Like there's a huge jump between Darwin's observations of finches and DNA. What are the processes that got us there?
There's actually not a whole bunch of steps, because when you go to
there's a huge number of steps there, but where did we go from Darwin?
I'm trying to answer your question. Whenever you ask for evidence for evolution, the evidence that people will
I'm not asking for evolution evidence. I'm asking you what processes we used to get information.
No, that's not your question. Your question.
That was my question before.
No,
that's been my question since before Darwin.
His question.
Your question was.
Well, you don't know the processes that we use to gain the information we have.
Okay.
You're not answering the question. You're literally dodging it.
You guys literally don't have this strict mind. I'm not answering how we get information. I'm answering how we got the information of evolution. There's a distinction there. I know how
you don't know that. You're skipping tons of steps. You're not demonstrating. I've asked you what was the process that Darwin used, and you said you didn't know.
Give me 2 minutes to answer your question, and then you can respond. Let me finish. Quit interrupting.
If it's not an answer to my question, I'm going to interrupt you. My question is the process.
The process of learning how evolution happened or why it happened results in many multifaceted disciplines of science. It results from archaeology.
That's not an answer to my question.
From paleontology.
That's not an answer to the question.
It is. Because Darwin had an idea with no evidence to back it up, and then genetics and paleontology and what's the other one? I forgot what it is. Are the reasons for why we can make sense of what Darwin said. Darwin has no proof or evidence or any method for proving evolution.
That right there, that shows that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're not educated in the area.
Give me one thing.
No.
Give me one
thing.
You
just said he didn't. Darwin had a method. He outlined it in his book, and you literally just said he didn't have a method. His book outlines the method. It was observation of things.
His method is assumption.
No, it's not assumption. It's observation.
Why does my biology book mention only certain things about Darwin? And those things like finch beaks and variation within a kind.
Because Darwin was the start, but you can't even demonstrate what his methods were.
All you're saying is that Darwin said something, but you're not telling me what Darwin said.
No.
Darwin
Right
said
there.
so we can talk about the actual context.
Shut the absolute fuck up.
Something
Did you just say that your biology book says variations within a kind? Do you think that a biology book that references a kind, which is not a real thing in real biology,
not a biology term.
If your book says variations within a kind, your book is fucking trash. Do you get that? Kinds are not a thing.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are. Kinds are not a thing.
I'm not quoting the book, but it probably said species and not kind.
Well, you just said you were.
Well, it's saying that there's variation, that Darwin observed variation within a species.
Right.
So, and then from that, he extrapolated that if this change could happen, then all change can happen. That explains why we have all the variation we do.
No, he didn't. Later people did. Darwin was just a fucking naturalist, dude. He wasn't an evolutionary biologist. Evolution didn't fucking exist when he was making his.
That's absurdly irrelevant.
Observations. It's not.
No, it's not
though.
Because he's the start. He's the starting point. He's not the all being everything. He's not Jesus of evolution, man. He's just the start.
Evolution.
Don't waste my time. Tell me what he said then.
He observed and wrote down about the observations that there were changes amongst these birds. And he extrapolated, yes, from there that this could apply to other things. And that gave rise to other people exploring, which has reinforced that over and 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 over. And this is the problem. You didn't read the process. You didn't read what he did.
You didn't say anything different than what I said about Darwin. You added nothing to Darwin. Add something more. I said Darwin saw changes in birds and then he extrapolated. You said the exact same thing. You parroted.
Yes, I did, because that's the process he used, but you literally said that he didn't have a process.
So
he didn't have a method.
But I explained that process before you did.
No, but you said it's not a method. And it's the start. You're trying to dismiss Darwin. Shut up. Quiet for a moment.
Tell me to shut up.
Quiet for a moment. I'm trying to speak here and you keep over talking me. And that is starting to get irritating. Now, that's the problem that makes me just go, is getting interrupted because now I'm losing track of things. Darwin was the start. Describing his method is the starting step to understanding the methods we use later, the processes we use. And that's been my point, is you do not understand the processes or methods that were used to gather the data we have. If you studied that, if you learned that instead of counter apologetics to evolution apologetics, to countering evolution, if you would learn the processes, to just learn the data, learn how we got the information, it would change your mind. I guarantee it. But you won't do that because you're terrified of having your mind changed.
You are two things. One, you're talking about science and you're not talking science. Number two, I explained the process of Darwin, which you reiterated. And then you want to say that I didn't explain it, even though I didn't call it a method. And so
you specifically said he didn't have a method, which means you don't understand what the method was.
But I
you want to describe it, but you don't understand it.
I explained the method, and you said verbatim what I said.
Right?
I
didn't say verbatim, but
yes, you did. You said he saw birds, and then he inferred something else, and that was his method.
He observed it. That's the method.
And you said that was his method, and I said he observed.
Yeah. You said he had no method.
So even though I don't call it a method, I explained what he did.
But I asked you to describe the method, and then you said he had no method. After you described the method, which means you're contradiction to yourself.
So now the only thing I've ever said wrong is that he didn't have a method, but I explained what he did.
But that shows that you don't understand the method.
I understand, and the reason why I jumped from that method is because all of the modern science is supposed to be supporting his assumptions.
No. Yes. His is the groundwork that supports other people's work. You build on. You don't retroactively go back and say this supports all of that.
His work doesn't support modern paleontology. Paleontology is supposed to be supporting his assumptions.
Right, and modern paleontologists don't base their shit on his work. Because they know new methods and different methods that have evolved since Darwin.
They don't base their work on his stuff. That's right.
Right, but you have to understand his shit before you can understand the processes that we've gotten to. You start there, you learn more. But
I explained his shit. I just didn't call it a method. Forgive me.
When you deny it, you're denying the foundation to build on more processes. That's why you're jumping around.
I'm not denying his observations. I think his observations of the finches.
You literally said it was not a method.
Whatever.
You literally said he had no method.
Okay, his method was to look and observe. That was his method. That was his method. He looked and observed and saw small beaks, large beaks, soft beaks, hard beaks.
What's next?
And then he said, "Huh, they're not the same. They're different."
Right.
Why?
So what's next after that? What happened after that?
He asked why.
What was the next step?
Why are
what
they
was the
different?
next method?
I'm telling you. He asked, "Why are they different?"
After Darwin, we're done with Darwin. Who's next?
Oh, are we done with Darwin?
Where do we go from there? What's the next process?
Will you concede that I understand his process?
I can now. Yes. What's the next step in the process? Where do we go from there?
Well, I'm going to jump all the way up to genetics.
Nope. Can't jump. You got to go step by step. This is what we do in higher education. When we're actually learning these things and actually learning the processes, we don't skip.
Screw your rhetoric. Give me the next step.
This isn't rhetoric. This is education.
When you say you need what higher education does, that's rhetoric. Give me the next step.
It's not rhetoric. It's education. We're talking about,
boy. I gotta go.
I'm not an evolutionary biologist. I don't know the specific next step. But if we were talking psychology, I'd go from Freud to Jung, and then from Jung, I might go to Erik Erikson, and from Erikson, I might go to Carl Rogers.
So you just admitted you don't know the next step.
Not my field. Right,
all right,
I don't. I don't, but you don't either. And that's the point. We're not talking about me and how much I know the processes.
Yeah,
We're talking about you and yours.
It's time for you to go, dude.
I'm leaving. This guy's absurd, man. This guy's
okay. Well,
good
talk
night.
to you
See
Friday.
See you Friday.
Rest up.
How do I get out of here?
I'll kick you, but rest up. I'll talk to you Friday. I'll definitely be there.
I'm going to jump off to Gretchen. I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
That was
Have a
fun.
good day, Beard. Yeah, that was fun. Very rarely do people say that about the Colton arm. So, does anybody want to hear the new song? Anyone? It's called Earth to Fildos. It's pretty fucking good. All right, I'm gonna play it.
Is it wrong or right for the fascist right to vote away our rights? But it's late at night, you're eating gummy bites and your J's are a light. How the fuck you all suck the fucking meaning out of right and wrong? It was inevitable you were gonna make me write this fucking song. It's like you're arguing from the very own kingdom on the clouds. The rest of us are in good here with our boots on the ground. You think we're down here missing the forest for the trees, but we're just trying to avoid getting caught up at the net. Your forests don't actually mean much when you talk so far above them. You miss the facts on the ground and don't know how to overcome them. You're light years away and 13 billion years behind, but tomorrow we'll be stuck here in a crystal fascist line. Zoom out higher, fuck that. Look around below. History's not a parable, it's a warning that we know. When the boats start marching on your freedom and we'll be in power, we'll ignore your fucking agency and leave you bleeding. Morality is objective, reactive, protective. After all the word salad, it's probably just reflexive. Okay, you adorn us with thesaurus words that bore us to death. New rabbit trail appears and you grab it like a habit on that. Now it's so far past the original path, blasting out into the vast. Semitic etymology, erratic ontology, systematic cosmology, romantic ideology, pedantic mythology, frantic epistemology, erratic terminology, making problematic toxicology into a frantic pathology. Argue while you reach beyond the ceiling for a perfect place to stand, pondering that a timeless way function makes a universal plan. But every time you leave this world to chase what's in your head, you miss the battles we're really fighting and lose reality instead. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You get lost and fly your red, but you can't escape the dread. Every conversation spirals into lexical gymnastics, twisting every honest question with metaphysical mechanics. Consequence ain't coming from light years away, it'll come from the choices that we make every single day. You can lock and fire and array, but you can't escape the dread. We do our best to hang with you. When you go off field, a nerd, least you can do is try to hang with us here on Earth.
What is it, Golden Arm? I can't hear you. Say something. I can hear something. No, I still can't hear you. Sorry. Well, I could for a second. And I can't now. No. I've got like rumbling coming from your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I was looking for this book on the chat. It's Darwin's The Origins of Species.
Mm-hmm. It's not. Notice it's not called evolution.
I just wanted to show you that I do have it.
Notice it's not called My Theory of Evolution.
Right. It's called The Origin of Species, which assumes the origin of species.
It doesn't go back to a universal common ancestor. I can guarantee you that. When they wrote that, they didn't even know what fucking DNA was yet.
Correct.
You know
That's
that, right?
Yeah. I've not read the whole thing, but I'm just saying that I have a bookshelf.
Well, maybe you should.
Well, I'm working. I got a lot of stuff to read. I got a big bookshelf over here with hundreds of books that I have. I've read some of them. I haven't read others, but I study this stuff, and I'm not some charlatan that just believes young Earth because of religion. I actually know my science, and I have resources that I've studied.
The science proves you wrong. Zircon crystals alone prove you fucking wrong.
They don't actually.
They don't?
I could say soft tissue, dinosaur tissue proves you wrong.
I didn't. No, you can't.
And we're going to disagree because we have different interpretations of the evidence.
Do you know what zircon crystals even are? Can you make the half-life of lead be different than what it is?
I don't think so. No.
You know what? Look into zircon crystals and uranium lead dating, and then we'll talk.
Okay. Hold on. Zircon.
ZIRCON.
Thank you.
Crystals and uranium-lead radiometric dating. You will find that it is one of the most precise and reliable forms of radiometric dating with a precision rate within less than 1%.
Okay. I'll look into it. But I have Origins of Species right here. I doubt the other dude.
Okay.
All right. See you.
I certainly don't, because I have the internet and I can get all that shit on fucking command.
I like books. They're
my
hand.
Apparently you do. I do not.
See you later. Bye. Thanks for letting me back on.
Bye. So did you guys like my Fildo song? Oh God, I feel like I've been like a couple rounds in a boxing ring after I'm definitely gonna have to figure out how to like not scream at people all the time. You want a feel bad song? Define feel bad song, Judia. Yeah, the field does drive me absolutely nuts. I sat here last night with No Damn Fire and Arpy, and they were all just doing their fucking Fildo thing. I even put up a banner that said, like, Fildo Nerd Playtime. I was like, I'm just gonna go do something else. I ended up taking a lot of, like, the words that they use and just, like, putting them into a text file. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna make a song out of this. They forced me. They made me do it. Yeah, that's where most of those lyrics came from, is their fucking clusterfuck conversation last night. So oh, you want a nihilistic song? Oh, I can definitely do that. It's just gonna have to be for a few of us though, because, you know. Most of us aren't. I don't know. Are most of us nihilists? Yeah. I don't know. I think they spent like 4 hours on fucking morality last night. Again. Like, fucking congratulating themselves on being the fucking masters of the universe because they adopted somebody's fucking framework. Like, I mean, how does that work? We're not monetized yet. We need like 500 more subs before we can get monetized, so we can't do super chats. Well, it doesn't matter that you don't have any money because we can't do anything about it. It's just 0 super chats. So. But RP and I are going on DZ on Friday, so hopefully that gets us part of the way. I mean, I got us halfway here, so maybe we can get the other half from Justin. We'll see. Wait, Nave was kicked? He wasn't banned, right? Because I will. Beard. Yeah, we want to try not to ban people because every time we ban someone, we lose a sub. So let's like, I don't know what happened to him. I was like actually like cooking and eating my dinner when Nectu sent me a DM in Discord that he was crying about something. So I don't know what they did to him. They might have just kicked him for the day. So if you like kick him for 24 hours, you don't have to put a ban report in the Discord. But if you do like permanently hide somebody, you need to go to the YouTube mods channel in the Discord, and there's another channel called YouTube Bans. You need to put their username and the reason you did it. So if you actually look at the YouTube bans, then it'll show you how we do it. So it's just good to keep track because sometimes they'll complain, like Sedona Water was complaining at me in another chat saying, "When are you gonna unban me from async?" I'm like, I don't know. I don't even know what you got banned for. And I completely forgot it's because we figured out that they're under 18. So yeah, I'm like, you're not coming back. And the only reason we know that is because we have the YouTube ban channel in the Discord. So Wody, you can't hear the live, so he didn't hear my Fildo song? The fuck? So it's totally pointless talking to Wody. Everybody make fun of you. Make fun of Wody. I'll teach him to not listen to me. Yeah, you missed it. You got your sound on now? I'll play it again. Okay, cool. Give me a chance to go to the bathroom, because, you know, I don't ever plan shit out very well. I gotta remember to, like, set an alarm, like, 15 minutes before 4 a.m., because that's when RP leaves every day. Nope, whoops, wrong one.
Is it wrong or right for the fascist right to vote away our rights? But it's late at night, you're eating gummy bites and your J's are a light. How the fuck you all suck the fucking meaning out of right and wrong? It was inevitable you were gonna make me write this fucking song. It's like you're arguing from your very own kingdom on the clouds. The rest of us are in good here with the boots on the ground. You think we're down here missing the forest for the trees, but we're just trying to avoid getting caught up at the net. Your forests don't actually mean much when you talk so far above them. You miss the facts on the ground and don't know how to overcome them. You're light years away and 13 billion years behind, but tomorrow we'll be stuck here in a crystal fascist line. Zoom out higher, fuck that, look around below. History's not a parable, it's a warning that we know. When the boats start marching on your freedom and we'll be in power, we'll ignore your fucking agency and leave you bleeding. Morality is objective, reactive, protective. After all the word salad, it's probably just reflexive. Okay, you adorn us with thesaurus words that bore us to death. New rabbit trail appears and you grab it like a habit on that. Now it's so far past the original path, blasting out into the vast. Semitic etymology, erratic ontology, systematic cosmology, romantic ideology, pedantic mythology, frantic epistemology, erratic terminology, making problematic toxicology into a frantic pathology. Argue while you reach beyond the ceiling for a perfect place to stand, pondering that a timeless way function makes a universal plan. But every time you leave this world to chase what's in your head, you miss the battles we're really fighting and lose reality instead. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You get lost and fly your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. Every conversation spirals into lexical gymnastics, twisting every honest question with metaphysical mechanics. Consequence ain't coming from light years away, it'll come from the choices that we make every single day. Not the one inside your head. You get lost and find your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. you can do is try to hang with us here on Earth.
Okay, can you guys hear me again? That was actually good timing because I had to change out my mic because mine was dead. So, okay, is it over this Gretchen joint? Damn, Gretchen really does have some lyrical skill. Yes, I do have some lyrical skills. I'm fucking good. I mean, no, can't hear you at all. Shut up, dick. So, all right. Well, since I'm alone up here, who wants to watch part 3 of Reckless Ben? Because I noticed that's out now that he's got his channel back. And anybody? Because I totally do. Okay, let's see. Share this tab instead. Alright, let me make sure it's up. There it is. I gave the Fildos a cool song. Well, I mean, it's technically it's an anti-Fildo song. I mean, I literally called them Fildo nerds in the song. And made fun of their objective morality and epistemology and all this bullshit, so I think I hit the right notes. I mean, I couldn't, like, completely scathe them, considering, you know, like, nobody in ARPy, like, were essentially the inspiration for it. I love nobody in RP. They're just fucking Fildo nerds. What do you want, you know? Yeah, they don't mind being called nerds. They do mind being called Fildos, so they don't like that. Not at all.
Even know what I did wrong. Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs is making up tons of lies about me to the police to try to get me thrown in jail so I can't release my documentary about them. But the crazy part is I'm not even allowed to know what they're saying I did. Legally, I'm not allowed to film inside court, so I formally requested the audio, but since there was no visual, I hired an animator to animate over it. Right now, I kind of don't even know what I'm being charged for because all of the body cam footage has been redacted, and they say it's to protect the victims. However, I think there are some redactions that maybe don't make sense and that weren't to protect the victims, and there's some things being said about me that are redacted I don't know about.
I do have some concern in this case with the defendant representing himself. The allegations here relate to the fact that the defendant, he's a person he's a YouTuber, creates videos, publishes them online, and has been, if this defendant were to represent himself and we were to provide body cams and discovery, we would be now providing additional information and fodder for this defendant to create videos from which he could profit by placing them on YouTube at the expense of our victim. I have serious concerns for that.
Yeah, the state of Utah is claiming that if they tell me what I'm being accused of, then I'll use it for content on my YouTube channel. And they can't have that. They're arguing to the judge that the best thing to do is to not let me know what's being said about me, which is very strange, but that's their argument. And just in case you haven't been following along with this whole Lego story, this is all happening because I stepped in to help a family who got their Lego collection stolen from a company called Bricks and Minifigs. And for the last couple months, this company's been doing whatever they can to get me arrested so they can keep all the Legos for themselves. And this isn't even just me speculating. One of their own employees literally told us what their plan was.
I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested?
Dang.
How do we get them arrested?
But eventually, Bricks and Minifigs found out that I'm not just some random kid. I'm actually a YouTuber making a documentary on the entire scandal.
So the YouTube guy is named Reckless Ben. I don't want to be on YouTube.
Yeah, this is when things really started getting crazy. Bricks and Minifigs went into ultimate defense mode and was going to do whatever it takes to prevent this documentary from coming out. First, the police got a call saying I had heroin on me.
This officer is going to conduct a search of your person because there are substances in the vehicle.
And obviously, they found nothing. But then they got a call saying that I was the one that stole the Legos. And I got swatted by the entire police department.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
And we all got arrested. But right when I got out of jail, I got a warrant for my arrest for some mystery crime that I committed.
It seems like this guy might live in LA, or his last known address is in LA.
Yeah, the police showed up to my house all the way in Los Angeles to arrest me without bail.
He was like, just tell him he has a warrant for his arrest.
But the police couldn't arrest me.
Any idea where he actually is? No idea. Okay.
I was somewhere very far away. But anyways, back to court. The judge is looking at signing a protective order to protect Josh and all of his statements about me. If this protective order gets signed, then I'll never be able to find out what he's claiming I did.
I got bad news. I don't think we have any more budget for animation, dude.
Oh, shoot. Oh, so how do we animate this next court scene? I guess if we have to not pay the lawyers, then I guess the animation's more important, right?
Yeah, we decided maybe the lawyers are actually more important. So, yeah, we ran out of animation budget. Sorry, guys.
The court's inclined to sign this pretrial protective order unless you have an objection to it, Mr. Schneider, and objection to such an order.
Yes, I think there's a bunch of misunderstandings in this case. And so this person doesn't want to get exposed. So he's making up a lot of lies about me to get me arrested before he gets exposed. So that's what this whole thing's about. However, before I was allowed to show any of the overwhelming evidence I have to support my claims, the judge didn't care about the evidence and signed the protective order anyways.
Mr. Schneider, the court's going to sign this order and serve it upon you.
So the court has made it clear. They do not want to look at the evidence and they want to protect Josh and Brandon for some reason. And now I have to somehow fight a court case against all of these mystery crimes against me that I have no clue what they're even saying I did. So this whole mess is happening in American Fork, Utah. But I'm also being charged with another case in Provo, Utah. This is where corporate Bricks and Minifigs is, which is why I'm also being charged here. And this police department has surprisingly actually followed the law when it comes to discovery. And they sent me all the raw body cam footage of what I'm being charged for. Let's start at the beginning, the moment I first met the CEO. The reason I'm talking to him right now is because before exposing this company for the grand theft they committed, I thought it was in good faith to give them an opportunity to do the right thing first before I make a documentary about this.
You had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your store?
Nope. Never happened.
But the CEO did not want to take the opportunity to do the right thing and instead instantly called the cops on us.
Hi there, I'm calling to report a crime. They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this product from this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down. Or we're going to burn the place down. Or I'll kill you. It's Ben Snyder who's been the one engaged in this behavior.
You can see in the police report that the crime he wanted to get us charged for is called extortion, which basically means we're threatening him into paying us, which is very illegal. However, obviously he's just making all of this up. The reality is, I just thought it was a nice gesture to give him the opportunity to do the right thing first.
If you guys do have our Legos, we just kind of want them back, you know?
But if there's one thing I've learned from this entire experience, it's that whoever ends up doing the morally right thing just ends up getting screwed over. So now it's time to play the way Bricks and Minifigs is playing and use their own strategy against them. Right now, their strategy is to get me arrested before I get them arrested. So now I'm going to Uno reverse this and get Eamon, the CEO, arrested before he gets me arrested. But if I'm going to be the reason that someone's going to jail, I should probably make sure that they definitely deserve this. So I'm going to give them one more chance to try to do the right thing first. But instead of doing the right thing and attempting to work this out, Eamon just hid in his little office. and he called the police on me.
I can already tell you right now, no one's coming out to talk to you guys.
Really? But they told us that they were.
I know.
Normally, I wouldn't want to get someone arrested, but we gave him every opportunity to talk to us. So at this point, he's just arresting himself. However, the only difference between...
Why are you nervous, Kelly? Haven't you done plenty of these speeches? You're a freaking podcaster, for God's sake. That's weird.
Between my strategy and Bricks and Minifigs' strategy.
Or is it that, like, being behind a computer with a camera makes you feel, like, protected in some way? Maybe. I mean, that happens a lot, actually.
Is I don't have to lie to the police. Eamon McNeff actually committed a crime. I have tons of crime.
Oh, no way, really? First one? I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be good.
On camera that Eamon McNeff has committed. Let's start at the beginning with crime number 1.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No. So
Brian Mansell.
My advice, Kelly, is just be authentic about it. Just be you. Because, you know, they didn't ask you to speak because they think you might have some, like, grand vision for atheism. They, you know, they're hiring a personality. They're hiring you to speak. So, you know, be you. Give them Kelly. That's all. That's my whole advice. Sorry if it sucks.
Okay, and who is that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Never happened.
Eamon was first trying to claim that he's never even heard of Brian Mansell, and this guy definitely never had any Legos in a Bricks and Minifigs store. But once we showed him all of the social media posts his own company made, it was very obvious that we just caught him in a lie. So the CEO decided to change his story, and now the story is the Legos used to be in the store, but the previous owner, Crystal, she stole the Legos right before they took over the store.
We don't have the Lego. Crystal sold the Lego.
The only problem is there's security camera footage of the previous owner getting kicked out.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
Noga, you did just great.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment market.
Corporate just said that they're going to be the ones to take over the consignment deal with all the Legos that are still in the store. And as extra proof that these Lego sets were still in the store, the owner went into the back and started taking pictures of everything that you can verify in the metadata with the timestamps that match the exact moment she's getting kicked out. And then you can see her leave the store with nothing in her hands, proving that the sets were still in the store and the CEO is lying to us right now. But that's only one side of the story. I also thought it was fair to hear his side.
She sent a bunch of pictures of the Legos still in the back, and you can see in the security camera footage, corporate comes and throws her out.
Great. I understand what you're talking about, but you have a misunderstanding of what has occurred, and you're taking one person's word over another person's word. You can go after the party that's responsible, and you don't want to because that's not easy. You have accepted a narrative that is not real, and you are continuing to pursue that narrative because it's easy and it gives you views and it gives you all sorts of clout and does all sorts of things that way.
So basically what the CEO is trying to explain to me is we shouldn't be looking at the evidence. Instead, I should just be taking his word for it because he said so.
Crystal Law was a former franchisee of Bricks and Minifigs.
Yeah.
She took Mr. Mansell's Lego, sold it, didn't pay him, she has his money.
But
she sold his Lego, she has his money.
To make it easier for you guys to understand the CEO's argument, we're going to demonstrate his argument with a little skit.
Oh, that wasn't a backflip. No. Oh, are you sure? You have a misunderstanding of what happened.
Yes, this is the exact argument the CEO is trying to make. Something we just saw in video, the CEO is saying never happened, which would mean the CEO is lying. And most people would agree that lying is morally wrong. However, if you lie about a crime, the way Eamon's lying to me right now, then that's not just morally wrong anymore. That crosses into new territory called illegal. The specific crime is called obstruction. If someone commits this crime, they can get arrested. Or We're at the police station, and we're going to charge him with a criminal crime, obstructing of evidence of a $200,000 theft. And good news for us, we found out last week that all of the police in Utah take obstruction very seriously here. The police arrested my friend Sheldon for obstruction just for locking his phone.
Right now, you're attempting to destroy evidence. Okay, put your hands behind your back. I was just locking my phone. You're under arrest for obstruction of evidence right now.
The crazy part is the police didn't even have a warrant, so Sheldon locking his phone was 100% legal. But the police arrested him anyways because that's literally how serious the police take obstruction crimes here. They do not mess around when it comes to obstruction. So now, just imagine how angry the police are going to be when I go into the police station and tell them that someone is actually, for real this time, committing an obstruction crime. And this obstruction crime is on a much bigger scale. Later, the police called me saying that they were going to do a police investigation on this.
Hey, Benjamin, this is Officer Halpern from Provo Police.
I told the detective the entire situation.
He was saying that this family's Lego sets were never even in the store, like all of this stuff. And it's all documented. I have video of all of him saying this. I think he's like falsifying evidence, and I think that's obstruction. And now that we stole Bricks and Minifigs' strategy, I think the plan is finally going to work. Looks like the CEO is going down. I mean, I submitted the videos of Eamon saying we're going to burn down the building and shoot him.
They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this product from this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down. Or we're going to burn the place down. Or I'll kill you.
And then I submitted all the raw footage of the entire conversation I had with him, proving to the police that we never even said anything close to this. This raw footage verifies that everything I told the police is true. And everything Eamon told the police is a lie. On top of that, I even got access to the complete case Eamon made against me, and he doesn't have a single piece of evidence to support any of his claims. Which I guess makes sense. Like, how can you support evidence if you're just making everything up? Like, of course you can't submit anything. So if the police have to decide what case to pursue, they're obviously going to pursue this case because it has like a ton of evidence. And then they're going to throw out Eamon's case that has no evidence at all.
The person you're trying to reach is not available.
Hello, my name is Ben Schneider. A couple months ago, I made a case, and you were the officer that was helping me create it. I submitted a bunch of evidence through a link you sent me, and this was a couple months ago, and I haven't heard anything back. And so I'm just calling to see if I can get some type of update on how the case is going. It's about the CEO, Eamon McNeff of Bricks and Minifigs, in an obstruction case. And so if you could give me a call back at your earliest convenience, that'd be awesome.
We're sorry, your call cannot be completed.
Yeah, literally no matter what I tried, I could not get a hold of this police officer. So I'm traveling all the way back to Utah to go back to the Provo police station in person to see how the police investigation against Eamon is going. And I just so happened to get a hold of the police schedule and arrived at the exact time this officer was supposed to arrive. But before I could speak to this officer, one of the other police officers called into the front desk and asked to talk to me.
I'm not seeing him on duty right now.
Really? They said he was going to be here today at 3 o'clock.
There's always the chance that they might have called out sick or something.
Is there any way that you can like check if he's here or?
He's definitely scheduled to be here. Like I said, they might have called out sick or something.
Are you able to look and see how the case is going? All I really want is kind of just an update on the case.
That's not something that I can tell you over the phone.
Okay, you can't even just tell me like how it's going, like if he's still looking into it or.
No, I can't. That's not something I can do.
Okay, well, thank you. So basically, I came all the way out here to find 0 answers, but eventually, I did find an answer. They sent it to me in the mail, and looks like I was right. The police only had time to take on one of our cases, and it was Eamon's, not mine. Yes, the case that had an overwhelming amount of evidence, they thought that case was garbage, and they took on the case that has 0 evidence at all. In the police body cam footage, after the police watched my full conversation, proving that I didn't threaten to burn the place down or literally anything, they even admitted to Eamon that there was no credibility with his entire case against me.
We agreed that there really was no extortion code that would fit your situation. However,
you know, at the end of the day, we do want to help you guys so you're not having to deal with this fool and all of his issues. We did find that there was another code that fit, and it's called aggravated commercial obstruction.
The police just told Eamon that even though there's absolutely nothing to his claim against me, if they work together, maybe they can fabricate some type of charge against me.
However, the tricky thing is that we have to prove that this individual either entered or remains unlawfully on the premise. When he came to the property, did you have to ask him more than once to leave?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, we're not leaving until we get it. And he's like, no. Like,
So Eamon's telling the police that even though they continuously told us to leave, we didn't leave. But if we go back and look at the footage of what happened, this is the reality.
So when they say go to corporate, how do we respond next time? I have no idea. You have to take it up with them. It's your thing with them. That doesn't involve us. Okay. As a separate business entity, you got to take it up with them. You got to resolve it with them. Okay. Well, thanks so much, guys. Yeah, sorry, guys. Good luck. You're good. Sweet. Thank you. Hey, you want to talk? They're on their way out. If you want me to grab them or not?
I don't know. It kind of looks like the reality of what happened is we left too early for them. They wanted to pull us back in to keep talking to us. But we did show back up a second time. And to Eamon's credit, about halfway through the conversation, he did say that if we don't leave, he's going to call the cops on us.
You can leave. If you come back here, we will call the cops. If you don't leave right now, I will call the cops.
So you don't want to do the easy way?
And this is right after I told him you could do it either the easy way and just give us the Legos back, or we can do it the hard way, implying that we would take him to court.
So you're threatening me.
I'm not threatening. We're right. Like, we have a right to the Legos, so we're going to get them the easy way or the hard way.
What proof of ownership have you provided to me that you own this Lego?
I mean, I can give you proof if you want.
Great, provide proof.
But right after he says this, he's now asking us to provide him proof that we actually are entitled to these Legos, so we can't leave now because he just told us to stay and provide proof. And then at the very end of the conversation, he says this one more time.
Okay, you've been asked to leave. Please leave.
We have to leave? Okay. Well, thank you for working with us, and so see you later.
Well, we have now all just seen the video footage of what actually happened. But now let's hear how Eamon describes it to the police.
guys, at this point, I've asked you to leave. Please leave. Well, you know, like, you have to listen to us. You have to pay us this money. No, guys, you need to leave, and you're not leaving. Like, when I asked multiple times, they did not leave.
Looks like that might be a second-degree felony. He's facing felony charges. Is it
Fuck.
a felony?
Yes, because I went to the corporate headquarters and tried to give Eamon the easy way out of all of this, they're now trying to get me on a second-degree felony, which I don't really know how any of this would make me get a second-degree felony. Like, what the heck, police officers? But they're doing it, and the punishment...
Oh my God, Mormons suck so fucking bad. This,
for this crime is 15 years in jail.
I don't know, you know, like however else, you know, like some of that stuff comes through, but you know, like the reality is like we've tried to talk with him and said, we're willing to work with you.
Yeah, I think one of the main reasons the police keep taking Ammon's side instead of ours, besides the whole Mormon thing, is that Ammon keeps framing the situation as he's just the helpful CEO who's trying to do the right thing and return Brian's property. And we're the ones that are preventing him from giving it back to Brian. So I say we rewatch the footage and see what actually happened.
We said we would be more than happy to help Mr. Mansell.
Yeah, because Brian said he
was unwilling to work with us.
Well, Brian said he asked for the store inventory, and that because he said like he wanted to work with you, and then you guys didn't provide the store inventory.
We asked him to provide us with any documentation, and he provided us with a spreadsheet. The spreadsheet is not something that anybody, you know, like you can just walk over to a McDonald's right now and say, all of your ice cream machines belong to me. Why? Because so-and-so said so. Why? And I have a spreadsheet that says that all these ice cream machines belong to me. That's not proof of ownership. That's not proof of anything.
So first off, this spreadsheet Ammon's referring to wasn't just some mystery spreadsheet. It was the actual inventory the store made. But I guess Ammon's trying to claim that the previous owner stole the Legos and then lied on the inventory. And so now it basically makes this inventory invalid. He said that when corporate was taking over the store, that they actually did their own inventory. And this is the correct inventory.
When we took over, We did an inventory.
And good news for me, he's willing to give me this inventory. He's actually always been willing to give it to me or Brian. All we've ever had to do was ask.
We will work with you to obtain any Lego that does exist.
Uh-huh.
And
Well, we did that, and you guys,
when?
I think, like 5 or 6 times, and we've gotten 0 response back.
Yeah, literally the first thing I did right when I heard about this entire situation was I Googled Bricks and Minifigs, clicked on their website, clicked contact us, and sent them a message. I actually got a message back from corporate saying that they would love to help, but after a few months, I kept trying to reply to this message, and they just completely ghosted me.
I think we've done like 6 over the last 4 or 5 months.
Pull it up. Find out. Tell me when.
Let's see. I say like, hey, I don't think this ever got resolved. I'm just reaching back out right now, and then never.
Hit forward right now. Resend it.
What's the email?
That is I don't know what email address that is.
This is on your guys' website.
That says fbc.team. I said franchise at bricksandminifigs.com.
Well, this is just on the website, so.
Did I tell you to look up something on the website and send it there?
Well,
did I say that just barely?
Well, that's what.
Yes or no? Did I say that?
No.
I just said send me an email to franchise at bricksandminifigs.com and we will work with that.
But you're getting mad at me because I emailed the email on the website?
You keep saying that you like. So I understand that, but I'm telling you right now, and you're trying to argue on something that I didn't give you any information about. I'm telling you, send it to that one.
Yeah, you're like getting upset at us that we emailed the email that was on your website.
No, I'm telling you the way to do this, and you've been probably trying to communicate with a ghost.
Well, that's your guys' fault for putting that email on the website.
Sure. Okay.
Then so why are you getting mad at us because we emailed the website for your instructions?
You harass us for all sorts of things. I'm not getting mad at you.
Well, we're not harassing. We're just asking for our Legos back. If someone stole money from you and you went and politely asked for the money back, is that you harassing them?
It seems like Ammon kept either trying to stall or switch the subject. It almost seems like he doesn't want to actually give us this inventory, but he keeps saying he's willing to give it to us.
You guys can send that inventory list to us?
I do believe so, yes. I think we have sent that to Brian.
He says he said that's all he wants is the inventory list, and he'll stop bugging you guys.
Well, then Mr. Mansell and you, and if you want to be included on the emails with Mr. Mansell, that's totally fine. You guys can email us, and we can go.
But you guys will give him the inventory list because he said he's been asking for it for over a year now.
We can show the inventory list that was obtained when the store was originally taken over from Crystal Law, and we can work through that process and try and identify what was or wasn't there, and also try and identify how to proceed from there.
Yeah, I think Brian gets upset because he says they always say that they'll send me the list, kind of like how you're saying, oh, we can send it easily. But then when it comes down to it, you'll never actually send it. So maybe if you actually go ahead and send it, it would make him feel better.
Well, I understand what you're trying to get at. We're more than willing to work with you and help you. That's what I'm saying. Send an email to that email address that I just gave to you, and that will produce results.
Anyways, I sent an email to the email he told me about, not the one on their website. That's a bad email. Don't ever email that one or the CEO is going to be pissed. But according to Ammon, now that I've sent this email, I should be receiving the inventory list very soon. So I waited all day and I got no answer. So the next day I sent them another email. I patiently waited again for about a week. And finally,
this is the response. Mr. Schneider, BAM Franchising Incorporation will not participate in any form of communication that appears designed for public provocation, harassment, or manipulation of facts for the purpose of media content. Attempts to obtain privileged or confidential information through misrepresentation or the creation of fraudulent documents.
Just for me asking for this inventory list to prove their innocence, because I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I want to be like, hey, if you're innocent, I want to prove that you're innocent with this inventory list. But now, by me trying to do that, that's criminal behavior on my part.
And considered harassment. And we reserve all rights to refer such behavior to appropriate legal authorities,
It's now
aka the cops.
So don't ask for our inventory list or else we're going to call the cops.
Yes, Bricks and Minifigs has officially banned me from ever asking for this inventory list again. And I'm not the only one who's banned from asking for this list.
He promised us a full inventory right away. We've never received it.
Yeah, and every time it's been just absolutely nothing. So we've never gotten anything. We've never gotten an inventory list.
Yeah, the previous owner who got her entire store stolen from her by corporate, I mean, she's legally required to get sent an inventory list. And even she, 2 years later, has not gotten it yet.
It would have resolved everything because they would have had to identify everything in the store, and it would have identified all of Brian's stuff. And they never provided it. So we couldn't then demand the third party evaluation.
And it's now, what, a year and a half later?
You know, who knows what.
Still no inventory.
Dang.
So would have solved a lot of problems a year and a half ago to go, here's the inventory.
And even Brian still hasn't received this inventory list yet.
I've never received an inventory list. I've never received a record of sales because they can't provide it. They opened the store up almost right away and started selling it.
And the worst part about all of this is it seems like the CEO is pretty much just trying to rub all of this in everyone's face. When I turned on the news, I saw this.
Now, as far as offering Brian the inventory, have you gone through the store, figured out what was part of his collection, taken inventory and shown him that inventory to offer that?
We've tried to share those with Mr. Mansell in hopes that he can see, you know, like that we were not attempting in any way, shape, or form to withhold anything. Those then were offered to him, and the initial offer was rejected.
So now on public television, Ammon, the CEO, is telling the world that he tried to give us this inventory, but we're the ones that didn't want it.
We do want to help him recover as much of the collection. Our number one priority right now is to ensure that he gets made whole. We know that we have a responsibility to work with him to make sure he does get made whole.
So you've offered Brian the inventory of sets that was in the store.
Yeah, whatever was left over, we've offered that on multiple occasions. So we've tried to make multiple offers, and hopefully we'll be able to get them to the table so we can discuss it.
And this is pretty much Ammon's game plan now. Going
Yeah, he didn't sound nervous at all.
And lie.
The entire time we were saying, hey, we want to help, we want to help.
The main narrative now seems to be Bricks and Minifigs has always been trying to give Brian his Legos back, but Brian just never wanted them back.
Would you be willing to just take this? And the answer was no. It was attempted to be given to the family, and it was refused. They made the offer and said, hey, you can have all this. And that offer was not accepted at the time.
Well, that's Ammon's side of the story, but I say let's take a look at what actually happened.
Read from the bottom up. That is our correspondence with Bricks and Minifigs, trying to work with them and getting the sets back.
So right when this happened, Brian hired an attorney to reach out to Bricks and Minifigs. They sent an email saying, how should we proceed to retake the possession of the sets/minifigures? And they actually emailed back saying they were willing to help. And then after this, they just never respond. So Brian's attorney sent them another email, just following up on this, when can we pick up the sets? And they still didn't respond. So the attorneys emailed back saying, it's now been 16 days. How can we get these Legos back? And finally, they received a response. It says Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson have no legal obligation to return any of the Lego product that exists in their store to you. What? So yeah, basically they're saying that they're the ones that are not able to work with you, is what it seems like.
Exactly.
They finished this email saying, we consider this matter closed and will not be returning any Lego products to you. So as you can see, that's the reality of what actually happened. But then Ammon goes on Fox News and says this.
So they actually did have an attorney send information to us. We said, great, appreciate this. Let's see what we can do to work this out.
Yeah.
And then we never heard back.
So why is Ammon going on like Fox News then and saying, we wanted to give Brian his stuff back. He's the one that didn't want his stuff back. He didn't want any of his things.
That's my point. I don't know. He's lying.
I truly do believe in integrity. Truly, I believe in the sentiment of integrity, and I believe everyone should have integrity.
But anyways, another thing the CEO seems to be pretty upset about is that when Brian kept demanding his stuff back and couldn't get it back, eventually he had enough. and he was like, I'm going to make a Facebook post about this. And in his Facebook post, he called Bricks and Minifigs thieves and liars. And this Facebook post, like, really pissed off Ammon. I mean, Bricks and Minifigs is literally suing Brian now for millions of dollars, all because of this. I mean, back when I was talking to him at corporate headquarters, he made it very clear that what they did is technically not actually considered theft.
There is no theft. Do you understand the legal definition of theft? Legally have to meet
So
the definition of knowing that the property was stolen or otherwise not belonging to that person.
And on my phone,
that was not known until Mr. Mansell came in days later and said, I have some of these things that need to be.
and that's another lie again, because
it's not another lie.
So I showed Ammon the security camera footage where corporate acknowledges that they are now going to be responsible for these Lego Star Wars sets.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
And after showing him this footage to try to bring the conversation back to reality, this was his response.
Now extortion?
Because we caught you guys?
No, because you are attempting to extort us. So that's what you're doing. What you are doing right now is illegal. It's an extortion.
So catching you guys in illegal activity, that's illegal on me.
Nope. We have done nothing.
See, I agree too. I agree. Nope, it's not illegal on us. Thank you for.
Done nothing illegal, and you are doing something illegal right now.
I don't think that's illegal. I think us catching you guys for doing the illegal thing doesn't make that what we're doing is illegal. That means what you guys are doing is illegal.
Okay, you've been asked to leave. Please leave.
We have to leave? Okay. Well, thank you for working with us. And
after just going around in circles for probably 30 to 40 minutes and just, having like kind of less than genuine questions or less than genuine responses being given to me, I was exasperated by the end of it. And that's, like when people get tired and exasperated, that's when we finally got the footage that we can use to make him look like a completely unreasonable monster, but that's what they do is people whose goal is to do those types of things, they just harass and go after people as long and hard as they can until somebody breaks and says something that, then they can, use that one clip to be like, oh, look at this horrible monster of a person. So that's what I feel like has kind of really happened here.
So Ammon's claiming that I just harassed him for 30 minutes and finally he got fed up with us, which that was the one clip at the end that I used in my documentary. So I say let's go to the very beginning of the footage, my first interaction with them, and see what actually happened.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
Yeah, literally from the very first sentence we ever exchanged with each other, Ammon's goal was just to lie to us. But anyways, I'm now starting to think that the only reason Ammon wanted us to email him about the inventory list wasn't actually give us the inventory list, but actually it was a trap. Yeah, Ammon only wanted me to email him so he can find out my email and subpoena Google and find out all of my private information. You think I'm lying, but they actually did this. They subpoenaed Google asking for all private information tied to this email address. And Google sent them like hundreds of hours of all the raw footage from everything I've filmed to the Lego video so far, all my emails, all my search history, all the metadata that shows everywhere I've been. But anyways, this was the reaction of the police officer after she watched my entire first episode.
I'm really curious to see if this school even makes any money doing this YouTube stuff. I'm like, if it's enough for him to travel to another state to go get some footage. It doesn't even sound like his secret information doesn't even seem credible from my understanding.
No, so it sounds like you were able to watch the video.
I think by secret information, the police officer is referring to the security camera footage that proves that everything Bricks and Minifigs is saying is a lie. My first question is, how could this not be credible? It's literally just video evidence of what happened that night. But at least now I can see why the police aren't listening to me. They're basically just saying that all of the evidence I submit to them is not credible and therefore case closed. Ben's wrong and we're right because we said that the evidence is uncredible. At this point, Bricks and Minifigs is working with the police to just come up with whatever story they can to make any evidence I give them seem as uncredible as possible.
In all of his actions to just generate clicks and likes to get, like social media clout without putting in work and just doing the crummy stuff.
Interesting.
He seems like a fun Jackson.
No. Oh, and
his MO really seems to follow somebody who's like a paper tiger, right? Like who, like behind, or like a keyboard warrior. But they'll make threats.
And this is the craziest part of the video to me. Ammon's claiming that I'm a keyboard warrior. And a keyboard warrior is basically just someone who talks a lot of smack online, but then when it actually comes down to it, they won't do anything in person. Which, I mean, if we look back at the footage, I accomplished almost everything I set out to do. I didn't get scared of anything. If someone in this story is a keyboard warrior, I don't think it's me. I think it's Bricks and Minifigs. I mean, let's double check by looking at the footage. Ammon claims with his words that he can give us the inventory list.
We can show the inventory list.
But when it actually comes down to it, he's terrified to give it to anyone. Bricks and Minifigs this entire time has also just been begging me to sue them.
If you think it's illegal, why don't you sue me? Let's go to court. Sue me for it. Sue me. Let's go to court. Let's go to court there.
So when I finally go out and actually sue them, they close down their store. And now Bricks and Minifigs is going to absolute extreme lengths to hide from this lawsuit.
Are you okay if she just gives you the papers so we can just...
No, I'm not accepting service from him. Absolutely not.
I mean, Bricks and Minifigs is showing all of the signs of a keyboard warrior, but for some reason they think that I'm the keyboard warrior. At this point, it almost seems like everything Bricks and Minifigs is doing, for some reason they think that I'm the one that's the one doing it.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for you guys. Hopefully, no more issues. There's so many other things that this guy could be talking about, right?
100%. But sometimes, it's a sunk cost fallacy. They just think, oh, I put so much time and effort into this. I gotta make sure something happens. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, Ammon just completely proves my point. Obviously, I'm not suffering from the sunk cost fallacy at all. Ammon's the one suffering from the sunk cost fallacy. I mean, they literally already admitted to me that they've held onto the Legos for so long, it's not worth it for them to give it back to us anymore.
I'm not going to distribute those things at this point. We've kept them at home for this long, so.
Let's see what else Bricks and Minifigs is accusing me of. Well, they're suing me for defamation. But this entire time, Bricks and Minifigs is actually the ones defaming me.
They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this product from this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down.
Let's go to the next thing Bricks and Minifigs is accusing me of. Extortion. When they're the ones actually extorting me by saying if I don't let them steal the Legos from us, they're going to make up a reason to throw me in jail.
You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
Bricks and Minifigs is also getting me for RICO charges.
They're charging Reckless Ben for RICO. I think it is more likely that the police are guilty of RICO, right?
And if you look at the CEO's previous businesses, he actually got sued for RICO. He's the one guilty of RICO, not me. They're also accusing me of sending a sniper to shoot out the windows of the McNeff house.
You guys want to come to, you can see the window and see where they were shooting from. It could be a sniper blade on the hill.
When the police got there, they realized it was actually a construction worker who accidentally shattered the window.
It seems more likely that it happened from construction work than it happened from some random people across the way.
But even after all this, they still go online and say it was me.
He's trying to get Ben Schneider for attempted murder. He's basically trying to set Ben Schneider up for attempted murder when meanwhile it was a nail from his own construction worker.
So what's the moral of the story here? It looks like everything bad Bricks and Minifigs is doing, they think that I'm the one that's doing the bad thing. It makes no sense.
So, just to let you know, we call it double blind. The person who committed the crime may or may not be in the lineup or depicted. So I will give this to you. You'll have as much time as you need to choose someone or to not choose anyone. Whenever you're able to feel that you have ID'd somebody, it's asked that you circle it and then you show next to it.
And then, like that?
Perfect.
Okay. There you go. Okay.
Cool.
really this was like the final step that I needed. This is legit. We've been able to verify who he is now.
Yep. So the police put on this big performance to make it look like they're going to all this work to verify the facts, when in reality, they already know who I am. They already subpoenaed Google. They already watched my entire first Lego video. They already went through all my search history. To me, this just feels like a staged performance so they can show the world, hey, look, we verified everything, when if they would have just put an equal amount of effort into watching the raw footage I submitted to them, they would have found out that Ammon's just completely lying to them. But for some reason, they didn't. A few weeks later, when I ended up going to court, this was the staged response.
My name is Nick Mielstein. I'm the prosecutor. Is Benjamin Schneider here?
Yes.
If you want to take care of that today, we can do what we call a plea in abeyance.
Were you able to see the footage I submitted to the police of our interaction?
I have not watched it, no.
Okay, because in that footage, you can clearly see that the second he tells us to leave, we say, okay, we'll leave. And then he calls the police and said that we threatened to burn down the building and shoot everyone inside. And he was just making up all these lies, which you can clearly see in the footage that we submitted. We were being respectful the whole time. We left the second he told us to.
Sorry, let me look.
And so it makes sense why the police would take me to court, because, I mean, he's threatening that we're going to burn down the building and shoot everyone, but we did nothing. Like, he's just saying that because he's trying to. I'm a documentary maker, so I'm making a documentary on the thing. So his logic is if he throws me in jail, then if he makes up a reason for me to go to jail, then I won't be able to expose them for their crimes. So that's the what's going on. It's clear as day in the footage if you watch it. It seems like they're just making up a bunch of false information in order to silence criticism.
But did you submit that to the police officer?
Yes.
Is the footage going such that it's still going like when you step out the door?
It starts from when we're in the elevator before we talk to him to when we were back in the elevator going back down.
Obviously, a video doesn't necessarily show everything that possibly happened.
So according to the state of Utah, the raw video that shows everything that possibly could have happened is not credible and could not have shown everything that possibly could have happened. And they didn't even watch it. They're literally just taking Ammon's word for everything and completely ignoring all the evidence. So where does this leave me now? Not only am I being charged with a bunch of mystery crimes in American Fork, Utah, but I'm also being charged with a second-degree felony up to 15 years in jail in Provo, Utah. And now that they have written proof that I'm committing all of these insane crimes against them, I mean, obviously Bricks and Minifigs just made up everything, but that's not how the court sees it. The court thinks that these are real. And for whatever reason, the court wouldn't let me share my side. They only heard Bricks and Minifigs' side.
Ben's side was not in the room, was not heard. The court signed an order erasing his published work on the strength of the company's verified complaint and the company's motion, with no one there to say a word against it.
Yeah, the judge granted a temporary restraining order, preventing me from even talking about Bricks and Minifigs, which sucks because this was the night I hit 1 million subscribers, and all my friends threw a giant surprise party for me. Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs gets to just keep spreading their lies about me, and I just have to sit in silence, and there's nothing I can do to stop them. It's crazy to think about how much public support I was getting.
$200,000 Lego dispute that's turning into one of the craziest legal cases and an internet crusade that is just exploding.
A $200,000 Lego collection. This $200,000 Lego scandal is literally one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
I think this might be the best video that I've seen.
This is one of the crazier stories I think I've ever covered.
Run by Mormons.
Legos.
Reckless Ben.
Reckless Ben.
It really seemed like the entire internet was uniting to stand up to this bully of a company.
Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it.
Brick by brick.
Brick by brick! Brick by brick! Brick by brick!
It really did seem like we were right about to get the Legos back, but I was wrong. Now the court has silenced me, and it looks like all the work I put into this was just for nothing. However, people were pretty upset that I was silenced and decided to protest.
Brick by brick!
It sucks that I'm not even allowed to be a part of this movement anymore.
Brick by brick! Brick by brick!
Or maybe I can be here, I just have to be in disguise so no one recognizes me.
No.
All right, I'm here with, what was your name?
I'm Jerome. Just here to support the cause. Just an American Fork local. Just here to support.
Here with Jerome.
I spent the rest of the day protesting for the cause, and not a single person here recognized who I actually am. And maybe the protesting worked, because after a full month of remaining silent, I finally have an announcement.
Well, it looks like I don't need this disguise anymore, because I have my freedom of speech back, baby. I can say whatever I want. I can say bricks and minifigs sucks. I can say bricks and minifigs such old people. And look, I just said it. I'm not in jail, which is sick. We got our First Amendment rights back. Yeah.
And now that I have my freedom of speech back, everyone is wondering how bricks and minifigs can make up for the fact that they made up all these lies about me to take away my freedom of speech. Most legal experts are saying I could easily win millions of dollars from bricks and minifigs, but instead, I have a better solution.
If they want to apologize, they can say that they're sorry by doing the chicken dance. And I will take that as a sincere form of apology. And once they do the chicken dance, then I will know that Bricks and Minifigs is sorry, and we can finally move on to the next video series, and it'll be awesome. So you guys might be thinking, why do you want them to do the chicken dance? And there's actually a reason. So this entire time, Bricks and Minifigs always says the right thing, but then their actions don't match their words at all. So I was thinking, well, if they get given an apology, they might say the right things, you know, but they're not actually going to mean it. So by doing the chicken dance, I'm going to basically just be giving them another opportunity to do the right thing, not just with their words, but with their actions. And once they decide to do the right thing, then I'll move on to the next video series and never talk about bricks and minifigs again. And also make sure to check us out at www.westealfromoldpeople.com, because right now we have 2 new Lego sets for sale that you can buy right now. One of Joshua Johnson and one of Ammon McNeff. And we're only making 500 of each. And once all 500 of each sell out, we're never making any more. And you got to buy them now, because someday they're going to sell for like $1 million or something. They're going to be collectibles. It's going to be sick. Also, subscribe to Patreon. You'll get tons of behind the scenes, tons of extra footage, full interviews. Also, part 4 is coming soon. If you subscribe to Patreon, you'll be the first to watch it. Also, subscribe to part 5, subscribe to part 6, part 7, all the way to part 100. We're doing 100 parts. My lawyer said if Bricks and Minifigs sues me, which they've still not dropped their lawsuit, then it'll be at least 2 years and 52 weeks a year. That's 104 parts at least. So come back all the way till 100.
That's great. Okay, I feel better now. So Carl, the old man and his niece up. Yeah, I guess he kind of does, doesn't he? I want to call in and ask you about tacos. The price of tacos is too damn high. Okay, are you coming up or not? Oh shit, it's almost 6. I gotta go, dude. I can't stay on as late as usual because I gotta make sure I start sleeping at the right time so I can be up from 3 p.m. tomorrow all the way till 7 or 8 the next morning. So I need to sleep. So, what songs do you guys want to hear for the outro? Put them in chat. Let's go. Obviously, the last song is the async song, no matter what. But M's, of course. Okay, done. You want to hear Earth to Fildos? Cafe? 80% sure it's been called mezzo. That's funny. Oh, wait, hold on. Someone's coming up. It's McTime. Hi, McTime.
Hey, how you doing? I heard you say you gotta go pretty soon. Right as the screen was switching to the, so I'll keep it short.
Okay. What was it?
3 tacos about $10.
You're gonna have to keep it real short because you're like 3 tacos for $10.
Hello?
Were they good tacos?
Yeah, is
Can
that
you hear me?
reasonable?
I
It was
mean,
all right, but I hear you. There was
where?
it was at
Like
this
at
taco
Taco
stand,
Bell?
and that's another thing I want to talk about. No, this was a taco stand, and that's another I want to talk about. But I would just say that one for later about all these not just taco stand, but these trucks. You know, these food trucks. They pulling up in front of these restaurants because they had this damn taco truck in front of a Chinese restaurant across the street. And I don't too much like that. I don't know how they pay their taxes, but we'll get off on that later. I just want to know because there was 3 tacos for $10. They didn't even put the damn tacos together. It was just the meat and the stuff was all in the plate, and I had to put it together myself. I thought for at least for $10, they can at least put the tacos together for me.
Oh, were they street tacos?
Yeah, out of taco truck, a little taco
Oh,
stand.
yeah, those are always fucking expensive.
So that's expensive
I mean,
for tacos. Right?
well, I mean, not here. It's about right.
But I don't hardly eat Mexican food that much anyway. So I only ate a Taco Bell
Oh, I
like
eat
2
it
or
all
3
the
times in my whole
time.
life.
Yeah. Well, I don't know
Yeah,
what
I
your
only ate it.
Mexican food like is there, but I mean, I know you got the whole Tex-Mex thing cooking, but
Yeah,
I mean, in
I
LA,
avoid
we
all
have
of that.
fucking awesome Mexican food in LA, so I eat that shit
Yeah,
all
I
the
know.
time.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's good. It's good. It's not one like the first thing I go for. I'd rather eat Chinese food, to be honest with you. If I'm going to a restaurant, that's one of the first things I think about is Chinese food. Then maybe some kind of seafood joint like snow crabs or lobsters or something. Last on my list would be a Mexican. I only ate at Taco Bell 3 times in my whole life, maybe 4. Not big on it.
Taco Bell's
But yeah, that's
trash. Did you have Del Taco in Texas?
Del Taco.
Yeah.
I heard that name. I'm trying to think if that was when I was out there in California. It's not
Yeah,
in Beaumont.
yeah, we definitely have it in
Maybe
California. So I
it
I
may
don't
be
know where
in
they have
Houston.
Del Taco other than California. So
It may be in Houston, but that name rings a bell.
yeah, it's good
'Cause
stuff.
I'm on hard times. When I was in the military, I used to go down to the little taco joint out there. I was in Lemoore, California, right?
No, but
Like in
if
between.
they want to charge you fucking $10 for 3 little street tacos, that's just like too expensive. You know, just go to fucking Baja Fresh or something and get yourself a fucking $10 burrito. It's gonna be like 4 times as much food, you know, for the same
Yeah.
price. You know, or Chipotle or something.
The thing that pissed me off the most about it was he didn't put the tacos together. It just like a pile of meat in the plate, a pile of vegetables, and 3 taco
Hi,
shells.
JR. You're here just in time to say goodbye because I'm. Oh, I love Del Taco. Del Taco's bomb. So.
But yeah, when we have more time, I will call in and see if we can talk about
Yeah. We'll be back
you
tonight.
guys. Yeah,
So we'll
you guys
definitely be back
talk some.
tonight.
All right. Well, that's all. I don't keep it short. I know because right when I switched over, I was hearing you saying that you was about to leave. So I'll talk to you
Yeah.
later.
All right.
Hey, see what you think, people.
Hey, think what you think. Okay. Let's see here. Shit. This tab instead. All right, y'all. I'm dropping out of here. Here's your songs, and I will see you all tonight.
Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod. Destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Habibi, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam. Cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure, but that's a self-bone, bro. Blood clot gum and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait 1 week, you're about to get owned. And M's cuts shit down with the biology he knows. You think your prophet split the moon? Are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad. Police be upon him. Justice for Aisha. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. This was getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat. Is it wrong or right for the fascist right to vote away our rights? But it's late at night, you're eating gummy bites and your J's are a light. How the fuck you all suck the fucking meaning out of right and wrong? It was inevitable you were gonna make me write this fucking song. It's like you're arguing for your very own kingdom on the clouds. The rest of us are in good here with our boots on the ground. You think we're down here missing the forest for the trees, but we're just trying to avoid getting caught up at the net. Your forests don't actually mean much when you talk so far above them. You miss the facts on the ground and don't know how to overcome them. You're light years away and 13 billion years behind, but tomorrow we'll be stuck here in a crystal fascist line. Zoom out higher, fuck that. Look around below. History's not a parable, it's a warning that we know. When the boats start marching on your freedom and we'll be in power, we'll ignore your fucking agency and leave you bleeding. Morality is objective, reactive, protective. After all the word salad, it's probably just reflexive. You adorn us with thesaurus words that bore us to death. New rabbit trail appears and you grab it like a habit on math. Now it's so far past the original path, blasting out into the vast. Semantic etymology, erratic ontology, systematic cosmology, romantic ideology, pedantic mythology, frantic epistemology, erratic terminology, making problematic toxicology into a frantic pathology. You reach beyond the ceiling for a perfect place to stand, pondering that a timeless way function makes a universal plan. But every time you leave this world to chase what's in your head, you miss the battles we're really fighting and lose reality instead. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You can love to fight your rhetoric. conversation spirals into lexical gymnastics, twisting every honest question with metaphysical mechanics. Consequence ain't coming from light years away. It'll come from the choices that we make every single day. Not the one inside your head. You can lock it by your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. We do our best to hang with you. When you go off field a nerd, least you can do is try to hang with us here on Earth. You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async.